Revolutionary Lives in South Asia. Acts and Afterlives of Anticolonial Political Action. Edited by Maclea and J. Daniel Elam. 1. Reading Revolutionaries, Texts, Acts, and Afterlives of Political Action in Late Colonial South Asia. Who is a revolutionary? Maclea and J. Daniel Elam. 2. A Revolutionary's Biography, The Case of V.D. Savarkar. Vinayak Chaturvedi. 3. The Archpriestess of Anarchy visits Lahore, Violence, Love, and the Worldliness of Revolutionary Texts. J. Daniel Elam. 4. Bihar, California, and the U.S. Midwest, The Early Radicalization of Jayaprakash Narayan. Pranavyani. 5. The Impossible Intimacies of M. N. Roy. Chris Manjapra. 6. Experiments in Political Truth. Chris Moffat. 7. Death in 3 Scenes of Recitation. Simona Saune. 8. History of a Renegade Revolutionary, Revolutionism and Betrayal in Colonial India. Aparna Vadik. Index. Reading Revolutionaries, Texts, Acts, and Afterlives of Political Action in Late Colonial South Asia. Who is a revolutionary? Maclea and J. Daniel Elam. In both Indian political and historiographical discourse, the moniker revolutionary is as slippery as it is indispensable. Who qualifies as a revolutionary? And who decides? For anyone familiar with historical and contemporary usages of the word in India, it is clear that there are several revolutionary registers simultaneously in use. This collection of essays aims to map out the discursive twists and travails of the revolutionary in Indian historical and literary worlds. The papers herein take a loosely biographical approach to the question, testing the claims and counterclaims to revolutionary status as they are made in political, cultural, and academic contexts. Each of the researchers represented in this volume has grappled with this question in their work, and has at some stage been challenged with the demurral that a revolutionary is something else, or something more, than the usage that we encounter in the archive, in texts, and in popular culture. The strength of the conversation in this issue is its focus on these multiple registers of the term revolutionary, at one point, a matter of philosophical and political inquiry, at another, a matter of historical contingency and context, and at yet another, a matter of legacy, historiography, and the circuitous afterlives of Indian anti-colonialism as it lives and breathes in the present. The essays collected here engage the term at each of these points, as well as within the overlaps between each. In this sense, our collective conversation is only somewhat summed up by the question who is a revolutionary insofar as it asks who were the revolutionaries, what was revolutionary about their thought, who is still a revolutionary, and what is still revolutionary thought. By focusing on loosely biographical portraits, we aim to underscore the humanness of revolutionary politics, emphasizing the enmeshment of the political and the personal, of the emotional and the tactical, of the experiential and the theoretical. In many ways, revolutionary owes its intellectual heritage to the various strains of European and Russian Marxism that made their way to South Asia. 1. In this, especially Leninist, sense, the goal of revolutionaries was to catalyze the transition from capitalism to socialism. Marxist theory, as Sanjay Seth has shown, found a strange alliance with nationalism in colonial India. The juxtaposition of universalism of international revolt with the particularism of nationalist loyalty required a multifaceted approach to political action. Marxist political thought found other unlikely bedfellows too, as the figures under analysis demonstrate. M. N. Roy's Marxist nationalism cannot be isolated from his critique of the traditionally liberal concept of the self and one not simply posited from orthodox Marxism. Bhagat Singh and the HSRA promiscuously combined so many varied strains of political thought that a comprehensive list might read like a Borges short story. 2. The revolutionary, simultaneously remaining loyal to and departing from its Marxist roots, appears to live vagrantly and quite productively between multiple political philosophies and theories. Our focus falls on the overlapping time frames of the global interwar and late colonial periods. These two intersecting but not entirely synonymous contexts saw the production and global circulation of new literary, political, aesthetic, and philosophical forms. Post-colonial studies focus on this period is crucial for recuperating a long lineage of anti-colonial thought from the underside of the modernizing, globalizing project. Leela Gandhi has written in this journal about the crisis of the European man following World War I and its relationship to a set of political and aesthetic concerns highlighted by a minor form of post-colonial analysis. Point 3 Philosophy from this period, especially in Europe, represented a full political range of expression. India was not isolated from this European crisis, quite the contrary. It felt quite immediately the devastating effects of technological warfare and the failures of nationalism on the battlefront and in the subcontinent. Point 4 Today, the dark shadow of European fascisms hides the cacophony of thought, revolutionary and otherwise, written and circulated through the US, the UK, Europe, and South Asia. Point 5 In response to this, we aim to not only read revolutionary activists, but also to follow the readings of revolutionaries. In this volume, we focus on Indian activists and their global affects and effects within and beyond the British Empire. This includes figures like M. N. Roy, whose travels through the US, Mexico, Russia and China produced what Chris Manjapur calls a queer identity. 6 Among multiple leftist political traditions. At the same time, it also includes V. D. Savarkar, translator of Giuseppe Mazzini's Proto-Fascist Duties of Man, 1860, and author of the infamously xenophobic Hindutva, 1923. Pranavyani's consideration of the radical student days of J. P. Narayan in the U.S. provides a window on a political worker and thinker inspired by revolutionaries, whose later career was marked by his attempts to synthesize Gandhi and Marx. Taken together, these essays suggest an alternative, expansive map of anti-colonial revolutionary thought, underneath the nose of the state and often beyond its political imaginary. In the remaining 4 essays, the weight of the focus falls on the members of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Army, HSRA, whose defiantly revolutionary texts articulate a relatively wide range of leftist political philosophies, among other influences. The textual artifacts of the HSRA reflect and refract a confluence of Gandhism, Marxism, socialism, reformism, and nationalism promoted by globally circulating figures like Savarkar, Roy, and Narayan, and their colleagues. One of the most striking features of these political thinkers is an agility, plurality, and flexibility that defies and challenges contemporary ideological nomenclature. All of these thinkers offered, negotiated, tested and debated solutions to the infernal question of what is to be done. Debates about how to confront imperialism tested the boundaries of left and right, polarities that were often in close dialogue, if not, occasionally, in full agreement. Interpretations of the 1857 uprising, defenses of pre-colonial pasts, and politico-religious reforms were manifestations of a widespread anti-colonial consciousness. By the 1920s, Savarkar's The Indian War of Independence of 1857 had become established as a Bible for revolutionaries on the left and the right. Vinayak Chaturvedi's article on Savarkar in this issue invites us to reassess the usefulness of the political spectrum, one brought to us more by the Manichean world of the Cold War than the world of the figures under analysis here, especially one that isolates the revolutionary at only one end. In this collection, the HSRA and Bhagat Singh come to the fore, reflecting and deflecting an assemblage of revolutionary thought in South Asia in the 1920s and 1930s. Our interest in the HSRA, we concede, is partly a product of their own particularly energetic and enduring imprint. As consummate correspondents and astute political operators, they have left an indelible legacy that many of us have found irresistible. For the same reasons, Bhagat Singh has become shorthand for dissent, appropriated for all manner of political struggles and causes in contemporary India. In many ways, placing Bhagat Singh in a global history or a transnational aesthetic lineage provides an interesting counter to the persistent incorporation of his posthumous legacy and iconicity into nationalist frameworks. The emergence of revolutionary Indian anti-colonialism in the 1920s was the product of a convergence of many strains of thought and agitation. The Gadra, Mutiny, Party, operated by Lala Hardayal, and, after 1914, Ramchandra, primarily from Berkeley, California, organized Punjabi and Sikh migrant workers along the U.S. West Coast to return to India and reproduce the 1857 rebellion. Although the actual mutiny was a failure, the movement was extremely successful in circulating radical leftist and anti-colonial thought across the British Empire, and beyond. 7 Bureaucratic records across the British Empire from London to South Africa to Hong Kong demonstrate the wide reach of the Gujarat periodicals, most of which were written by Hardale himself. Hardale's writings speak of his wide-ranging political interests, including, but certainly not limited to, anarchism, unionism, anti-sexism, anti-racism, and radical pedagogy. Revolutionary thought in late colonial South Asia was the product of and a participant in a global network of Indians, Sikhs, Swamis, students, and spies, so called by Hardale, writing for the Modern Review in 1909. To Hardale's alliterative catalogue, we humbly add a few more: socialists, syndicalists, Soviet sympathizers, and scholars. Such a list accommodates both M. N. Roy and J. P. Narayan, whose political projects abroad would produce substantially different effects in South Asia upon their eventual return in the 1930s. At the same time, the Gujarat's failed Gujarat was certainly inspired by Hardale's colleague in London, V. D. Savarkar, whose massively influential writings and translations reworked and revised 19th-century Indian and European history and philosophy for young Indian audiences. Savarkar's politically powerful account of the 1857 Indian rebellion circulated with equal vigor to Gujarat's work, and in many cases, alongside it. Ajit Singh's Kisan, peasant, movement organized Sikh migrant laborers along the U.S. West Coast in coordination with the Gujarat Party's various missions. Ajit Singh was Bhagat Singh's uncle, and a crucial influence in forming his nephew's political trajectory. Even with these global traces, many of the members of the newly formed HSRA were in some ways rigidly nationalist, at least in the sense that many of their actions were aimed at avenging national insults. The HSRA's decision to avenge the death of Lala Lajpat Rai, for example, reflects a primarily nationalist, and regionalist, impulse. At other times, the HSRA's activities were calibrated to and aimed at invigorating nationalist politics, providing the necessary pressure via the youth movement to render the demand for Purna Swaraj at the 1929 Lahore Congress irrepressible. 9. The HSRA was in many ways a product of nationalist inertia, with many of its most active members being disenchanted workers of the non-cooperation movement. As the Indian National Congress faltered into inactivity after Gandhi called off non-cooperation in 1922 following the outbreak of violence in Srishra, many young activists drifted to more radical forms of action. Inspired by the Russian Revolution and the Irish struggle, they quickly organized to educate themselves on transnational political precedents. In North India, a group of young men formed the Hindustan Republican Army, HRA, inspired by the Irish Republican Association. The HRA was short-lived, abruptly halted by the prosecution of the Kakori conspiracy case, which saw many of its members jailed or executed. From its ashes, Chandrasekhar Azad, one of the few members to evade capture, built the HSRA, interpolating socialist into the party name to indicate a fresh ideological shift. The widespread interpretation of the HSRA as an entirely nationalist organization in the Indian public sphere of the 1930s, and as a terrorist organization by the British government, has somewhat dislocated it from its intellectual milieu. Thus the history of revolutionary Indian anti-colonialism reflects a confluence of transnational and local activities, philosophies, and contexts. As such, and as is often afforded in historical accounts of events deemed revolutions, revolutionary thought is both the product of and the cause of widespread, often global, flows of people, ideas, and texts. At the same time, revolutionaries' responses to regional and national insults show the interplay of a cosmopolitan awareness with a nationalist engagement. 10 For these reasons, the term revolutionary seems too expansive to account for a straightforwardly nationalist politics. Indeed, The self-proclaimed revolutionaries under study in this issue often combined a political struggle against the Raj with a distinctively ethical distrust of state-based politics and an aesthetic interest in new material forms. In Bhagat Singh's Ovra, Why I Am an Atheist and his introduction to Ram Saran Das's poetic Dreamland are both as important as his statement in the Sessions Court. V. D. Savarkar's highly aestheticized revisionist history of 1857 is as much a work of literature as it is a political document. Thus reading revolutionary writing in order to define revolutionary behavior is a task that demands the combined efforts of scholars working in multiple fields which share the common ground of South Asian and post-colonial studies, historical, cultural, and literary studies. The visual turn in South Asian historiography, inspired by the path-breaking work of Christopher Pinney and Sumanthi Ramangsvamya 11 along with greater attention paid to popular genres engaging in historical narratives, such as film, comic, and bizarre histories, has also opened up productive avenues of inquiry, demonstrating fresh ways of reading and writing revolutionary histories. These underscore the extraordinary grasp the HSRA had on the role of visuality in political communication, particularly in the strategic deployment of portraiture to illustrate their politics. Reading these images is therefore an important angle of analysis. Point 12 Simultaneously, recent academic conversations in the fields of literary study have not only offered new protocols for reading anti-colonial texts as literature, they have illuminated the ways in which these anti-colonial thinkers could be put into provocative conversation with ethical and political philosophy. Point 13. On one hand, we hope to open up discussion about new resources leading the reconceptualization of the historiography of Indian nationalism, by complicating tendencies towards simple teleological narratives of the proverbial march to independence. On the other hand, we seek to highlight the dispersed genealogy of modern literary and philosophical thought, which allows us new resources towards reconceiving ethical, political, and aesthetic practices. We have left off important thinkers, writers, and agitators. Given the recent proliferation of scholarly attention to him, the most glaring omission is M.K. Gandhi. Point 14 For the same reason, however, we have decided to leave him out of focus, though he continually hovers in the imaginations of many of the figures under analysis here, especially J.P. Narayan's, whose designation as a Gandhian socialist perpetually anchors him to his avowed intellectual predecessor. Gandhi is perhaps a revolutionary. Much work has made a case for this 15, but in the long history of Indian historiography, he often represents the position against which revolutionaries were defined. Point 16. Is revolutionary synonymous with violent action, then? Given recent vibrant academic discussion around forms of violence, this is a question very much under debate in this issue. Even the HRSA sought to clarify that revolution was not tantamount to the cult of the bomb and the pistol, but that the present order of things which is based on manifest injustice must change. Point 17 They would have to reiterate this on several occasions. Point 18 Daniel Elam's essay in this collection on Bhagat Singh's relationship to U.S. anarchism argues that a philosophical reconsideration of violence itself stands at the fore of Singh's writings. Indeed, it does a disservice to both Gandhi and his opponents that the historiography of Indian nationalism remains wedded to the binary of nonviolence and violence without rigorously and systematically interrogating the disarray of such terms in anti-colonial texts. Such a binary remains troublingly loyal to British colonial definitions of revolutionary activity, where revolutionary and terrorist were frequently interchangeable descriptors of anti-colonial agitation. Indeed, many figures under analysis here often foreground love as a revolutionary stance. Chris Manjupar's essay on M. N. Roy's Impossible Intimacies, as well as Simona Saune's and Daniel Elam's pieces on love in HSRA writings, suggest that love is a fundamental revolutionary disposition. In British colonial documents, crafted in the prose of counterinsurgency, the revolutionaries of the HSRA were denounced as terrorists or murderers. Reiterating this was a discursive maneuver to ensure that the government could righteously pursue the revolutionaries through the courts to their deaths or life imprisonment, if necessary, by tailoring legally questionable ordinances. Point 19. To be a revolutionary, then, seems to require a marginal and persecuted role in the nationalist narrative, for it has become a truism, especially in the West, where Attenborough's motion picture has heavily influenced popular understandings of the dynamics of the Indian anti-colonial movement, that Gandhian nonviolence delivered independence to India. Colonial reports seemed unanimous that any organization or individual who sought to overthrow the British without decades of negotiations and bartering, that by the 1920s had become established as the only legitimate form of effecting political change, was a revolutionary. The HSRA, in its various manifestos and missives written, it should be noted, by several different people and in the dynamic environment of the civil disobedience movement, conceded that they made use of terrorism as one of many strategies, but generally denied that they were terrorist. 20 Revolutionary actions were planned with the media in mind, as a form of propaganda by deed, a phrase borrowed from Bakunin. This was intended to create a mass movement of support for their leftist political objectives. But violence was not their only form of action. Bhagat Singh's jail writings and Sukhdev's letter to Gandhi, posthumously published in Young India, reveal that the revolutionaries of the HSRA were perfectly amenable to changing their tactics to suit the political moment. Revolutionary struggle assumes different shapes at different times, wrote Sukhdev, just days before his execution. It becomes sometimes open, sometimes hidden, sometimes purely agitational, and sometimes a fierce life and death struggle. 21. Our initial fascination in this project was drawn to the challenge of reading revolutionaries. Chris Moffat's focus on the revolutionary gesture, the bomb, the bullet, the chant, the hunger strike, the kissing of the hangman's noose as they resonated in the public sphere of the early 1930s enables a much more dynamic and exciting reading of the revolutionaries than any script allows. Yet many of us are compelled back to their textual traces. Despite the multi-layered nature of the HSRA's diverse gestures, the British saw only outrages, unprovoked assaults on the Anglo-Indian body politic and their protectors that deserved the highest possible penalty. British colonial discourses on terrorism have proven to be enduring, intermittently catalyzing debates about acceptable terminologies to describe the collective, but not necessarily cohesive, in space nor in time, body of activists who sought to overthrow the Raj. In the immediate aftermath of independence, for politically expedient reasons, chronicling the travails of nonviolent Congress campaigns took center stage, and very little acknowledgement was given to the revolutionary contribution in the freedom struggle. 22 When it came to writing the history of the revolutionaries in the 1960s, scholars tended to transport the discourses of the archive into their writing. 23 As Durba Ghosh explains in her work on Bengali revolutionaries, terrorist was not considered a pejorative term, but rather one that was used by the insurgents themselves to mark their turn towards political violence against the colonial state. 24 By the 1980s the accepted terminology in scholarly circles was a hybrid, revolutionary terrorist. Bipin Chandra, one of the more prolific scholars to write about the revolutionaries, used the term almost apologetically, explaining that he did so in the absence of a better term and without criticism or value judgment. 25 More recently, the term revolutionary nationalism has emerged as a remedy, although this speaks more to the popular constructions of the revolutionaries as nationalists who were willing to use violence, rather than conceding that while the revolutionaries welcomed independence, it was often not their final goal. 26. Is the revolutionary a set of acts or a fixed identity? Aparna Vadik's essay presses this question by tracing the unhappy story of Hans Raj Vora, once an active member of the HSRA, who was compelled to testify against his friends in court. Given the political potency of martyrdom that has followed Bhagat Singh and his colleagues in death, can Vora still count as a revolutionary of sorts, a necessary character in the tragedy of heroic revolutionary sacrifice? Or in becoming a reviled approver did he irrevocably transition to the territory reserved for the collaborator of earlier historiographical thinking on anti-colonialism? Heroism has become a fundamental ingredient in constructions of revolutionariness, both now and in the past. Recent work has demonstrated the epic popularity of the revolutionaries in the aftermath of the hangings of Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru, as reflected in a din of banned publications, songs, poems, plays, banners and slogans. Point 27 In their memoirs, surviving revolutionaries speak of the disappointment of the satyagrahis they encountered in jail, when they discovered that the imprisoned revolutionary did not meet the expectation of a flaming youth of an austere face with red-hot eyes that many had imagined. Point 28 Such notions have been carried into angry young man-style representations of the revolutionaries in contemporary culture. The contemporary afterlives of the HSRA have carried this trajectory even further, as Simona Sauna's and Chris Moffat's essays demonstrate. Point 29. What, then, of the revolutionary present? In our final analysis, we ask, what can we make of the afterlives of revolutionary thought? The afterlives of these revolutionary figures are as much a story about street poster vendors and cinema-goers as they are about national leaders. A range that illustrates the lingering influence of revolutionary nationalism left, however undefined, across visual popular, public, and political cultures. The alignment between violence and revolutionary action has been reinforced in visual culture, in which images of heroes known for their militant defense of the nation, Bhagat Singh, Chandrasekhar Azad, Subhas Chandra Bose, Udham Singh, Shivaji, Rana Pratap are brought into the same frame of reference. Point 30 The phenomenon of the Bhagat Singh biopic, of which there are now many cinematic incarnations, plus several television versions with quasi-documentary claims, is indicative of the enduring appeal of thriller nationalism. 31. Recent and contemporary political struggles have been similarly animated by references to the revolutionaries. Activists sought to disarm the Khalistan insurgency by appealing to militants in the name of Bhagat Singh for the unity and integrity of the country for which the martyrs sacrificed their lives, even as Khalistanis proclaimed Bhagat Singh's anti-statist stance as consistent with their own. 32 Successive governments scanned school textbooks, exams, and curricula to excise appellations that might besmirch the name of martyrs. 33 2007 marked the year of Bhagat Singh's birth centenary, celebrated by a multitude of governmental ceremonies, statue unveilings, exhibitions and appreciation volumes. Such fanfare prepared the ground for a controversy sparked when candidates sitting the highly competitive entrance exam for the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, in October that year were asked to evaluate the revolutionary terrorism represented by Bhagat Singh. 34 Subsequent protests led to a scrupulous re-examination of National Council of Educational Research and Training, NCERT, school textbooks not only to excise references to terrorism but also to correct references that define the struggles of the revolutionaries as conspiracies. 35 The question who is a revolutionary was as much up for debate in the 1920s and 1930s as it is for us today. Aparna Vadik's and Vinayak Chaturvedi's essays press these questions most provocatively, and consequently expand the category of revolutionary towards new lines of historical and literary inquiry. Identifying a text as revolutionary, however, is just as complicated as identifying its author as revolutionary, and often, given the archival record and the necessarily clandestine praxis of the revolutionary writer, as difficult as identifying an author in the first place. The question before us is not whether this is a systematic body of political thought. It purposefully was not, and it need not be. The assemblage of revolutionary thought in the late colonial period was dynamic, it was generous and generative. Revolutionary ideologies, even within the same organization, were always produced in situ, responsive to exigency and context. These writers and agitators were sometimes nationalist, sometimes internationalist, sometimes pacifist, sometimes violent, sometimes moderate, sometimes extreme. Revolutionary thought challenged the state orthodoxies of theoretical traditions and reveled in what Leela Gandhi has called, in another context, the promiscuous alliances. 36 That made anti-colonial thought such a vibrant ethical and political force. Revolutionary thought, especially that under analysis here, represents a constellation of political thought that revolves around attempts, explicit or not, to answer the question who is a revolutionary in its many forms, aesthetic, ethical, and political. The question remains. The challenge, it seems to us, is to provide a framework equipped with different methodological tools that can open up a space for discussion and debate, rather than stripping back historical inflections to retrieve an objective and identifiable category. Moreover, the challenge is to take seriously the claims that anti-colonial agitators themselves offered. We therefore evade our own question. Our conversation here is not definitive indeed. By the end, we hope we have created openings in which further questions can be posed, more messiness can be appreciated, and such slipperiness can be productive for future historical and theoretical inquiry. A Revolutionary's Biography, The Case of V.D. Savarkar. Vinayak Chaturvedi. They ask me to read Life of Barrister Savarkar. Durgadas Khanna. As an intellectual founder of Hindu nationalism, V.D. Savarkar has emerged as one of the most controversial Indian political thinkers of the 20th century. His writings on Hindutva have generated a great deal of attention for many decades now. In fact, it is impossible to write about Hindutva without considering Savarkar's role. However, in this article, I examine Savarkar's contribution to the history of an idea that is generally overlooked in the historiography, namely, the revolutionary. The purpose of this article, therefore, is to examine the impact of Savarkar's interpretation of the revolutionary on modern political thought in India. Savarkar not only established criteria for identifying revolutionaries, but he argued that studying the life stories of revolutionaries would inspire Indians to create future revolutions. For Savarkar, the reading of history was ontologically transformative, and the contributions of past revolutionaries were meant to create an effective response in readers of the text, thereby motivating individuals to not only participate in wars, but also become transformed into revolutionaries. I also explain that it is in this context that Savarkar wrote perhaps his most audacious text, a pseudonymous biography of himself as a revolutionary entitled Life of Barrister Savarkar, LBS. Point 1. In other words, for Savarkar, writing his own biography was meant to influence and inspire others. By considering important clues about the reception of Savarkar's writings, I will argue that any history of revolutionary thought in early 20th century India must examine the role of LBS and Savarkar's other early writings, despite the fact that these texts clearly do not have the same reception today as they did a century ago. Given the nature of contemporary political critique of Hindutva, especially from the left in India and beyond, it is almost counterintuitive to begin to consider how Savarkar's writings contributed to the making of revolutionary thought. Equally, it seems controversial to suggest that Savarkar was himself a revolutionary. There are, of course, important factors that help to explain the nature of these arguments. Interpretations of Indian revolutionary thought are situated within a Western Marxist lineage, so it is generally assumed that Savarkar could neither have been a revolutionary, nor could he have contributed to the making of revolutionary thought. Point 2. His understanding of revolutionary thought was initially informed by the writings of the Italian political theorist Giuseppe Mazzini, rather than within a Marxist tradition. Point 3. Savarkar opted to write histories of revolutionaries, and revolutionary wars, as opposed to providing theoretical treatises or political tracts on revolution. But what makes it difficult to fully interpret Savarkar's conceptualization of the revolutionary is that he does not provide a systematic critique of the idea in his writings. As a consequence, the historiography on revolutionaries and revolutionary thought in India has generally neglected to consider Savarkar and his writings. Further, for the left today, Savarkar's arguments about the significance of revolutionaries in the making of revolutionary wars in his best-known work on the subject, The Indian War of Independence of 1857, hereafter IWI, are viewed as ocious. Yet this was not always the case. It is well established in the historiography that in the years between 1906 and 1910, Savarkar collaborated with a group of young Indians based in Britain and Paris, led by the intellectual Shyamaji Krishnavarma. For it is in this period that Savarkar started writing and publishing some of his seminal historical texts on nationalism and anti-imperialism, such as his book on Giuseppe Mazzini and IWI.5. However, Savarkar was not a systematic thinker, and functioned more eclectically in his political alliances, at least in the early decades of the 1900s and 1910s. As a consequence, he quickly acquired international prominence not only for his writings, but also for his advocacy of violence against government officials in India and Britain. What is often forgotten is that in the first half of the 20th century his early writings in English, especially on revolutionaries and revolutionary wars, had a wide reception among anarchists, nationalists, anti-imperialists, revolutionaries, socialists, Nazis, and fascists alike, well beyond what Savarkar himself would have anticipated. 6. Despite the fact that Savarkar was not on the left, he functioned under multiple flags, to borrow Benedict Anderson's formulation in the early decades of the 20th century, in which some of his ideas converged with those of contemporary intellectuals across the political spectrum. 7 Further, C.A. Bailey has identified this historical conjuncture as reflecting a fluid intellectual economy in India, Europe, and beyond. 8 Bailey suggests that intellectuals, like Savarkar, did not fit into neat classifications of right or left, which were probably anachronistic for this period. In any case. 9 In other words, ideas were circulated and received along multiple political trajectories, forming complex rhizomal networks on a global scale. 10 And, because these networks generally functioned underground and were classified as criminal by states and empires, it is often difficult to fully understand the intricate connections that made up the contemporary intellectual economy. 11 It is in this context that the life of Barrister Savarkar was not only written, but also circulated. While the British government immediately banned the text, judging Savarkar's life story as too seditious for anyone to read, it found its way into the hands of sympathizers across the political spectrum. 2. In 1926, Life of Barrister Savarkar, the first English-language biography of Savarkar, was published in Madras. 12 LBS was not intended to cover Savarkar's entire life story, rather it focused on the period between 1883, the year that Savarkar was born, and his conviction for multiple crimes against the British government in 1911. Savarkar opted to use the pen name Chitragupta in writing the biography, but this was a common practice by this point for authors who wanted to avoid detection or arrest by government officials. By the time LBS appeared in print, Savarkar had published multiple books in which he also employed pen names, such as An Indian Nationalist for the Indian War of Independence of 1857, and A Maratha for Essentials of Hindutva. 13 In 1939, a revised edition of LBS was published in New Delhi 3 years after Savarkar was finally released as a political prisoner. 14 Indra Prakash, an official of the Hindu Mahasabha, was responsible for expanding and updating LBS in order to recognize and promote Savarkar's contributions to nationalism and anti-colonialism, especially as Savarkar was serving as the president of the All India Hindu Mahasabha, 1937 to 1944. Yet the identity of Chitragupta was neither revealed nor discussed in the new edition of the book. Veer Savarkar Prakashan, the official publisher of Savarkar's writings based in Bombay, brought out a second edition of the original LBS in 1987, without the updates and revisions from the 1939 text. 15 This edition revealed that Chitragupta was the pen name used by Savarkar in writing his own biography. 16 This little-known fact about the authorship of LBS has not been discussed in analyses of Savarkar's political thought, nor has it been considered a text that contributes to Savarkar's oeuvre. It is important to note that Savarkar did not officially claim that he was the author of LBS during his lifetime. He died in 1966, and it is unclear whether he had even authorized the posthumous disclosure of his identity as its author. However, the identity of Savarkar as the author of LBS is revealed by Ravindra Vaman Ramdas, the author of the new preface to the 1987 edition of the book. Ramdas asserts that Chitragupta was none other than Veer Savarkar, and posits that it will remain a mystery why Savarkar never disclosed his identity in post-colonial India. 17 Further, Ramdas asserts that the person responsible for the publication of the second edition was actually Savarkar's brother, Narayan Damodar Savarkar. 18 Despite not having additional clues or information, the main point to consider is that following the publication of the second edition of LBS, Savarkar was publicly acknowledged as the author of the text by the official publisher of his writings. 19 The fact that LBS was published during Savrakar's tenure as a political prisoner certainly helps to explain why he may have used a pseudonym. However, there may be other considerations as well. At one level, Savrakar was not the only individual to have used the pen name Chitragupta. As early as the 1760s, Raghunath Yadav also wrote biographical narratives and historical chronicles known as Bakhars under the name Chitragupta. 20 Given that Savrakar was not only familiar with Bakhar historiography, but had written a history of the Marathas Hindu Padpadshahi, 1925, it is likely that he would have been aware of Yadav's prominent biographical writings on Shivaji. 21 By the 20th century, there were others who were also adopting the name Chitragupta to hide their identities. While writing in English and vernacular languages in India, but it is difficult to know how many authors actually used it. 22 At another level, why Savrakar, or others, would have chosen the name Chitragupta in the first place is a conundrum. It was popularly known that Chitragupta was the chief scribe of Yama, the god of death, responsible for not only maintaining a written record of all human actions, but also providing judgments of those actions. In other words, Chitragupta's writings had great powers that needed to be revered by all. Due to the context in which LBS was written and published, it is not known whether in using the name Chitragupta Savrakar was evoking Yadav, Yama's scribe, or someone else altogether. Nor is this issue taken up in any of the editions of LBS. I begin with a brief history of LBS to posit that the text has played a central role in the way Savrakar has been remembered and commemorated, especially in hagiographical accounts in the 20th and 21st centuries. Further, reading Savrakar as the author of LBS provides new insights into his own role in promoting discourses about his identity. In other words, Savrakar in the guise of Chitragupta was responsible for providing perhaps the most significant narration of his life story in the first half of the 20th century that later biographers often adopted in their own respective works. 23 Moreover, Ram Das argues that the author had a specific purpose in writing LBS, that is, of celebrating Savrakar as the revolutionary. He states, the life of Barrister Savrakar deals with the formative years of work of the revolutionary on European soil. 24 Perhaps it is surprising that the focus in LBS is to provide a narrative of Savrakar as the revolutionary, rather than emphasizing his more popular identities as the Hindu nationalist, the Indian patriot, and the anti-imperialist. To be clear, this is not to suggest that these other identities are not discussed in LBS. Yet, in the 1920s, Savrakar also wrote a memoir, entitled My Transportation for Life, describing his period of incarceration in the cellular prison in the Andaman Islands. 25 While the memoir provided important autobiographical insights about Savrakar's life as a prisoner, LBS proved to have lasting appeal for sympathetic readers across the political spectrum. It provided an interpretation of his life story that contrasted with the official claim that Savrakar was simply involved in criminal activities against the British government. Instead, it introduced an alternative history of Savrakar as the revolutionary. For Savrakar, the idea was to study histories of the overthrow of governments and empires that would serve as inspiration for others to take up new revolutions in an age of empire. He was not concerned with any interpretation of revolution inspired by Marxism. But there is a shift in emphasis in LBS, that is, it is clear that the Russian Revolution of 1917 had some lasting impact on Savrakar. This is not to suggest that Savrakar adopted Russian Marxism or Leninism at this stage of his political career, or that there was contradiction in his thought. Nor was Savrakar interested in engaging with a critique of capitalism. Rather, he was influenced by the fact that the Russian Revolution created transformation led by those who identified themselves as revolutionaries. It served as another historical example for those interested in leading future revolutions. Yet what makes it difficult to interpret Savrakar's conceptualization of the revolutionary is that he does not provide a systematic critique of the concept or idea in his writings. Instead, he pursued an eclectic approach to understanding histories of revolution. However, it should be noted that this is a characteristic of most of Savrakar's writings, especially those written while he was under the surveillance of government officials or the prison censor. 26. 3. Savarkar's early writings and political activity in Britain helped to illuminate his interpretations of the revolutionary in Indian history. This is also essential for understanding how Savarkar as Chitragupta interprets himself as the revolutionary. Before turning to the arguments presented in LBS, it is necessary to briefly consider this work. Savarkar was already engaged in anti-imperial politics as a law student in India. However, it is not clear whether he identified himself as a revolutionary at this point of his political career. In 1905, Savarkar left India for England for the purpose of pursuing an advanced law degree. Shortly after his arrival in London, he collaborated with his mentor Shyamji Krishnavarma and other Indian students by joining an underground political organization, the Abhinav Bharat Society, ABS, or the Young India Society. All members were required to take an oath declaring their personal commitment to the revolutionary objectives of the ABS, that is, I solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall from this moment do everything in my power to fight for independence, convinced that Swarajya can never be attained except by the waging of a bloody and relentless war against the foreigner. And with this object, I join the Abhinav Bharat, the revolutionary society of all Hindus then. Despite his declaration as a revolutionary, Savarkar never wielded a weapon. Instead, he argued that writing histories was a necessary step in overthrowing colonial rule. Savarkar adopted the principle that discursive power was a necessary component of all revolutions. For Savarkar, one of his primary objectives as a member of the ABS was to produce histories that would inspire others to take up the cause of a revolutionary war. In early 1907, he completed his first book on Maclea, which was published in Marathi in India, and immediately proscribed by the government. 27 While in England, Savarkar read widely on a number of topics, especially related to the global histories of imperialism and nationalism. His interest in Maclea's writings was not unique in this period. In fact, several intellectuals had already written critiques on the significance of Maclea for Indian politics, including M.K. Gandhi, Lajpat Rai, and S.N. Banerjee. 28 However, Savarkar's interpretation differed from these earlier works, as he saw the revolutionary potential in Maclea's writings. 29. Savarkar produced a slim volume in which he wrote a biographical essay on Maclea, while also translating 9 select essays from the 6 volumes of the life and writings of Joseph Maclea. 30 Savarkar was not only impressed with Maclea's life story, but he put forward the claim that it was necessary for Indian revolutionaries to understand the significance of Italian history. 31 For Savarkar, Maclea's personal interactions with Giuseppe Garibaldi and other revolutionaries were significant for his understanding of warfare. Garibaldi had been in exile in Brazil and Uruguay, fighting alongside revolutionary forces, before he returned to Italy in 1848. Maclea formed an alliance with Garibaldi in order to fight with the Kingdom of Sardinia against the Austrian Empire. While the imperial rule in Italy did not end despite the efforts of the alliance at this point, later wars did succeed in the 1860s. In discussing Maclea's writings, Savarkar refers to the rising of 1848 in Italy as an example for Indians to consider when writing their own histories, especially the events of 1857, which Savarkar initially calls the Revolutionary War of 1857. 32 He also suggests that the fact that the Italian Revolution was unsuccessful in reaching its objectives of overthrowing imperial rule does not mean that it should be considered a failure. Instead, he adopts the claim that later Italian revolutionaries drew inspiration from the events of 1848. For Savarkar, revolutionaries in India needed to learn from this historical example as a way to continue the objectives of the ABS, namely, pursuing a relentless war against British rule in India. While in England, he also frequently spoke in public and published essays about the urgency of a revolutionary war for achieving independence in India. In addition to the book on Maclea, in 1907, Savarkar had completed his study of the rebellions of 1857.33. However, the British government proscribed the text before it was even published, claiming that Savarkar's writings would incite violence at home and in the colonies. Not only were British officials aware that Savarkar was regularly in the British Library, working on a research project on the events of 1857, but government officials had monitored Savarkar's publications and speeches that anticipated his arguments in his book. For example, the government was aware that Savarkar had published articles on 1857 in Marathi newspapers in India, but also that he had circulated handbills in London commemorating the quinquagenary of the rebellions. On May 10, 1907, Savarkar delivered a speech entitled O Martyrs, in which he asserted that 1857 was in fact a revolutionary war that served as an inspiration for establishing a permanent war in India. He states, "This day, we dedicate, O martyrs, to your inspiring memory. It was on this day that you raised a new flag to be upheld, you uttered a mission to be fulfilled, you saw a mission to be realized. We take up your cry, we revere your flag, we are determined to continue that fiery mission of away with the foreigner, which you uttered, amidst the prophetic thunderings of the Revolutionary War." Revolutionary, yes, it was a revolutionary war. For the war of 1857 shall not cease till the revolution arrives, striking slavery into dust, elevating liberty to the throne. Whenever a people arises for its freedom, whenever that seed of liberty gets germinated in the blood of its fathers, whenever there remains at least one true son to avenge that blood of his fathers, there never can be an end to such a war as this. 34. Savarkar expanded his arguments in his book, The Indian War of Independence of 1857, which was eventually published in 1909. The title of the book was so captivating that the rebellions of 1857 were soon identified as a war of independence. However, throughout Savarkar's text, he considers War of Independence as synonymous with revolution and revolutionary war, a point that is not generally acknowledged in analyses of IWI. In the introductory chapter of IWI, for example, Savarkar primarily focuses on the principles of great religious and political revolutions, such as in France or Holland. 35 However, in order to clarify his own ideas in IWI, Savarkar writes the following on revolutions. Every revolution must have a fundamental principle. A revolutionary movement cannot be based on a flimsy and momentary grievance. It is always due to some all-moving principle for which hundreds and thousands of men fight. The moving spirits of revolutions are deemed holy or unholy in proportion as the principle underlying them is beneficial or wicked. In history, the deeds of an individual or nation are judged by the character of the motive. To write a full history of a revolution means necessarily the tracing of all the events of that revolution back to their source, the motive. 36. Savarkar argues that the historiography of 1857 has refused to acknowledge the true rationale of those who took up arms in the war. Rather, the histories have tended to emphasize the temporary or accidental causes of the war, while completely ignoring the real spirit of the revolution. 37 The motives for Savarkar center on the principles of Swaraj and Swadharma, which he defines as the love of one's country and the love of one's religion, respectively. For him, these were principles that guided all revolutionaries in India and beyond. Without these principles, a true revolution was not possible. Again, Savarkar returns to Maclea to support his claim, rather than turning to other contemporaries engaged in writing about revolutions. I mention this to underscore that Savarkar's conceptualization of revolutions and revolutionaries followed a specific trajectory that was not engaged with revolutionary thought influenced by Marxism in India or Europe. Once the principles of revolutions are identified, Savarkar argues that histories of revolutionary wars need to be written as part of a nation's strategy. Revolutionary histories would, of course, differ from the histories that did not take into account Swaraj and Swadharma. Savarkar explains that his purpose in IWI was to provide a necessary corrective to analyses that interpreted the events of 1857 as a military mutiny. He posits that most historians had adopted methodological approaches that neglected native sources and the voices of Indians, who either witnessed or participated in wars. He further explains that within the context of imperial rule, These histories were ignored, forgotten, and silenced. For British historians, the events were also unthinkable as revolutions or wars of independence. Instead, for Savarkar, by viewing the past through the guiding principles of Swaraj and Swadharma, he was able to write about the brilliance of a war of independence as a revolutionary war. 38. 4. On March 13, 1910, Savarkar was arrested on multiple criminal charges, including procuring and distributing arms, sedition, and waging war against the King Emperor of India. In 1911, the government opted to send Savarkar to India for his trial, rather than holding it in Britain. However, when the ship carrying Savarkar temporarily docked at Marseilles, France, Savarkar escaped, jumping off the ship and swimming to shore. Upon meeting a French policeman, he asked for political asylum, but the policeman either did not understand Savarkar's request, or he was unaware of the international guidelines. In any case, Savarkar was returned to British authorities. Savarkar was eventually tried in Bombay, and he was convicted and sentenced to 2 life terms in the cellular prison in the Andaman Islands. The French government filed a case in the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague for Savarkar's release from British custody. 39 The court ruled against the French petition, but by this point Savarkar had achieved global prominence. Not only did the national presses in Britain and India write about Savarkar's case at The Hague, but reports of his activities were also published in select global papers. 40 Some writers, for example, celebrated Savarkar as an exemplary anti-imperialist following his arrest. Perhaps most famously, in 1911, Jean Longuet, a leading socialist and anti-imperialist in France, and the grandson of Karl Marx, wrote about Savarkar as a revolutionary in an article written in El Humanite. 41 Savarkar spent 10 years in the cellular prison, before being transferred to prisons in western India. By the 1920s, Savarkar's writings were smuggled out of prison and found their way into print. It is important to note that he produced some of his most important writings on Hindutva at this time, but it is also a period in which he wrote some of his seminal works in English. He argued that it was necessary for him to write in English for a national readership in India, rather than produce texts only accessible to a Marathi reading public. It is in this context that LBS was originally written. Despite having been identified as a revolutionary and celebrated for his anti-imperial politics, it appears that Savarkar felt it necessary to produce a pseudonymous biography to narrate his life as a revolutionary. But what is missing from the text is an explicit discussion of Savarkar's interpretation of revolution. While Savarkar briefly addresses his understanding of revolution in his earlier works, this is not something that he fully addresses in the main text of LBS. LBS begins with a discussion of Savarkar as one of the most brilliant Indian revolutionists, who followed in a lineage of other Chitpavan Brahmins in Maharashtra that spanned over 200 years. 42 Although the idea that Savarkar was a revolutionary due to his caste is mentioned at the start of LBS, it is not explicitly discussed in the text. In other words, it is assumed that the readers of the text understand the ontological links between Savarkar as a Brahmin and a revolutionary. The early chapters emphasize that Savarkar was a precocious child who expressed revolutionary principles in his everyday life. By the age of 14, he had taken a vow to commit his life to political agitation against British rule in India. Savarkar soon began a propaganda campaign to inspire other youth to immerse themselves into the cause of revolutionary politics. Further, he was inspired by the political commitment of the Chapekar brothers Damodar, Balkrishna, and Vasudev, who assassinated the British official W.C. Rand in 1897. After the Chapekars were eventually arrested and executed, the young Savarkar produced a fiery ballad, further exemplifying his revolutionary thought. 43 Based on the biography, this appears to be one of Savarkar's earliest writings. Apparently several other adolescents were motivated by Savarkar's message, and these individuals joined his secret society called Mitra Mela, which is described in LBS as a revolutionary organization set up for instruction, insurrection, and action. 44. What is striking about LBS is that nearly every page of the slim text has a reference to Savarkar as a revolutionary. While there is an argument presented in the early chapters of the book that Savrakar's revolutionary principles were already a part of his being as a child, later chapters in LBS focus on his maturation as a revolutionary through extensive training and study. Savrakar is described as having read almost all revolutionary history as a college student, while also consuming a large corpus of Marathi poetry. 45 He further immersed himself in the study of world history by reading all the volumes of the Story of the Nation series, a multi-volume series of books published in the late 19th century and early 20th century. 46 Based on these diverse readings, he was specifically attracted to the life stories of Matsena, Shivaji, Garibaldi, and Ramdas, historical figures who are described as having inspired Savrakar's own revolutionary politics. 47 It is important to note that these are the same figures Savrakar cites as inspirations for the writing of IWI. As a student, Savrakar began to compose revolutionary songs, while also delivering lectures on the stages of revolutionary evolution by discussing the history of the Italian Revolution. 48 The purpose, as argued in LBS, was not only for Savrakar to circulate revolutionary tenets to the youth, but also to sow the seeds of revolution in Maharashtra. 49 After completing his studies in India, Savrakar is described in LBS as having moved to England in order to scatter the seeds of Indian revolution. 50 More generally, he argued that it was essential for Indians to travel to Europe to further their education. He is quoted as saying, "We must go to England, France, and Russia and learn how to organize a revolution, and win back our freedom." 51 For Savrakar, it was necessary to contact fellow Indian students so that they could be initiated and trained to revolutionary thought and action. 52 In addition, he was interested in meeting the revolutionaries who operated in Russian secret organizations as a way to learn the methods of violence from individuals interested in overthrowing the Russian Tsarist regime. Upon arriving in London, Savrakar is described as assuming the leadership of all Indian revolutionaries. He not only influenced all the members of the ABS, but he converted his mentor Krishnavarma to revolutionary politics as well. 53 He began giving extensive speeches on the history of revolutionary wars in Italy, France, and the United States. As his influence grew, he was soon organizing revolutionaries from different parts of the world for the purpose of leading a global revolution against British imperialism. 54 Although his plan did not come to fruition, Savrakar is identified as having a comparable role to the leadership of the Italian and Russian revolutionaries who preceded him, namely, Garibaldi and Lenin, respectively. However, in the text, Savrakar's life story is also compared to three 19th century figures, Matsena, Lajos Kossuth, the Hungarian revolutionary leader, and Peter Kropotkin, the Russian anarcho-communist. 55 Yet, what makes a further analysis difficult in this context is that there is no discussion explaining the additional links between Savrakar's ideas and those of these other figures mentioned in the text. In LBS, Savrakar's influence is certainly elevated as he is described as single-handedly transforming the political landscape in Britain, while influencing every intellectual who interacts with him. 56 He is described as having the power of converting to his cause even those individuals who opposed revolutionary politics. He is further depicted as prophetic in anticipating the development of revolutionary politics in India and beyond. 57 For him, Indians across the globe have adopted his ideas and are executing them in revolutionary acts big and small. Savrakar was eventually arrested in 1910. Fellow revolutionaries were apparently demoralized by this unjust act by the British government. 58 However, Savrakar is described as having persevered in this period of difficulty by seeking inspiration from a story of an escape of a Russian revolutionary who was also held prisoner by officials of the Russian Tsar. This individual is not identified in LBS. 59 The last chapter of the text discusses his escape from British custody in Marseilles, France, and his eventual recapture. However, his story ends with a discussion of how Savrakar continued to promote the revolutionary principles of the ABS to other prisoners while he was on trial. His power of converting individuals to a revolutionary mentality continued despite the fact that he was convicted on multiple charges, and he was sentenced to 2 life terms in the cellular prison. 60. Throughout LBS, there is an assumption that the reader will simply understand what Savarkar means by revolution. Once readers became aware of Savarkar's life story, they would be transformed into revolutionaries. There is also an assumption that readers will have some familiarity with historical figures identified in the text and the histories of revolution. Whereas in Savarkar's early writings, such as IWI, he emphasized the revolutions in France and Italy, in LBS, the oblique references to the Russian Revolution are found throughout the text. As discussed above, this does not suggest that he was influenced by the principles of the Russian Revolution, rather it served simply as another historical example of the power of revolutions to create transformations in society. V. It is difficult to know the impact of LBS in India's political culture following its publication, as not only was LBS banned, but other publications on Savarkar's life were also proscribed in the early decades of the 20th century. While additional research is still required to better understand the production, circulation, and reception of underground texts in colonial India, there is a small clue about LBS worth considering that helps to explain how revolutionaries may have read the text. In a 1976 interview, Durga Das Khanna, the former chair of the Punjab Legislative Council in independent India, and prior to that a revolutionary, described how during one of his first meetings with Bhagat Singh and Sukhdev Thapar, Punjabi leaders of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, HSRA, in the 1920s he was asked to read Nikolai Bukharin and Evgeny Preobrazhensky's The ABC of Communism, 1920, Daniel Breen's My Fight for Irish Freedom, 1924, and Chitragupta's Life of Barrister. Savarkar. 61 Khanna also mentions that later encounters with the two leaders included discussions about other texts, such as John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World, 1919, a personal account of the Russian Revolution. Khanna's description of his meetings and discussions in the interview are incomplete. However, they appear consistent with the intellectual and political requirements set out by the leaders of the HSRA, who expected members of the organization to be educated in histories of the Russian Revolution, and the anti-imperialist activities of the Irish Republican Army. What is perhaps surprising is that Singh and Thapar expected recruits like Khanna to learn about the biography of Savarkar based on the life of Barrister Savarkar. By the time LBS was published, Savarkar had already established himself as a foundational figure in promoting Hindutva, the ideology of Hindu nationalism, through his writings, especially Essentials of Hindutva, 1923, and Hindu Padpadshahi, 1925. Yet, during this period, Savarkar was identified as an exemplary revolutionary who contested British imperialism. His biography provided insights into the necessary characteristics required of an Indian revolutionary, that is, courage, bravery, commitment, and sacrifice. For example, Hamsarajura Habara explains that Bhagat Singh had read a small biography of Savarkar in English in the Dwarkadas Library in Lahore, which apparently left a great impression on Singh. 62 Rahabara does not mention the title of the text, but based on the description it is certainly a reference to LBS, the only English-language biography available at the time. In addition, Rahabara posits that Bhagat Singh also read Savarkar's The Indian War of Independence of 1857, and that he was also greatly influenced by it. 63 G. M. Joshi further argues that Singh and members of his revolutionary group were responsible for publishing the third edition of Savarkar's IWI. 64 According to Joshi, copies of IWI were found in the possession of all the members of the Lahore conspiracy case, including Singh. Whether Joshi has exaggerated the significance of the text for members of the HSRA remains unclear. Singh, of course, was engaged in reading widely on revolutionary thought in the Dwarkadas Library, which had acquired a significant collection of Marxist literature by the mid-1920s. 65 While in prison, he continued to read and write extensively, especially engaging with the ideas of Rousseau, Marx, and Lenin. There is at least one reference to Savarkar's work beyond IWI in Singh's prison writings, it is a passage taken from Savrakar's Hindu Pad Padshahi. 66. While there is insufficient information about how figures like Singh or Thapar may have interpreted the corpus of Savrakar's work, the key point is that both promoted LBS without realizing that Savrakar was its author. The bifurcation of how Savrakar's life story was read in the early decades of the 20th century cannot be detached from contemporary exigencies for those individuals engaged in a revolutionary politics within a colonial context. In other words, Savrakar's Hindutva could be condemned, while simultaneously his revolutionary credentials celebrated for individuals committed to overthrowing the British rule in India. Whether Singh or Thapar would have accepted Savrakar's self-identification as the revolutionary, par excellence, if he had not used a pen name remains unclear. Besides allowing him to evade colonial officials, Savrakar's use of a pseudonym promoted and codified his identity as the revolutionary within a few years of LBS appearing in print, at least among select members of the HSRA. The fact that Savrakar's life story as a revolutionary was meant to inspire other revolutionaries was significant. Even before the publication of LBS, Savrakar had claimed in IWI that historical texts had great power that allowed readers access to knowledge that is ontologically transformative. As a consequence, he stated that it was necessary to write histories that had the potential to transform each individual and nation. For him, the point was to develop a capacity for claiming the past, while at the same time adopting a strategy of knowing how to use these claims for the nation's future. 67 Writing a national history about the themes of revolution and revolutionary wars was necessary for overthrowing colonial rule. The key was that once the past was revealed, every individual would understand his personal duty for not only working towards the cause of self-government, but also the greater good of the nation. The transformation would be complete when historically knowledgeable individuals became revolutionaries. Equally, it was necessary for the historian to write about the individuals who led these revolutions, the figures identified as heroes and revolutionaries. Savrakar further claims that without his intervention, histories of revolutionaries and heroes would eventually be erased from the pages of history. 68. 6. There is no doubt that Savrakar is a difficult figure, given his conceptualization of Hindutva, his role as the president of the All India Hindu Mahasabha, his association with the assassination of M.K. Gandhi, and the post-colonial spread of Hindu nationalism. Today, primarily his intellectual descendants and proponents of Hindutva promote his writings. In this article, I have tried to show that this was not always the case. The early 20th century was characterized by a fluid intellectual economy across the political spectrum. After all, even Savrakar himself was influenced by the zeitgeist in not only recognizing the significance of revolutionary thought, but also producing texts to analyze the revolutionary in Indian history as a way to inspire future revolutions. On the other hand, the fact that his life story became important for others provides an important context to interpreting the history of revolutionary thought in the early decades of the 20th century. For many, there may be an impulse to dismiss Savrakar's ideas on the revolutionary or otherwise due to his political allegiances. But this would be a mistake, given how Hindu nationalism has gained further ground in post-colonial India, and how mainstream politics has increasingly adapted to the tenets of Hindutva. Here I think the Marxist intellectual Perry Anderson is correct when he says that there is a natural tendency to take serious interest in ideas of one's own political family, as opposed to considering oppositional ideas across the political spectrum. 69 Anderson explains that intellectual landscapes are necessarily porous in which ideas are rarely absolute values. 70 The circulation of ideas is not part of a self-enclosed political activity, but varies across time and space. While these may be obvious points, Anderson provocatively suggests that the time has come for the left to consider an intellectual restoration of its ideas through an engagement with adversaries, rather than ignoring ideas that have gained ground, or dismissing those with opposite political allegiances. 71 To consider Savrakar's contribution to the history of an idea, the revolutionary, marks a beginning towards such a challenge. It is not to suggest that Savrakar's was the only interpretation of the revolutionary, or even that it was the dominant one. rather it is to recognize that he contributed to the knowledge of a field when revolutionary thought was debated in colonial India. Needless to say, there is a great deal of additional work that remains to be done to better understand how Savarkar's ideas and those of other political adversaries contributed to the intellectual landscape in India and beyond. The uneasy fact that his ideas were more influential than considered in the historiography raises new questions about the nature of the production and circulation of ideas across the political spectrum. 72 While today, figures on the left may dismiss Savarkar's work, this was not the case a century ago. More significantly, Savarkar's Hindutva supporters have taken his ideas and revised them for the 21st century. The challenge is working towards new modes of resistance, rather than overlooking the importance of certain thinkers, texts, and ideas of figures we may fundamentally disagree with politically. The Archpriestess of Anarchy visits Lahore, Violence, Love, and the Worldliness of Revolutionary Texts. J. Daniel Elam. In 1909, a criminal intelligence department official in Delhi warned of Russian-born anarchist Emma Goldman's trip to India scheduled for the following year. The Archpriestess of Anarchy, as she was called in the file, a controversial figure in radical American politics, was planning to arrive from the US via Australia for a lecture series across India. Because she posed a definite threat to the British Raj, officials moved quickly to bar her entrance at either Bombay or Madras. 1. Goldman was unable to fund the trip, and the CID seemed to lose interest in the case. The story apparently ends there. Emma Goldman stayed in the US until being deported to Europe in 1917. She never landed at Bombay or Madras. This essay, nevertheless, reframes Goldman's stalled South Asian lecture tour to focus on the ways in which the anarchists still appeared in Delhi and Lahore over the next 20 years. By tracking Goldman's traces through late colonial India, this article highlights a network of international radical thought that troubles nationalist narratives of political, philosophical, and literary production. Goldman's traces across South Asia demand that we alter our geographical scale of the proliferation of radical thought during the early decades of the 20th century. The transnational reach of leftist thought during this period is matched only by the transnational reach of its political imagination. If she was unable to come to British India in 1910, then what was Emma Goldman doing in a Lahore jail cell at the end of March 1931? Among the many books and papers found in Bhagat Singh's cell were Emma Goldman's writings on anarchism. There are a few routes Goldman's writings could have taken to end up in Lahore. The most obvious one starts in California. Gadra Party founder and anti-colonial agitator Lala Hardale toured with Emma Goldman along the U.S. West Coast in 1912 and 1913. Goldman's writings were widely published in pamphlets and in her periodical Mother Earth, which was proscribed by the British Raj. Upton Sinclair's self-published 1915 Cry for Justice featured selections from Goldman's Critique of Prisons and Augusta Valiant's 1894 courtroom speech, from which Bhagat Singh borrowed the famous line, "It takes a loud voice to make the deaf hear." The page numbers Singh writes in his jail notebook align perfectly with Sinclair's volume. 2 Hardale's colleague, Ajit Singh, most likely included many of Goldman's tracts in his frequent letters to his brother. Ajit's brother collected these letters for his son. His son Bhagat Singh took them to jail after his arrest for setting off a smoke bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly. There is an additional route, slightly more circuitous. After being deported from the US in 1917, Emma Goldman toured Europe and wrote a series of essays on experimental German education and the failures of the Russian Revolution. She published these essays in American publications starting in 1932. But the Calcutta-based Modern Review had begun publishing these travelogues starting in 1927. A voracious reader, Bhagat Singh subscribed to Modern Review, and, incidentally, Gandhi's Young India. In any case, Bhagat Singh's writings on anarchism reflect a direct engagement with Emma Goldman's writing. So direct that in a serial essay on anarchism, published in Kirti in 1928, he uses Goldman's definition of anarchism verbatim. Anarchism, the philosophy of a new social order based on liberty unrestricted by man-made law, the theory that all forms of government rest on violence, and are therefore wrong and harmful, as well as unnecessary. Point 3. This definition is originally from Goldman's pamphlet, Anarchism, What It Really Stands For, published in 1911, republished in Mother Earth in 1917. The British Raj proscribed the pamphlet in 1911,4 but clearly a few copies escaped the grasp of the colonial censors. This anarchist itinerary has been noted in several books on Bhagat Singh. Point 5. What it marks is a global community of readers, an imagined alternative community, organized by its textual affiliations. In this sense, Bhagat Singh is not merely representing Emma Goldman's ideas for an Indian audience, though he is surely doing this as well. Rather, I want to suggest an analysis that posits both Singh and Goldman as nodes in this global constellation of readers and writers, writers who were reading each other, and acting together in text across the world. While respecting the relative autonomy of their own philosophical development, I suggest that we read Emma Goldman and Bhagat Singh together in order to see how their writings reflect and refract this network of textual affiliation. I use affiliation here in Edward Said's particular sense to refuse claims, often made in the guise of post-colonial theory, that non-Western anti-colonial nationalism and/or utopianism merely borrowed from Western thought. Indeed, a fundamental concern of the most productive strains of post-colonial theory, following Edward Said, is to insist on a contrapuntal history of the interrelation of political and ethical thought in order to undo the lingering effects of identitarian binaries. Affiliation, instead, refers to a kind of compensatory order that, whether it is a party, an institution, a culture, set of beliefs, or even a world vision, provides men and women with a new form of relationship. Point 6. Said, promoting a secular criticism, worries that affiliation often stems from filial structures, the nation-state, a hegemonic and colonizing culture, the literary canon, and so on. Indeed, filial relationships, by birth or by nation, sometimes become relationships of affiliation, social and political convictions. But sometimes these affiliations do not merely supplement, instead, such relationships open up new worlds. Point 7. By juxtaposing filiation and affiliation, Said enables us to grasp texts at the nexuses of their multiple political and social alignments and commitments. Point 8. I suggest we proceed with Said's anxieties in mind about the easy and often automatic connections between filiation and affiliation while, at the same time, by suggesting alternative modes of textual affiliation which reach, if only imaginatively, beyond natal and political relationships to the state and its forms. This essay takes affiliation, then, in a double sense, first, as a text's commitment to alternative social and political worlds, and second, as a text's affiliation with other texts, a global network of texts, which taken together, produce what may be grandly called a world republic of letters. Point 9. In this sense, the history of interwar anarchism and its global itineraries emerges as part of a contrapuntal history of leftist and radical thought in Europe, the US, and the UK. Such leftist thought, especially in the US, fundamentally emerges in relationship to the US's own colonial holdings in the Philippines, the growing US demand for foreign labor, especially on the West Coast, and the increasing prominence of US universities as alternatives, for the British Empire's students, to those in the UK. This confluence of radical thought, especially in California, emerges as, and was made admittedly possible by, a fervent critique of private capitalism, state imperialism, and the suspect though inherent relationship between the two. Many scholars of American anarchism, especially in the early decades of the 20th century, have been slow to realize the full extent of anarchism's globally heterogeneous critique. Point 10. Gudrites and European anarchists alike saw in the U.S. new opportunities, so wrote Lala Hardale for the Modern Review in 191111 for new political alliances, and thus new political possibilities. Though Goldman and Singh never formally met, Singh never left India, and Goldman, in spite of her plans, technically never arrived. The two share a common vocabulary that extends beyond the definition of anarchism quoted above. Attention to this shared vocabulary not only adds greater texture to the two thinkers' sensitive and ambivalent view of revolutionary action, but also illuminates the broad network of thought in which the two writers located themselves. A shared revolutionary concern reveals, in its global itineraries, an underlying and undergirding commitment to non-state political organizations and affiliations. Point 12. I use revolutionary here mostly because I want to take the authors at their own word. Singh wrote frequently that he was a revolutionary and, perhaps more importantly, that he was the latest iteration in a long line of revolutionaries active around the world. Goldman alternated between anarchist, with a capital A common typographical choice at the time, and revolutionary, which operate as relatively synonymous terms in her writing. Singh and his comrades, as has been noted in this volume and elsewhere, operated at the nexus of multiple political formations and in motion, as Bipin Chandra has provocatively written. Point 13. At the same time, I offer revolutionary as a way to grasp the mobile constellation of heterogeneous political philosophies: nationalist, internationalist, radical democratic, socialist, anarchist, which congeal and dissipate in the writings of Emma Goldman and Bhagat Singh. The bulk of this essay analyses Singh's and Goldman's works in conversation. Many of them pair well in their parallelism. The Philosophy of the Bomb, 1930, and Anarchism, What It Really Stands For, 1911, for example, align quite nicely in terms of genre, and Statement in the Sessions Court, 1929, and Address to the Jury, 1917, are both ostensibly courtroom speeches. Point 14. We find that the revolutionary's apologia is a well-traveled genre. More important, however, is a sustained interest in the study of the elements that make revolution possible. Consequently, this article moves forward by examining, in turn, four central metaphors of Goldman and Singh's texts: the mass and violence, humanity and love. In my analysis here, I suggest that we see two metonymic pairs of concerns. In this sense, the mass is metonymic to humanity and, subsequently, mass violence is metonymic to a love for humanity. Metonymy, in contradistinction to metaphor, renders in starker relief the textual gymnastics of revolutionary thought. Consequently, humanity stands not only as an extension of the masses, but moreover humanity retains its central proximity to the crowds which form it. Similarly, and written with equal vigor in the texts under analysis here, is that love is both violence extended to humanity, and love is in intimate proximity to violence. The sustained interest in the masses, violence, humanity, and love turns our attention, in the final instance, towards a commitment to cosmopolitanism as an aggressively affiliative, that is, aggressively non-filiative, textual stance. Crowds and violence. In 1895, French social psychologist/sociologist Gustave Le Bon declared that the 20th century would represent the era of the crowd. In his study of crowd behavior, Le Bon proposed that the crowd was so fundamentally different in moral and political composition that it could not be studied as a mere agglomeration of individuals, but was its own unit of analysis. Bhagat Singh and Emma Goldman were not the only writers to take seriously Le Bon's analysis, which was translated into English and well circulated by 1896. Sociologists, activists, and politicians in the early decades of the 20th century also heeded his call, and considered crowds as sites for political mobility and social action. But Singh and Goldman represent a mode of political thought that respects crowds as a viable political resource for revolution. Throughout their work, the crowd, or mass, is a basic and serious unit of political mobilization. In the first instance, it is worth noting that Singh and Goldman treat the masses as coeval with the individual. This slide in sociological epistemology was not altogether common at the beginning of the century. Le Bon was able to reconcile separately the existence of an individual and the existence of crowds, but believed in a model of contagion such that an individual would catch the mass impulse, quickly dissolving her ability to act individually. 15 Singh and Goldman, on the other hand, posit a model of simultaneity. There is no conflict between the individual and the social instincts, writes Emma Goldman, and anarchism realizes this by standing for the free grouping of individuals for the purpose of producing real social wealth, an order that will guarantee to every human being free access to the earth. 16 Goldman is writing here directly against contemporaneously popular conceptions of individualism and mass action. These theories, which came from L. E. Bohn, articulated the rational interests of the individual against the irrational pursuits of the crowd. 17 By arguing that they are inherently the same thing by virtue of commitment, she dismantles liberal notions that suggest the individual is under threat by the mob. Yet, while they were held to be coeval formations, both Goldman and Singh posited a fundamental difference between the individual and the crowd. The individual is fundamentally unable, on her own, to affiliate with others and thus enact political action. For both Singh and Goldman, the crowd alone holds the possibility for non-state affiliation and revolutionary action. Nevertheless, Singh's and Goldman's writings do not demonstrate a totally unambivalent attitude to the crowd. In this sense, they are much aligned with contemporaneous sociologists. In his highly ambivalent diagnosis of crowds, L. E. Bohn concedes that a crowd may be guilty of murder, incendiarism, and every kind of crime, but it is also capable of lofty acts, of acts much loftier than those which the isolated individual is capable. 18. Singh and Goldman demonstrate a slightly different ambivalence, though, which I think is telling. L. E. Bohn's ambivalence about the crowd is in its ability to express both amorality and righteousness. For Singh and Goldman, however, the crowd holds the possibility for action as well as the threat of docility and slavish obedience. It is this sympathetic yet anxious orientation to crowds that suggests the possibility for revolutionary mass action as well as mass solidarity, care, and support. Goldman's essay on majorities asserts the necessity of a strong avant-garde over the crude, lame, pernicious masses, a description taken from Ralph Waldo Emerson, but that it is the individual who should school them for revolution. 19 At another point, however, she insists that life is the proper school for the masses. She writes elsewhere that political superstition is still holding sway over the hearts and minds of the masses, but the true lovers of liberty will have no more to do with it. 20 But also that, problems, can be solved only, in cooperation with the struggling masses for the right to the table and joy of life. 21 As I will discuss later, this commitment to life offers a politics of love through violence. Singh's concern with crowd politics is especially pronounced in the HRSA's famous response to Gandhi's critique, The Cult of the Bomb. Similarly, the masses, in Philosophy of the Bomb, are also under the sway of Gandhi and the Gandhi-influenced Congress Party, but, simultaneously, completely able to act of their own accord for revolutionary purposes. Indeed, in Philosophy of the Bomb, the organization claims to actually be a part of the masses themselves, whereas Gandhi has merely told the masses what he thinks about things. Has Gandhi, during recent years, mixed in the social life of the masses? We have, and therefore we claim to know what the masses think. We assure Gandhi that the average human being understands little of the fine theological niceties about ahimsa and loving one's enemy. We affirm that the masses of India are solidly with us because we know it from personal experience. 22. Singh's argument against Gandhi here might align the masses with violent revolutionary action. Indeed, the Philosophy of the Bomb purposely sets out to argue that the bomb is available to large masses, as opposed to small cults. The two texts' primary debate hinges on their respective ability to better represent the masses and their desires. The Philosophy of the Bomb is the philosophy of mass revolutionary action. 23 Bhagat Singh's title comes from Hardale's 1912 pamphlet of the same name, where Hardale grandly proclaimed that the bomb was the Esperanto of revolution. 24 Indeed, for Hardale, Emma Goldman, and Bhagat Singh, violence was mass communication. 25 To be clear, all three figures conspired toward and enacted forms of actual, physical violence which we should disavow, actual assassinations, actual armed mutinies. At the same time, however, all three writers attempted to reframe questions of violent mass revolutionary action toward their metaphorical limits. This is, I think, what is most productive about the Philosophy of the Bomb and the Esperanto of revolution. Both are textual and worldly, both signify an interest in metaphors, and both are concerned with reflections on violence. Indeed, like Georges Sorel's 1908 Reflections on Violence, Singh and Goldman were more concerned about the effects of violence on mass action. Sorel's general strike, as Alice Kaplan has noted, is never an actualized event. What is important, then, is not violence itself, but reflections on violence. 26 Bhagat Singh's infamous smoke bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly, for example, was designed to be a reflection on violence rather than violence itself. Reflections on violence, for Singh and Sorel, have a double impact. Terrorism instills fear in the hearts of the oppressors, it brings hopes of revenge and redemption to the oppressed masses, it gives courage and self-confidence to the wavering, it shatters the spell of the superiority of the ruling class and raises the status of the subject race in the eyes of the world. 27. In its published material, the HRSA attempted to redefine terrorism as a necessary revolutionary step, moving it away from its use by the British Raj, who used it to silence challenges to colonial rule outside of legislative and deliberative frameworks. 28 Terrorism, in HRSA's account, is not necessarily violent, though perhaps the application of physical force, but rather an inspiration and a shock for the masses. Like Sorel, Goldman, and Singh use their reflections on violence to critique the structural and bureaucratic violence of the colonial and capitalist state. For Emma Goldman, mass revolutionary violence is merely a reflection of structural, state violence. Destruction and violence. How is the ordinary man to know that the most violent element in society is ignorance, that its power of destruction is the very thing anarchism is combating? Nor is he aware that anarchism, whose roots, as it were, are part of nature's forces, destroys, not healthful tissue, but parasitic growths that feed on the life's essence of society. It is merely clearing the soil from weeds and sagebrush, that it may eventually bear healthy fruit. 29. Singh and Goldman's reflections on violence mirror state accounts of their actions in a critical reversal. Whereas the state disavows its violent acts by finding scapegoats in its supposed enemies, Singh and Goldman also suggest that violence is elsewhere, and most often at the level of the state. In Singh and Goldman's writings, violence is located not necessarily at the site of a riotous crowd, though violent acts might be, but rather in the structural disenfranchisement of the masses. This often takes the form of actual state violence, the 1886 Haymarket Affair in Chicago for Goldman and the 1919 Jallianwala Bagh Massacre in Amritsar for Singh. In The Philosophy of the Bomb, Singh addresses this directly. Violence is physical force applied for committing injustice, and that is certainly not what the revolutionaries stand for, he writes contra Gandhi. 30 The HRSA commits acts of physical force, not violence. Actual violence, in Singh's definition, can only be committed by an oppressive power in the sense that it creates injustice. 31 By this definition, violence in Singh's terms emerges from structures, state and colonial powers, and operates structurally, the perpetuation of injustice. In a slightly different but related definitional shift, Goldman argues in Address to the Jury that organized violence on top, creates individual violence on bottom. To condemn him means to be blind to the causes which make him. 32 What this definitional shift does suggest, quite troublingly, is that deaths caused by revolutionary action cannot be considered violence, but rather physical force. Textually, the mass lurks in the murky realm of the semi-empirical. As a sociological unit, it is nearly impossible to count or predict. Consider the metaphors L. E. Bone employs to describe crowds: the mixing of unknown chemicals, grains of sand on a beach, leaves in a windstorm. Similarly, the effects of Sorel's general strike are, as Alice Kaplan notes, speculative. The transnational conception of masses and the transnational circulation of propaganda by deed both represent, especially in Singh's and Goldman's writings, a highly imaginative stance, voiced in subjunctive tone, about the possibilities of violence and mass action. It is in this sense that Singh and Goldman's affiliative imagination alerts us to the ways in which their political actions are indeed philosophical meditations of the bomb. The speculative and subjunctive mark a significant part of philosophy of the bomb. What would have happened, the HRSA asks in a section title, if the assassination attempt on the Viceroy had been successful, and how might we hope the next year will be, in the future of Congresses. 33 Goldman, 2, in Was My Life Worth Living, asks, repeatedly, what might have been, under different conditions. Goldman herself might readily in a different social situation have developed as an artist, scientist, or in any other creative and intellectual capacity. 34 American masses might have accomplished more towards anarchism, anarchistic cooperation and social well-being might one day be possible. What is provocative about a philosophy of the bomb is that it is concerned with the possibility of violent action as a revolutionary act, what violence might do, what the masses may perhaps enact, and what revolution could potentially do. 35 Subsequently, we notice that the masses and their potential violence thus stand in for a considerably more speculative and imaginative stance, envisioning, through them, a possible humanity in the full cosmopolitan sense. Love and humanity. In fact, Bhagat Singh's philosophy of the bomb uses violence to declare, provocatively, that we are next to none in our love for humanity. Far from having any malice against any individual, we hold human life sacred beyond words. 36 Compare this to Emma Goldman's proclamation, in her address to the jury, that anarchists, as men and women who out of a deep love for humanity, out of a passionate reverence for liberty and an all-absorbing devotion to an ideal, are ready to pay for our faith even with our blood. 37 The category of humanity emerges in Singh's and Goldman's writings as the imaginative frontier at which love and dedication are enacted. Singh's and Goldman's commitment to the life of the masses, discussed above, emerges here as a love of humanity. In this section, I want to consider what it means to develop a love for humanity from the violence of the masses. The political use of love for humanity is fundamental for revolutionary change. By revolution we mean that the present order of things, which is based on manifest injustice, must change, writes Singh. 38 Or, as I quoted from Goldman above, the clearing away of debris for a new humanity. In Was My Life Worth Living, Emma Goldman writes, a recrudescence of anarchist ideas in the new future is very probable. When this occurs and takes effect, I believe that humanity will at last leave the maze in which it is now lost and will start on the path to sane living and regeneration through freedom. 39 Here, like elsewhere in her writings, Goldman employs contemporaneously popular ideas of purity and cleanliness to describe her vision for a renewed humanity. 40 Similarly, in their statement before Sessions Court, Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar did claim that by revolution we mean the ultimate establishment of an order of society which should redeem humanity from the bondage of capitalism and the misery of imperial wars. 41 Redeeming and freeing humanity from their oppressive conditions is an expression of a dedication to humanity, made possible under the conditions of love. For both Singh and Goldman, love must be secular, or at least without a necessary non-worldly commitment, precisely because love must be a commitment to human life and humanity itself. Both writers published essays on atheism, Emma Goldman in 1916 and Bhagat Singh in 1930. In both thinkers' essays, religious belief becomes the condition that pardons suffering and prevents affiliation between humans. I suggest affiliation here not merely to align our analysis with Edward Said's secular criticism, but also to draw attention to how both writers provocatively refute charges of arrogant pride and vanity. 42 By offering, on the contrary, a politics of association with the masses and universal affiliation beyond filiative structures. The eradication of religious thought, for Goldman and Singh, sets the conditions of possibility for a properly conceived humanity. The day we find a great number of men and women with this psychology of atheism, who cannot devote themselves to anything else than the service of mankind and emancipation of the suffering humanity, that day shall inaugurate the era of liberty. 43 In a letter to Sukhdev a year earlier, Singh wrote, love always elevates the character of man. It never lowers him, provided love be love. Man must have the strongest feelings of love which he may not confine to one individual and may make it universal. 44 These are, of course, both letters from a Lahore jail cell where Singh sat awaiting his untimely death. In her essay Saune connects Singh's willingness for self-sacrifice to universal love. 45 Saune is correct to identify this link, which is presented quite aggressively in Singh's writings. In his letter to Sukhdev, Singh identifies many types of incorrect love, they fall within the ellipsis above. Almost all of them fall under the rubric of love of one other. If the revolutionary loves one other, the revolutionary sees in that singular other the possibility for loving widely. In an early essay, published in 1924, Singh asked, "Are the people who are crying for universal brotherhood or cosmopolitanism from housetops really interested in bringing it about? For that imagined peace we will have to sacrifice the real present. For that imagined peace we will have to create chaos." 46. What might it mean to sacrifice the real present, except other than a call to self-sacrifice in the total interest of humanity, a future humanity yet to arrive? The revolutionary loves life, loves all, loves universally, loves without external referent, loves humanity. So much so that the revolutionary is willing to be entirely undone for it. 47. As Simona Saune has argued, the philosophy of the bomb indeed, Bhagat Singh's guiding politics was to love the world and therefore risk one's life in order to affect its possible futures. 48 Saune's central argument here concerns Bhagat Singh's politics of hope and death, which renders martyrdom, or untimely death, an essentially compassionate and hopeful stance. It is compassionate because it is done in the name of humanity, and it is hopeful, as she argues, because it operates under the condition of optimism, that untimely death will inspire the masses towards revolutionary action and global change. It is a commitment to life. Violence, in this sense, is a total, self-sacrificing politics for the masses, for the possibility of a future politics. Goldman, too, is willing to sacrifice herself for humanity, to pay for our faith even with our blood, as I have quoted earlier. Claire Hemmings has written that Emma Goldman's love was a form of gendered optimism, a sustained mood of relating to the world in the form of a total political embrace. 49 Love, for Goldman, was not bound by small social relationships, but rather was a commitment to revolution, to humanity, and to multiple forms of political commitments. In an invited lecture in 1933, Goldman proclaimed to embrace all social classes, not just workers and laborers, as faith in humanity and its potentialities. 50. Chris Moffat's excellent piece in this collection argues that Bhagat Singh attempted to arrest the present as a politics of action and gesture against a future-oriented politics. This argument here rightly safeguards Singh's own claims about the truth of the revolutionary present ad infinitum incilab zindabad indeed. While this argument is compelling, I think a particular vision of the future, even if imagined as potential, undergirds Singh's self-sacrificial politics. In his address to the young political workers, Singh demands struggle, sacrifice, and labor for the utopian world future, the only vantage from which the history of the HRSA could be properly judged. 51 A self-sacrificial violent mass revolt in the present becomes a peaceful utopian humanity in the future, and, moreover, retains the connection to its historical origin. We should appreciate the reflection in these interwar texts of what would later become the general stance of post-colonial theory, the demand to endeavor to create a new man from the wretched of the earth. 52 In other words, Singh and Goldman participate in a genealogy of ethico-political thought which emerges from the masses and multitudes and whose goal is the resuscitation of a new humanity that remains, nevertheless, rooted in the unjust conditions of its possibility. It is in this sense that humanity emerges, especially in Singh's and Goldman's writings, as a metonymical extension of the masses. Emma Goldman makes this point quite clear in a 1929 essay following the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti. The progress of humanity's path is lined with the unmarked graves of the Saccos and Vanzettis of humanity, dotted with the auto da fe, the torture chambers, the gallows, and the electric chair. To those martyrs of justice and liberty we owe what little of real progress and civilization we have today. 53. Sacco and Vanzetti operate here, as they often do in American anarchist and leftist accounts of their trial and execution, as representatives of the oppressed masses, barely Anglophone Italian immigrants and labor activists in a xenophobic and laissez-faire US. 54 Future humanity based on unmarked graves is a compelling claim. Unmarked graves hardly belong to exemplars or vanguards. Here there is a single line from anonymous masses and crowds to humanity writ large. Contrary to other contemporaneous writers, who evoked the power of individual leaders or the avant-garde, Goldman imagines humanity to come to emerge from its most minor and degraded figures. We see in Bhagat Singh's and Emma Goldman's writing a productive slippage between descriptions of the masses and descriptions of humanity writ large. The metonymical relationship between the multitude and humanity, in the final instance, allows the two writers to articulate a cosmopolitan, transnational, non-filiative solidarity rooted in the political power of the crowd. Indeed, anarchism, for Emma Goldman, is fundamentally the belief in freedom assumes that human beings can cooperate. 55 Singh and Goldman's ambivalent love of the masses and zealous love for humanity as its extension. 56 offers, I think, alternatively imagined communities beyond and underneath the reach of the state. Love, hope, and faith as revolutionary orientations toward a potential humanity reminds us, once more, of the speculative, and optimistic, tone of revolutionary writing. At the same time, however, we should not lose sight of the ways in which love, by reminding us of our shared humanity, requires that we speak the Esperanto of revolution, the bomb and martyrdom. Singh and Goldman articulate a love rooted not in the perpetual peace of Kant's cosmopolitanism, but metonymically tethered instead to violence, chaos. Singh and Goldman therefore participate in a long genealogical prehistory of post-colonial criticism. In this sense, but also beyond it, their writings demonstrate a commitment to cosmopolitan thought, although as an affiliation with its darker underside. Love revives an ethical stance towards the masses that radical political philosophers have recently promoted. 57 Love, with a metonymical relationship to its ostensible antithesis violence, keeps us aware of the difficulties of enacting it and also keeps us tethered to the injustices that structure its possibilities. As Bruce Robbins reminds us, cosmopolitanism is not and cannot be easy. The interwar revolutionaries offer us a cosmopolitanism which is not bland, pious, or powerless. 58 We could do much worse than to read the revolutionaries for a revolutionary cosmopolitanism for our time. 59 The worldliness of revolution. The transnational reach of radical texts through a network of illicit printing and circulation meant that writers around the world could participate in a global conversation, especially after World War I, about new political possibilities not only on a national scale, but a global one. Singh and Goldman enact and reflect this through their rigorous participation in a global network of radical, revolutionary, anarchist, and otherwise leftist texts. To recall, said urges us to understand the ways that texts are worldly by tracing their affiliations. Said's notes on textual affiliation, I suggest, multiply the ways in which we understand both Singh and Goldman's dedication to humanity. In this sense, their global textual affiliations reveal the global scope of their political commitments. In Bhagat Singh's and Emma Goldman's writings, this commitment proclaims itself triply, in the rhetorical choreography that Singh and Goldman practice, again at the level of intertextuality and citation, and finally at the level of circulation and distribution. Texts both exist in and contain political worlds. And they bear the traces of this radical global conversation. In this sense, the worldliness of textual affiliation is twofold. On one hand, it suggests that texts are part and reflective of, or referential to, their political and cultural contexts. On the other hand, it suggests that texts themselves, especially Emma Goldman and Bhagat Singh's, are in conversation with one another, and thus produce, in and of themselves, revolutionary print cultural worlds. As Benedict Anderson has noted, a non-nationalist imagined community often takes the form of endless and global historical citation. 60 Bhagat Singh and Emma Goldman participate in this anarchist/revolutionary tradition. In his serial essay on anarchism, Bhagat Singh places himself and his comrades in a long lineage of revolutionary action that concludes with throwing off the yoke of colonialism and capitalism, It takes a loud voice to make the deaf hear is a direct quote of French anarchist Auguste Vaillant, who also threw a bomb into a legislative chamber. Point 61 Saunay has illustrated this historiographical flair in the correspondence between Sukhdev and Singh. Emma Goldman, in her definitional essays, presents fin de siècle revolutionary agitation in a long line of 18th and 19th century revolutions. In this way, too, do Singh and Goldman attempt to present a hagiography of revolutionaries and to represent a universal history of revolution, of which they are central actors. The revolutionaries were reading the revolutionaries. But a camaraderie among revolutionaries, even if in all times and places, does not necessarily equate with a love for humanity. It is in this sense that I think Goldman and Singh offer us a new model, if fraught with the clamorous and cacophonous voices of interwar political thought, about the possibilities of love for humans in crowds we cannot make sense of, or part of a humanity we can barely imagine in its fullness, or perhaps one that is yet to arrive. It is love that emerges from under oppressive conditions, and although its aim is a new humanity, it refuses to neglect those whose powerless, mass status fundamentally structures the possibility of such love. I think it is in this final sense that we can appreciate Edward Said's literary commitment. The Archpriestess of Anarchy might have failed to fund her lecture tour of India, but a revolutionary worldliness could not be safeguarded against by the censors of the British Raj. The revolutionary imagination, on the contrary, was too constellatory to be contained by filiative boundaries. That brittle skin of nationalism stretched across empire. Point 62 The revolutionary, and her texts, produced affiliations, based on the imaginative claim that there might be and could be worlds different than the present, and that those alternatives were, and still are, worth fighting for. Bihar, California, and the U.S. Midwest, the early radicalization of Jayaprakash Narayan. Pranavyani. On the third floor of the Ohio Union Building at Ohio State University, OSU, is an exhibit called Buckeye Brilliance, featuring murals, photo galleries, and information about alumni whose innovations and achievements have changed the world. Point 1 Among chemists, educators, artists and economists, sits the political leader Jayaprakash Narayan, widely known as JP, who was active in struggles against colonial and post-colonial inequalities in India from the 1930s to the 1970s. It is a bit jarring to see JP displayed on the Ohio Union wall. Images of a simply dressed man preaching self-reliance and nonviolence lie in tension with the highly corporatized, mall-like atmosphere of this building, the public face of a university entrenched in Big Ten college athletics. Digging deeper, we find greater degrees of irony. It is not just that Buckeye Brilliance portrays JP as a mere acolyte of M.K. Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, or that in emphasizing a linear transition in JP's thought from violence to nonviolence it tames his radicalism and complexity. The paradox lies in the fact that by failing to even mention the word socialism, an idea that JP sought to define for most of his life, the display ignores the fact that it was precisely during his time at Ohio State that JP deepened his intellectual and activist commitments to revolutionary Marxism. The greatest potential contribution of the OSU display, then, is undercut by the narrative it provides. For by informing passers-by and scholars of JP's presence in Columbus, Ohio in the late 1920s, Buckeye Brilliance offers to disrupt history as usual, inviting us to rethink our notions of the U.S. Midwest, of Indian anti-colonial activists, and of the interwar period itself. Whom did JP meet in Columbus? What was his experience as an immigrant in a country mired in Jim Crow segregation and anti-Asian racism? How did JP's time in the U.S., between the impressionable ages of 20 and 27, shape his ideas and practices in India? Indeed, many scholarly and popular biographies of JP also skip through his brief U.S. experience, 1922 to 1929, often stopping only to note the irony that JP first read Marx in capitalist America. Point 2 But the minimizing of JP's early radicalization is linked to larger historiographical problems in South Asian studies, post-colonial studies, and beyond regarding anti-imperialist struggle and anti-colonial nationalism. As Manu Goswami suggests, The primacy given to nationalism often leads to readings in which all anti-imperialist struggles are seen as a staging ground for the modular developmental endpoint of a sovereign nation-state rather than an open-ended constellation of contending political futures. Point 3. The radical and heterogeneous internationalisms of the interwar period, with their varied relationships to mainstream nationalism, are either ignored or limited to their nationalist aspects. The pressures of nation-centered historiography have flattened out JP's changing affiliations, reading his political trajectory as a definitive shift away from Marx to Gandhi, reducing the 1920s radicalization to mere background, and writing him out of the annals of the interwar revolutionaries. Point 4. By highlighting JP's early radicalization, then, this essay attempts not only to fill in the gaps in JP's story but to expand our categories and definitions of revolutionary and nationalist and to restore the dynamism and complexity of the interwar moment. JP's experiences in Bihar, California, and the U.S. Midwest in the 1920s, I contest, were foundational to his political development, revealing that the twists and turns of what JP once called his zigzag journey were neither random nor capricious. Point 5. In these experiences, the euphoria of the non-cooperation movement in 1921, the recognition of racial segregation in the U.S., the struggle with his own prejudice and the uneven racial politics of American sociologists, the experiences of working class life, the joys of internationalist solidarity, the sense of betrayal with the advent of Stalinism. We see the rich and diverse contexts that helped to shape JP's lifelong commitments to internationalism, and to concepts of freedom that were social and economic as well as political. An alternative historiographical lens emerges, acknowledging the common chord between JP's influential pamphlet Why Socialism? 1936, his 1957 explanation of the Sarvodaya movement as people's socialism, and his concept of total revolution in the 1970s. 6. What Snehal Shingavi implicitly suggests in his erudite analysis of JP's writings of the 1930s can be generalized, rather than simply moving between discrete poles of Marx and Gandhi. JP combined them creatively, at every stage, in search of a self-determination that might be fully emancipatory. 7. Rather than signifying internationalism or nationalism, JP exhibits a version of the internationalist, cosmopolitan engagement with nationalism that was quite common in the late colonial and early post-colonial periods. 8. I investigate JP's early radicalization through a unique text, JP's 1972 interview with Haridev Sharma of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 9. Conducted in Hindi and working like a stream of consciousness narrative, the interview offers an intimate view that forces us to acknowledge the multiple genealogies of JP's politics as well as the unevenness in his political consciousness and giving a glimpse of what Goswami called the open-ended aspect of interwar radicalism. 10. I hope to demonstrate that it was JP's concrete experiences of racism, poverty, and struggle in the U.S. and not simply his adoption of Marxist ideas in the abstract that expanded his perspectives, giving him a radical understanding of freedom by the time he returned to India in 1929 to join the emerging civil disobedience movement. I show that his turn away from the communist movement in 1929, grounded in a disagreement with its sectarian policy at the time, is completely consistent with his commitment in the 1920s, though often ill-defined, to internationalism and nationalism, universalism and cultural difference. Moving between the personal and the political, between experiential and theoretical forms of knowledge, my article aims to add new dimensions to our understanding of this important revolutionary. Bihar, radicalism begins at home. Any political account of JP must seek to historicize the rich, uneven overlay of ideas in his life, the product of an experimental ethos and praxis for which the 1920s were a great crucible. Anirudh Deshpande insists that I and the international milieu of those revolutionary years to radicalize abroad was not unusual, and JP, an inspired Indian, was not very different from those of his contemporaries who took similar routes to anti-imperialism and post-independence politics. 11 Those revolutionary years, a reaction to the brutality of the imperialist war, featured an incredible cross-pollination of ideas about social change, with activists and intellectuals thinking across national boundaries and attempting to link together struggles on many fronts. Some epic struggles, inspiring many others, included the defense of the Russian Revolution, 1919 to 1922, the Gandhian non-cooperation movement, 1920 to 1922, the Chinese Revolution, 1925 to 1927, the rise of feminist movements globally, including but not limited to the suffragists, and the diverse African American struggles against racism and lynching, including the Harlem Renaissance and emergent Pan-Africanism. 12 The Second and Fourth Congresses of the Communist International, Comintern, in 1920 and 1922, the Congress of the Peoples of the East, 1920, and the Communist-led League Against Imperialism, 1927, had significant political impacts as transnational and racially diverse bodies came together to resolve that Marxist internationalism meant critically defending anti-imperialist and anti-racist struggles. 13. In A Picture of Sarvodaya Social Order, J.P. conveyed how the Bolshevik Revolution inspired Indian students in the U.S. in that period, the thrilling success of the great Lenin, accounts of which we consumed with unsatiated hunger, seemed to establish beyond a doubt the supremacy of the Marxian way over Gandhism in creating revolution. 14 But the radicalization that many Indians experienced abroad, as Deshpande describes, was also mirrored in what was going on at home. In describing his Bihar experiences in the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, NMML, interview, J.P. gives a glimpse of how the millions who never went abroad were moving towards revolutionary ideas and why the Gandhian struggle was appealing to them. Reading against the grain of the nationalist filter provided by Sharma and the NMML interview series, we can detect in the story of the young J.P. a very un-Gandhian relish for violent, revolutionary activity that foreshadows his later trajectory and exposes, in the process, the intertwined roots of mass anti-colonial nationalism and revolutionary ideas. Before non-cooperation, simply growing up in colonized Bihar had produced a good deal of nationalist feeling Rashtriya Bhavna in J.P. through the influences of teachers, neighbors, and relatives, especially those of Prabhavati, whom J.P. married in 1920, the profusion of political pamphlets, the frequency of the mass gatherings at train stations with activists passing through, and, periodically, the tantalizing rumor that a revolutionary from nearby Bengal was hiding out in the village. Prompted by Sharma, J.P. affirms that he respected very much the revolutionaries' courage, their renunciation, and their spirit of sacrifice. Indeed, the young J.P. and his peers often felt they couldn't find a good road except one of violence and the bomb and pistol, and he was thrilled when Shotan Singh, a classmate, took him to the bank of the Ganga to meet an underground radical. The three agreed to meet regularly, but Shotan Singh was caught in a police raid for harboring refugees from the law. After that, J.P. reflects, I had no personal contact with the revolutionaries, but I felt that this road was a good one, and if I had met another person like that I might have proceeded along that path. Regardless, such a rebellion was not a practical option, J.P. says. No one had guns, and although sometimes some incident would happen, ordinary people would not show real enthusiasm to participate, or agitate around it. In contrast, J.P. insists, non-cooperation did bring about precisely such transformations, touching the nation's soul and inspiring a whole generation of young people to express the inner light and strength that had been suppressed by colonial rule. 15. The narrative thus constructs an organic connection between the ongoing nationalist feelings of the community, the sentiment that the revolutionary road was heroic but impractical, and the conviction that mass, nonviolent action was both sufficiently rebellious and imminently practical. Undoubtedly, such a narrative perfectly fits the teleological historiography of the nationalist interviewer, as it reveals Gandhian methods to be the most direct expression of some innate nationalistic vigor. However, the ease with which the mature J.P. blends together an attraction to anti-colonial violence as well as Gandhian mass struggle is also reflective of the general ease that Indians had with the two currents throughout the anti-colonial period, as signified by their support for both the mainstream Congress Party as well as radical figures like Bhagat Singh, the Chittagong rebels, and the soldiers of the Indian National Army. The fact that many of the revolutionaries who formed radical groups in the 1920s had first been active in non-cooperation suggests that this flow between the movement and radical thought was a historical fact and not only a figment of nationalist revisionism. After Gandhi suspended non-cooperation in February 1922, many young activists returned to their British-funded colleges. But JP felt that he could no longer expose himself to what Congress leader Maulana Azad had called the poison of colonial education. 16 Instead, hearing rumors that the US was a democratic nation with good educational opportunities, JP and a mixed group of Indians, Bengali, Tamil, Punjabi, left for San Francisco in May 1922, traveling via Rangoon, Penang, Singapore, and Japan, and often staying with expatriate Indians along the way. Just as Gandhi's political ideas are specifically rooted in his experiences in apartheid South Africa a generation earlier, JP's ongoing radicalization after non-cooperation needs to be read in its particular context in the US. 17. Race and Class, California and Chicago. JP's experiences with race and class in California and Chicago appear marginal in the interview, but they are central to understanding his political consciousness. My comments here about JP's apparent discomfort with and prejudice against African Americans are meant to neither condemn nor exonerate him in retrospect, but to reflect on the complex ways in which racism worked, and to recognize the disjuncture between lived reality and individuals' ideas about that reality. JP's experience of being racialized in the anti-Asian climate of the 1920s and living with other people of color in communities defined by segregation did not automatically lead to solidarity with them. On one level, it reflects how South Asians were also recipients of populist hostility towards Chinese, Japanese, and other Asian immigrants expressed through discrimination, rioting, and violence since Asians began immigrating to Western North America as laborers in the mid-19th century. 18 And yet, theories of race that marked Indians as Caucasian and Aryan placed them in tension with other Asians and people of color, and potentially affiliated them with whites. 19 It was after United States v. Bhagat Singh Thind, 1923, that Indians definitively became Asian, read, non-white and therefore not eligible for U.S. citizenship, and yet the associations with Caucasian did not disappear. This complex social and racial structure produced a range of responses among peoples of color, from solidarity and cultural mixing, to assertions of common cause while maintaining fixed notions of identity and culture, to conflicts and prejudices reflecting the hierarchies of white supremacy. And JP's story contains elements of each. 20 Taken as a whole, the rich history of racialization and response forces both scholars and activists to think through the ways in which individuals, including revolutionaries, are not only inspired by their times but limited by them. JP and his fellow travelers arrived in San Francisco in October 1922 and found that they had been placed in a hotel that was not a hotel for whites. Garan ka hotel na Tha. Indeed, they began to suspect that they had been placed there deliberately. On the second day at the hotel we realized that we were only seeing black people, Negroes, everywhere. Kale log, Negro, Hein Azar Rahin, perhaps that's why they had given us this hotel to go to. Since the mature JP presents the surprised views of the students in a matter-of-fact way, fulfilling what literary theorists call the reporting function of a narrator, we are offered a fairly unfiltered look at their moment of arrival in the US. Clearly, their expectation had been that America was a white country, as the initial emphasis is on the absence of whites, not a hotel for whites. Next, they realized it was not only the hotel but the area itself, which is now populated not just by not white people but black people, Negroes. The second term in the series serves not just to emphasize the first but to distinguish between black people as a signifier of people with dark skin, which might include the Indians themselves, and Negroes as the signifier of racial identity. The final stage, of course, is the realization that the distinction that JP seeks to make between the African Americans and the Indians through Negroes is actually not recognized by the system of racial segregation, which seemed to want to lump them all together. Perhaps that's why they had given us this hotel. 21 To his credit, At least some of JP's surprise has to do with the new political realization about the US that this sharp experience of racialization and segregation provides. Until that time, I did not know that there was so much racial discrimination there. 22 JP goes on to comment upon the false image of the US in the outside world and his own eagerness to accept that image in India. Nevertheless, as the tone here implies and as we shall see further on, JP's discovery of his own racialization is linked to a discomfort with African Americans, one that sits uneasily with his later internationalism and close friendships with other Americans. 23. JP immediately began establishing links with different groups of Indians in California, which we can read as a reaction to race segregation, even though JP never defines Indians in racial terms. On the third day after his arrival, JP left the hotel, met members of the Nalanda Club at the University of California, Berkeley, and promptly began sharing a room with KB Menon, an economics student whose associations with both Congress politics and the socialist movement continued into the post-independence period. 24 But given the high costs of studying at Berkeley, JP and some others decided to work until the new term began in January. He thus came into contact with the cultural, political, and economic networks of the, predominantly, Punjabi community in California, who had entered the U.S. as railroad and farm workers several decades before and had established political organizations like the Ghadar Party. JP met Ghadar Party members who were quite eager to discuss his experiences of non-cooperation, and, the interview implies, helped him secure work as a grape picker. But JP did not recognize how much he depended on the Ghadar Party's network in Northern California, which included links to the Nalanda Club and the Hindustan Students Association, whose monthly magazine JP later edited. His only explicit assessment is that he was not very impressed by party activities. 25. JP's experiences, thus, offer a slice of early 20th century South Asian diasporic life, which includes significant links to the story of Indian nationalism and radicalism. The narrative discusses JP's complex relationship with Punjabi and Pathan farm workers, his work at a fruit cannery in Sacramento, his flight to the University of Iowa to escape foreign student fees, and his associations with other Indian students in the U.S., including Kiran Basu, the brother of the late communist leader Jyoti Basu. The descriptions of the all-male, Indian student communities in the Midwest and their annual summer move to Chicago give a glimpse of the economic, cultural, political coordinates of this specific group. Describing such a trip in the summer of 1924, JP says, "All the far and near Hindustani boys would get together in Chicago because the boys who could support themselves, i.e. without having to work through school, would go to England and other places at that time. In Chicago, we used to work in the factories. 4 or 5 of us got together and rented a flat. We stayed there, and cooked for ourselves there. In Chicago, heated debates and discussions would go on every night, about our country, about Bharat, and everything that was happening there." 26. The self-consciousness of this reflection, and, perhaps, of the working-class students themselves, speaks to the very different experiences of South Asian students in the US and elsewhere, disrupting easy generalizations about the relationship between diaspora, social class, and political affiliation. It was, indeed, in one such gathering that students urged JP to transfer to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, citing it as a progressive university in a progressive state. 27 But JP's description of his life in Chicago in early 1926, when he lived and worked there for a time, reveals that even working-class and radical South Asian students were not free from the complex and contradictory ideas produced by American patterns of racialization. JP's narration is even more notable given that, as I discuss in the next section, he had been exposed to radical ideas and revolutionary politics in Madison, 1924 to 1925, and, indeed, had moved to Chicago in order to become a full-time revolutionary. JP had little money and anti-Asian racism barred him from work. "I used to set out from home every morning, after drinking a cup of coffee, to find work. At many factories, if I would get myself inside to see the foreman, then he would take one look at me and say, 'No Asiatics wanted, no colored people wanted. 28 Staying at the home of Chandra Singh, who tolerated his inability to pay the rent, JP would often have no money even to take a streetcar to find a job, walking for miles on foot through the snow and bitter cold. The interview suggests that the other Indians, blacks, and Mexicans who were packed together in the neighborhoods around the University of Chicago gave one another some support during such hard times. 29 But these communities, living in segregated spaces, often turned on each other, too. The overlapping categories of the racist signs that JP describes above, sometimes specifically targeting Asians, no Asiatics wanted, sometimes grouping Asians with colored, no colored people wanted, speaks to the shifting and complicated ways in which racialization victimized working class and poor people of color, addressing them all as one group in some instances, but pitting one group against another in others. For these precarious populations, conditions were ripe for both solidarity and divisiveness. JP, too, was caught in these contradictions. In speaking of his first doctor, a Bengali, JP emphasizes that he lived on the Negro side. He had a practice, and it was specifically among the Negroes. In appearance he looked like that too, i.e. black. Since I didn't have any money, I went to him for my tonsil operation. The tainted sign of blackness moves from where the doctor lives, to who his patients are, to his appearance, and commenting thus seems more important to the mature JP than the fact that he received treatment for free. 30 When problems persisted, Charan Singh found another doctor, and speculation about his racial identity again dominates JP's retelling. He also was not a cent% American. They called him a mulatto, meaning he was of mixed race. He must have maybe 1/8 part Negro blood and 7/8 part American blood. He certainly looked like he was American, but looking at his hair one felt that there was some influence of Negro blood. Kakuchasar High. 31. The racial discourse here follows a clear pattern of circular logic inspired by eugenics and Jim Crow, which involves exaggerating those aspects of appearance that are marked as signifiers of racial difference, using them to establish, with the pseudo-scientific cataloging of percentages, the racial proportions of their blood, and finally, making those characteristics essential to national identity, as Negro cannot be American. In describing this same period, however, the mature JP emphasizes that he also refused to participate in a particularly vicious form of anti-black racism that expressed itself among Indians. As a way of making money, his colleagues would take cream, hair lotion, facial cream, etc. that were made up of products from America, and would put on labels that they were made from Himalayan medicines. Indians would manufacture these, and then go and sell them in the Negro quarters. They would say that these things were made from the twigs and such of the Himalayas. With this your hair will get straightened out, your color will clear up, etc., etc. In this way they fleeced many people. One friend used to make $20 to $25 profit. So I tried to too. But I felt this was robbery, so I left it. 32. Clearly, however prejudiced he was against African Americans, whether in the 1920s or the 1970s, JP could not ultimately stomach the cynical practice of using an exoticized image of Indianness to profit from the desire among some blacks for fair skin and straight hair, a product of centuries of white supremacy. But the mature JP's insistence on informing the reader about the young JP's opposition to this practice has the unintended effect of making his narrative silence elsewhere all the more visible. Taking all of these scenes together, the interview opens up a very complicated story about race in the US among ordinary people, showing how economic desperation, the product of racist exclusion from jobs and housing, can result in the tearing apart of oppressed groups who might benefit from banding together. Alternative possibilities are also briefly shown, e.g. the Bengali doctor who lives and works in the black community, treating the indigent for free, but they are marginal to the narrative and accessible only when we read against the grain. JP's refusal to participate in perpetuating racism, in the last example, offers another possibility, showing that individuals can challenge prejudices perpetuated by groups. JP's experiences of race and class thus form an important context for understanding his attraction to radical political and academic ideas and for seeing their possibilities and limitations. Marxism and Sociology in the Midwest. Wisconsin, JP says, brought a transformation paravartan in my life. On one level, work continued as always. Living at the YMCA with a Japanese bunkmate, JP earned rent money by doing housework, shoveling snow, picking up restaurant work, and other odd jobs. For my meals, JP describes, I would go to some restaurant, and then I would work there, 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. I finished the dishwashing and the waiting on tables and then I would get lunch and dinner. 33 But JP also began meeting more, white, Americans in Madison. Miss Baker, a co-worker, became a good friend. Professors invited him to their homes for chats. The significance of such intimate affiliation stood in contrast, say, with the experience of finding an apartment. Outside on the window there were signs saying rooms to let, but when you would go in the landlady would take one look at you and say, I'm sorry, just let out. She would even take down the board in order to show us that it had been left there by mistake, but the reality was that she didn't want to give us that room. 34. It was in this context of work and struggle that JP met members of the Communist Party USA, first introduced to him by Avram Landy, a second-generation Polish and Jewish doctoral student. JP drank deep at the fountain of Marxism, at the study groups, often meeting in the shop of a Russian Jewish tailor. They read M. N. Roy's The Aftermath of Non-Cooperation and Transition to Socialism, everything Marx had published in English including all of Capital, and some in German through a comrade, as well as works by V. I. Lenin, L. D. Trotsky, and Rosa Luxemburg. 35 All of this began in 1924, the year in which Lenin died, and the impact of the revolution was so fresh that JP became very convinced that Marx's and Lenin's ideas were absolutely correct. 36 While he never formally joined the Communist Party, CP, JP decided to devote his whole life to the revolutionary cause. At one stage, this meant switching his major from science to sociology, a discipline that was dear to many radicals. After 1926, this radical drive led JP to leave school altogether. 37 Meeting with Manuel Gomez, Charles Phillips, a prominent CP leader who had co-founded the Communist Party of Mexico with Roy Manuel Mendez, JP concocted a plan to earn some money in Chicago, and attend the Soviet Union's Oriental Studies Institute before going to India to engage in revolutionary struggle. But plans changed, as all of the money JP had saved for the Soviet trip went towards paying for his tonsillitis treatment. So when Avram Landy was appointed to a lectureship in Columbus, JP accompanied Landy and his wife there and enrolled at OSU. He finished his BA in 1928 while working in restaurants and received his MA in sociology in 1929. Relieved by a graduate assistantship from monetary concerns for the first time in his life, JP says, he worked hard in school, confirmed his Marxist principles, and became directly active in struggle. There in class I was known as a Marxist, we used to have many debates, and I used to give many radical talks. I used to also give talks on the labor movement. The university did not approve of his activism. At that time, a strike had happened there. I did some work around this in Ohio, which my university didn't like at all. 38 But others in his department were supportive, like Dr. Herbert Miller, whom JP describes as a progressive, an advisor and a good friend. Further research on JP's relationship with Miller is necessary, but we know that they shared a common interest in fighting colonialism. 2 years after JP left Ohio State, in fact, the Board of Trustees fired Miller for delivering a speech against British imperialism in Bombay on May 12, 1930, on the eve of the Salt March. The importance and impact of this solidarity speech, OSU's harsh response, and JP's closeness to Miller are evident in the fact that the mature JP draws attention to the event. In India Miller was speaking against the British, and then when he returned to America he had difficulty finding work. 39. Fighting anti-black racism was a crucial element of Miller's scholarly and activist work. In his excellent essay entitled Scarcely Pink, Tyler Stewart argues, in fact, that it was Miller's open defiance of Ohio's soft segregation laws that got him fired. 40 Among other things, Miller publicly lambasted eugenics theories as racist, raged against anti-immigrant ideas, like the melting pot narrative, and foregrounded historical and institutional discrimination, and not race itself, as the cause of racial disparity in achievements. 41 Miller was married to Elizabeth Cravat, the daughter of Erastus Milo Cravat, who was the first president of Fisk University. 42 But perhaps Miller's most egregious crimes, duly noted by the OSU Board of Trustees, were the trips he took with his white students to Wilberforce University, a nearby black college, for dances and social visits, and the social teas he held to which both white and colored people were invited. 43 We have no record whether JP attended these social events. He had, after all, learned dancing in Chicago. 44 But one wonders what impact Miller's explicit anti-racist principles had on JP's ideas. Perhaps JP's MA thesis at OSU on cultural variation, which is not discussed in the NMML interview, offers a good indication of his notions of race and culture as they developed in the context of American radicalism. In trying to create space for discussing cultural variation in human history, JP explicitly rejects the theories of racial determinism, the so-called psychological interpretations of social change, the genius theories, and many other theories which endeavor the impossible task of explaining change in terms of constant factors. JP wants to know, rather, the historical and social forces that produce variation, and mocks those universalist theories that claim to be global but predictably and triumphantly end with modern and contemporary Europe as the model of culture and progress. In contrast, however, JP posits a notion of culture as a hermetically sealed entity, calling for sociologists to carefully isolate a homogeneous culture group and confine their study of variation over time to it. Offering a notion of radical cultural difference, the thesis argues that cultures are differentiated territorially. The culture of each area is unique and distinguishable from others. Each is a neatly balanced whole, the elements of which are all dovetailed together. 45 There is an unresolved tension here between explicitly rejecting eugenics for being ahistorical and essentialist while also reifying cultures as spatially bounded and internally unified and homogeneous. This confusion reflects, perhaps, the multiple influences on JP in light of debates among progressive sociologists of the time, including the tension between Miller's anti-eugenics and anti-racist theories and the ideas of Edward A. Ross, whose lectures JP had eagerly taken at Madison. Ross, progressive, pro-labor, and a fierce critic of Asian immigration, was a prominent and influential figure whose writings posited essentialist categories of race and culture while claiming to be scientific and historicist. 46. When we bring together JP's attraction to Marxism, which had much to do with its defense of anti-colonial nationalism, and the mixed ideas about cultural difference in the MA thesis, we can characterize JP's position as a radical and cultural nationalist, in which the self-rule of colonized Indians lay at the center of an internationalist vision of emancipation. It is in this sense, I contend, that JP's attraction to Marxism emerged organically out of his experiences as an activist in the non-cooperation movement and as an immigrant in the U.S. in the 1920s. By rejecting Eurocentric universalism, and defining cultures as distinct, homogeneous, and yet bound to history, JP's early thesis helps explain why his legacy is affiliated with Gandhi, but, via its internationalist and secular tenor, also with Marx. It is not surprising, then, that JP's break with the Communists in 1929 occurred in response to the new policy of the Comintern on anti-colonial nationalism, which JP read as a rejection of the Leninist defense of national self-determination. On the way back to India, JP stopped in London and met Clemens Palmatude, a leader in the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, and the brother of CPGB Executive Committee member Rajni Palmatude. 47 Clemens Palmatude wanted JP to join the Communist Party of India, CPI, but JP explained that he would in fact join the Congress Party and try to shift it in a revolutionary direction. Citing Lenin's position from the 1920 Comintern documents, JP argued, There it is said very clearly that in the colonies the communist movement should not isolate itself from the national liberation movement. If the movement was in the hands of the bourgeois leadership, or the national bourgeoisie even, still one must remain inside it. Staying inside it, one should push it however left one could. 48. But Palmatidt responded by laying out the new perspective adopted at the Sixth World Congress of the Comintern, often called Stalin's third period line, that Social Democrats and mainstream nationalists were part of the global reactionary forces and communists needed to create their own organizations, wherever they are in the labor movement, or the national movement, or the socialist movement, they have to get out of it and set up a communist party, or Red Labor Trade Union. 49 JPs later. Representation of this discussion joins together the rejection of genuine internationalism, the disappearance of democracy in the movement, and the rise of Stalin. Significantly, however, the basis of JP's critique is a disagreement about how to build towards communism in the midst of the national liberation struggle. JP explains, articulating a line that he maintained until the 1950s, "But I was a Marxist-Leninist, not a Stalinist. I said that communists will become isolated if we don't unite and work together in the struggle for independence as a die." 50 Calling JP's Congress Socialist Party, CSP, experiment of the 1930s and 1940s Leninist is debatable. In fact, as Shingavi demonstrates, there is a remarkable resemblance between the CSP's position on nationalism and the CPI's Popular Front Line, 1936. 1939. Point 51 But the 1929 origins of JP's break with the communists suggest that JP's Marxism ought to be compared with the ideas of others who, though remaining Marxists, either left or were expelled from the Soviet Communist Party at that time, including Trotsky and Roy, and not just as an ideology that was always already withering away. Point 52. Conclusion. In 1972, JP claimed that, "all the learning I did in America, all the meeting and reading with the Communist Party was as influential on me as Gandhiji and his movement." 53 If we take this statement at face value and not as exaggeration, it sheds light not only on the zigzags in JP's life moving between the poles of Marx and Gandhi, but also on the way he tried to integrate Marx and Gandhi at every stage. The NMML interview provides us with rich detail and context through the means of an oral history, and allows us to examine the material contexts that allowed those ideas to grow in the first place. JP's experiences of race and class did not always produce the clearest or most progressive ideas, and yet they led him to seek explanations, to confront economic and social oppression directly, and, thus, to make his engagement with Marxism more than a passing fancy of student life. The discipline of sociology, linked to but also autonomous from the left, also engaged JP, and it appears that his views were shaped by the developments, biases, and achievements of various white progressives seeking to understand race, society, and nationhood. This oral history situates JP and his colleagues in emerging histories about the Ghadar Party, the presence of an Indian culture in the US in the 1920s, the ways in which anti-Asian racism developed alongside Jim Crow laws, the ways that academic fields like sociology emerged to mirror or to challenge racialized categories of citizenship and work, and, finally, the presence of white radicals and internationalists. The NMML interview thus encourages us to consider 1920s revolutionaries in their moment and to be skeptical of readings that are directed and overdetermined either by the party affiliations of individuals or the pressures of reducing anti-imperialism and internationalism to mainstream nationalism. We can then identify the common roots of a variety of activists who became radicalized during the 1920s, and ascertain why it is they were attracted to specific organizations and ideas. Such a methodology pushes us to critique these figures, to investigate their many genealogies, and to examine their zigzags and unevenness as useful nodes that can illuminate their political ideas and not as distractions to be smoothed out. Recovering the richness of that revolutionary period, including its disappointments and narrowness, can help us understand the past as well as the present, when movements against today's versions of globalization, militarism, nationalism, and social oppression, instigate new struggles across the world. The Impossible Intimacies of M. N. Roy. Chris Manjapra. Manvendranath Roy, 1887–1954, was a Marxist philosopher, an Indian nationalist, and an anti-colonial cosmopolitan. To the extent that being a revolutionary is an actor's category, the term applied to Roy. He thought of himself in such terms. He was blacklisted as one of the British Empire's most wanted seditionists in the 1920s. This was due to his long history of anti-colonial activities, beginning with Swadeshi guerrilla warfare in Calcutta and across the Bay of Bengal, followed by high-profile communist activities in Mexico, Central Asia, India, and Europe. The politics of partisans rose up inside different imperial constellations around the world in the early 20th century, and was characterized by guerrilla tactics and irregular warfare against standing state armies. In southern and eastern Asia, Indian, Filipino, Indonesian, Malay, Vietnamese and Chinese undergrounds arose in an interconnected fashion in the early 20th century, and M. N. Roy, searching for firearms and bomb-making materials, made his way to the United States across the Pacific Ocean in 1915, traveling a zigzag path. 1. M. N. Roy eventually ended up in prison in India for 6 years from 1931 to 1936 during the time of the greatest colonial counter-terrorism campaign ever organized by the British Empire. Between the First World War and the Great Depression, the British Empire entered a phase of devolution and decline. 2. The spectacular anti-communist conspiracy trials, first in Kanpur, 1924, followed by the Meerut conspiracy case, 1929 to 1933, indicated the high pitch of imperial anxiety and the increasingly dismal prognosis for the continuation of the British Empire in the proportions it had assumed in the late 19th century. 3. But conspiracy trials only fanned the flames of mass nationalist uprising across India, which first emerged out of the non-cooperation and Caliphate movement, 1917 to 1922. The end of the 1920s saw the imprisonment of the Raj's most dangerous political revolutionaries and the execution of the most infamous among them. Young men such as Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev Thapar, Shivram Rajguru, Benoy Basu, Badal Gupta and Dinesh Gupta were pictured by the colonial state as the ideal type of the seditionist, and became legends of revolutionary action in India after their executions in 1930 and 1931. M. N. Roy was aged 36 when he entered prison in 1931. Although he had engaged in anti-colonial guerrilla warfare in his youth, in the years leading up to his arrest Roy embarked on a long-term project to rethink and revise his own understanding of revolutionary action. During his time in prison he penned 9 notebooks, in which his new thinking found expression. By the 1920s, Roy, like many in India who reflected on the political failure of the Swadeshi movement and who had read the works of Marx and Lenin, associated revolutionary agency with the Kisan, the Indian peasant. By the mid-1920s, Roy revised his view and called for political combinations of revolutionary peasants and industrial workers in order to link together the political interests of workers and toilers across cities and villages. 4. But by the time of his imprisonment in 1931, after almost 20 years of international travel, Roy came to see revolutionary agency mainly located in the intimate realm, in the realm of thought, sentiment, affection, and sexuality. Roy began to see the chief exponents of revolutionary action as deviant Indian women whose intimacies transgressed the bounds of the traditional Hindu family. This essay studies the radical feminist currents in M. N. Roy's prison writings. As Roy's writing developed in the 1930s, he recast his image of the revolutionary, so often associated with angry young men, to reflect the political figure of women in Indian society who acted outside normative bounds. In Roy's thought, women who were seen to engage in deviant activities from the perspective of mainstream Hindu society occupied an important side of revolutionary practice. The politics of deviance shifted revolutionary energy from the public to the private domain, Roy believed, but in a way that had significance for the transformation of society in general. M. N. Roy's personal life stretched over continents, connecting communist groups in the United States, Mexico, Germany, and Russia, and bled over his public writings. we encounter an important aspect of M. N. Roy's significance as an anti-colonial thinker and activist in the ways he practiced intimacy, and the way he reflected on those practices. Roy's colonial intimacies, ranging across continents, to borrow Lisa Lowe's genial phrase, constituted not just the private context, but also the public content of his revolutionary politics and writings. Point 5. Defining impossible intimacies. I propose that M. N. Roy practiced what I call impossible intimacies, and that he sought to formulate a way of thinking of revolutionary action in such terms. Some definitions are necessary to clarify my usage of this term, and to outline the variant of revolutionary activism it represents. Lauren Berlant and Laura Stoller have formulated important ways of studying the historical and discursive production of intimacy. Point 6. Following on their work, a wave of recent scholarship has opened up the critical analysis of intimacy as an intrinsic, political dimension of national, imperial, and transnational formations. For the purpose of this essay, I will define intimacy in reference to the sexual domain of desire and erotics, as well as in reference to the interpersonal domain of affection and alliance. Intimacy can be studied in ways that reveal its various properties and intentions so as to illuminate the system of power and rule in which it inheres. Point 7. The analysis of the spaces and timetables in which intimacy is produced in different contexts and between individuals from different social positions, one of the central concerns of Michel Foucault's genealogical approach, allows us to understand a variety of discrete modes of governmentality. Point 8. For example, scholars have studied the spatial scales of intimacy produced by imperialism, at local, national and transnational levels of analysis. 9. As well as the tempos of intimacy characteristic of modernity, such as rituals of courtship and conjugality and pageants of patriotic feeling. Point 10. Studying the production of intimacy, in terms of spaces and timings that mediate desire and affectivity, adds another critical facet to our understanding of the categories of class, sexuality, race, and gender as the chief dimensions of modernities. Iron Cage. Like studying processes of capitalist reproduction, sexual ordering, gendering, and racialization, studying the scales and timetables of intimacy can help us understand and critique the historical workings of power at a microphysical level. Point 11. But in the domain of intimacy, power is not only perpetuated but also resisted and contested. Scholars who contribute to queer of color critique and queer diaspora studies such as José Esteban Muñoz, Fatima El Taib, Nayan Shah, Leela Gandhi, and Gayatri Gopinath have emphasized the political responses to domination that occur in the political realm of the intimate. Point 12. For example, Nayan Shah's discussion of the spatial formations and the time experiences of the strangerhoods of colored migrants, sexual deviance and the transient poor in turn of the century California highlights the erotic and affective relations among sundry individuals who discover a measure of alliance outside normative society. Point 13. Gayatri Gopinath and Fatima El Taib have proposed that the practice of impossible intimacies, defined in negative relation to normative discourses about the itineraries of social order, constitutes a kind of disruptive and potentially transformative force within systems of rule. Point 14. Lisa Lowe likewise proposes that the volatile contacts of colonized peoples generated creative responses and new, unforeseen cultural and political outcomes. Lowe observes that the contact among slaves, indentured persons, and mixed-blood-free peoples living together on Caribbean plantations, for example, created the condition for the Haitian Revolution that began in 1791, the Louisiana cane workers' strike of 1887, and the Cuban social movements from 1895 to 1898.15. These political upheavals went along with cultural creativity, as well as what Edward Said called the voyage into new modes of anti-colonial interiority. Point 16. But in what way, precisely, are we using the word impossible to describe a certain variety of intimacy? Here, impossibility is defined not against ideas of the logically or statistically possible, but rather against ideas of the normative. Normativity, or what Hegel theorized as the right, is the realm in which positive law is interconnected with all the other features which make up the character of a nation and an epoch. Point 17. Hegel proposed that through the dedicated practice of normativity in the realm of private and civic life, free individuals come to participate in the universal life of the state. 18 According to Hegel, the great philosopher-poet of modernity, normativity emerges as the outworking of individual free will and collective ethical life. Free will is externally embodied in private property, while ethical life is embodied in the family unit. In Hegel's philosophy of right, the individual's personality becomes self-conscious of its freedom by obtaining property and trading it according to contract. Similarly, personalities become self-conscious of their ethical nature through marriage, family piety, and the rearing and education of children, he maintained. 19 According to this view, over time society takes on its proper contours with the spread of partable property and contract, and with the multiplication of family units. In Hegel's dialectic, these multiple part freedoms are combined and assimilated into the ultimate total freedom of the perfected state. 20 It is worth noting that for Hegel, normativity, and the freedom and ethics it promises, is time-sensitive. That is to say, the present is seen as a moment in a larger, time-based, teleological pursuit of normative completion in the future. Normativity, or the discourse of the right, then, is a way of policing what is said to be possible in society in pursuit of that anticipated social completion in the state. Normativity defends ideas about the lineages of property and ownership, and the continuities of familial race heritage, in order to ensure the reproduction and perpetuation of the state, and the status quo, into the future. 21. Defined in negative relation to normativity, then, impossible intimacies are ones that disrupt lineages of property inheritance and of racial heritage, and that disturb the timetable of statist continuity. Impossible intimacies scramble and break the linear reproductivist thrust towards social totality. Such intimacies are thus seen as dangerous to systems of normativity. They are often deprived of a name and relegated to the realm of the unspoken, except when grouped together into linguistic categories such as the unnatural, the deviant, the aberrant, and the abominable that help to justify their annihilation. The defenders of normativity wager that the intimacies unnamed in polite, normative speech will cease to actually exist. Thus, for example, homosexual intimacies have historically been represented as non-viable, future-negating, unproductive, and in that sense, impossible. Such intimacies were often relegated to the domain of the unspoken, the silenced and the unnamed in civic discourse, and excluded from what Judith Butler called the temporal life of language. 22. Impossible intimacies can be thought of as modes of relation, channels of speech and communication, forms of alliance, and emergent personal and interpersonal spaces and tempos that transgress the linear reproductivist logic of normativity. Impossible intimacies disprove their purported impossibility, their supposed unthinkability and unnamability through the itineraries of their ongoing life, speech, and social creativity, and through their voyage inward to a different, more critical, and reflective mode of personal interiority. 23 Such intimacies are non-reproductively generative, and represent the surplus that arises when lineages of property and heredity are broken or scrambled. The place of intimacy in M. N. Roy's thought. M. N. Roy saw the deviant activity of married women outside the strictures of the marriage bond as a form of impossible intimacy, and as a site of political resistance. Through his writings on deviancy, he called attention to the intimate domain as a site for revolutionary practice. The degree to which M. N. Roy put private life into print is remarkable, whether we think of his emotionally charged exchanges with Indian, German, British, and Soviet Marxists that colored his journalistic writings from the 1920s, or the prison letters he sent to his lover, Ellen Gottschalk, as she escaped from Berlin to Paris, fleeing Nazi rule. Roy published his letters to Ellen Gottschalk 5 years after his release from prison, as a document of revolutionary intimacy. 24 Intimacy was also performed in his memoir, published at the end of his life, in which he tells his readers about his relationships with other radicals in the political undergrounds of Calcutta, New York, Mexico City, Berlin, and Moscow. In his memoir, he reported on the time he sentimentally took leave of his mentor, Jatindranath Mukherjee, in Calcutta, the way he forged a personal rapport with Lajpat Rai in New York, and the process by which he experienced a Marxist rebirth through friendships with Michael Borodin and August Thalheimer in Mexico City and Berlin. 25 A politics of intimacy was woven into M. N. Roy's self-understanding and self-representation as a revolutionary, perhaps not unlike the performances of intimacy that marked Gandhi's political life. 26 And the idea of the intimate realm as a source of revolutionary politics resonated with many activists abroad in the 1920s moment. For example, Alexandra Kollontai, Agnes Smedley, and Magnus Hirschfeld all made the private into the public as part of their revolutionary praxis. 27 All were among Roy's discussion partners in 1920s Berlin. Like many in his time, a politics of practicing and publicizing counter-normative intimacy became a defining feature of M. N. Roy's answer to the question, who is a revolutionary? M. N. Roy's life bore the stress marks of intimacies that were strange for his time. His intense private and professional relationship with Ellen Gottschalk, a German Jewish communist radical, was just one expression of the globe-straddling intimacies that disrupted the normative discourse of race, nation, and colonial difference. Gottschalk eventually moved to India in 1936 after Roy's release from prison and helped organize the radical humanist group in the 1940s. After M. N. Roy's death in 1954, Gottschalk continued to run the organization from Dehradun. She was murdered under mysterious circumstances in 1961. Ellen Gottschalk's murder, apparently by a local man long known to both her and M. N. Roy, seemed to confirm the impossibility of her intimacies, and the strangeness of her presence in the eyes of mainstream Hindu society, as a politically outspoken single-widowed European woman in post-independence India. Ellen Gottschalk and M. N. Roy first met in 1928 in the German opposition communist circles in Berlin. Roy's intimacies emerged out of the processes of colonialism and globalization that put strange combinations of peoples and politics into effective proximity. 28 Within the maelstrom of anti-colonial mobility, Roy helped found the Mexican Communist Party, before he and his colleagues began work to establish an Indian Communist Party in 1920. He was caught up in volatile intimacies in Weimar, Berlin, where he became a leading member of the German Communist Party opposition. In the final years of his life, he decided to dissolve his radical democratic political party and to cultivate a party-less organization of sympathizers, the radical humanists, because we do not want to create a barrier around us, expulsing anybody as outsiders. 29. The British Indian government imprisoned M. N. Roy for crimes against the Emperor in June 1931. We still know relatively little about the period of time from his return to India to his incarceration. He received a 12-year sentence on charges first levied against him in absentia in the Kanpur conspiracy case of 1924. Roy was eventually imprisoned with Class B prisoner status, and served just over 6 years before his release. These years saw an upsurge in the number of political prisoners in Indian jails due to an aggressive British colonial counter-terrorism campaign, including the broadening of the detainee system that placed sedition suspects in long-term captivity without trial. 30 Bareilly Central Jail, where Roy was held from January 1932 to March 1933, and then from May 1933 to April 1934, he also did time at Kanpur, Almora, and Dehradun, was one of the largest and most unpleasant jails in Uttar Pradesh. With a total of about 4,000 prisoners. Roy was allowed to receive packages of books from friends in order to carry on his studies and writing while in prison. 31 The books he received over the 6 years of his imprisonment were mostly sent from friends in Paris and New York who were members of the German Party of Opposition Communists. By November 1936, a total of 157 books had reached him. 32 Ellen Gottschalk coordinated the book shipments, and she also organized the international letter-writing campaign demanding the early release of M. N. Roy. Jawaharlal Nehru, Alfred Einstein, Roger Baldwin, and Fenner Brockway, among others, responded to Gottschalk's request and sent letters of concern to British authorities. The intimacy that connected M. N. Roy and Ellen Gottschalk was documented in a 6-year letter correspondence between the two. Roy's letters to Ellen began on August 11, 1931 and continued until November 1936, when he was released and Ellen Gottschalk permanently relocated from Paris to Dehradun. Roy's letters to Gottschalk, which she collected and made available for publication, appeared in book form in 1943, as M.N. Roy and Ellen Gottschalk decided to make a politics of their private lives as members of the progressive, communist international opposition. In this record of transnational intimacy under conditions of colonial incarceration, Roy began by writing to Ellen with resolve, "We must take things as they come, and hope for better days." 33 But soon, reminiscences and memories of absent closeness crept in. "You are loathing beautiful Berlin, and I am homesick for it. Really, I would like to be back in Europe. When? I am afraid it will never be." 34 Roy thought back to those glorious days when we did nothing but laugh. 35 He expressed longing for the beloved. "I have a feeling of distress while writing these letters. I send them off in the void, never knowing whether they will reach the destination." 36 In the course of the 5-year correspondence, Roy wrote about the clothes he wore, the things he read, and the work he did. He deflected Ellen's concerns about his physical and mental well-being. He expressed fondness for friends, and asked repeatedly about common acquaintances, especially the German communist leaders Heinz Brandler and August Thalheimer. "I am glad to know that our family, the International Organization of Opposition Communists, remains so firm and optimistic. I eagerly look out for the day when I shall again have the pleasure of being with those good old friends, maybe in this country." 37 The letters reveal the emotional strains of lonesome suffering. "I anxiously wait for your monthly letters," he wrote. 38 Later, "I am really homesick, and am eagerly looking out for the day when we shall celebrate a grand reunion." 39 By the end of the 6 years, just before his release, the darkest tones appear in his letters to Ellen. "I am tired of this world. It appears to be doomed to destruction or a possible rebirth after a protracted period of torture and torment." 40 The letters that M.N. Roy wrote from prison to Ellen Gottschalk provide a record of intimacy under incarceration. Correspondence provided the medium to maintain a different kind of affectivity that defied the logics of either imperial or national reproductive community. This was a strange kind of family that survived despite the lengthy incarceration of Roy by the British colonial state, on one hand, and the forced migration experienced by Gottschalk, Thalheimer, Brandler, and others across and outside of continental Europe due to Nazi expansion, on the other. 41 Roy's letters were censored. Much of the emotionally charged information about Roy's physical well-being of rotten teeth, cardiac dilatation and digestive disturbances was excised by the British prison officer. 42 But the physicality of the letters themselves, preserved at the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library in Delhi, show the blotches and scars of the jail warden's ink. Roy saw his position in the belly of imperial incarceration as representative of the experience of colonial domination generally, the condition of being separated out, isolated, and deprived of intimate relations. Empire as a regime of intimacy. The roots of modern European empires were cultivated in tiny, sexually saturated, familiar spaces, as N. Laura Stoller has forcefully argued, quoting Foucault. 43 Ideas about intimacy, especially within the framework of the bourgeois European family of the 19th century, were central to grounding the moral regime of imperial power. In the ascending 19th century discourse of imperial liberalism, heterosexual, paternalistic, bourgeois white male selfhood claimed the power of universal representativeness, and it sought to reproduce itself worldwide. 44 The bourgeois family romance, in which women were to be conjugally and dutifully bound to gentlemen, and children were to be educated into civility through the institution of the family, was the intimate center stage for the Republican philosophical anthropology of G.W. Hegel, as discussed earlier, as well as the imperial liberalism of J.S. Mill. The laboring poor and the colonial natives were assigned the role of surrogate children in Mill's imperial family romance. While Mill criticized the infantilization of the poor, by which genteel society placed itself in loco parentis for them, guiding and restraining them like children. 45 He nevertheless seemed to reproduce that very disposition towards metropolitan poor and colonial subjects in his philosophical elaboration of liberalism. Both groups needed to be improved through moral education so they could eventually help themselves. An education directed to diffuse good sense among the people, with such knowledge as would qualify them to judge of the tendencies of their actions, would be certain, even without any direct inculcation, to raise up a public opinion by which intemperance and improvidence of every kind would be held discreditable. 46. The intellectual and philosophical constructs of enlightenment and the political economic innovations of capitalist imperialism work together to produce ideas about the generative, globe-staddling intimacies of Western civilization that purportedly serve to integrate all peoples and regions on Earth. And Laura Stoller and Lisa Lowe have advanced an understanding of intimacy as the co-production of a global imperial political economy and local domestic relations. White bourgeois families in the British imperial system were conceived as the benevolent exploiters of colonial labor product, the childcare of ayahs, the tea and sugar of plantation workers, the clothes of weavers, and the transport services of lascars and dock workers. And as Stoller points out, the groups who were to be subjugated by this discourse of benevolence and civility were not just the colonial native, but also other Europeans of the service and working classes. Colonial intimacy was part of a critical, class-based logic, that not only made statements about indigenous subversives, but also directives aimed at dissenting European underlings, as part of the apparatus that kept potentially recalcitrant white colonials in line. 47 Genteel white middle-class colonial families supposedly helped spread civilization on Earth, and helped rationalize and integrate the world's economy. Imperial intimacy not only propagated children, but also civility. 48. Critiquing imperialism on the intimate level became a focus of Roy's prison writings. Roy called this ideal of European imperial intimacy a kind of spiritualism, the basic metaphysical belief that supported the myth of the West. The capitalist culture is intensely spiritualist, he wrote. 49 Roy's revolutionary activity in his 1930s writings involved bearing witness to the inadequacy of such spiritualism to contain the differences within Europe itself, let alone the many intimacies that spanned across the wider world. The ideal of a singular civilized Europe, Roy insisted, was only a fiction. In fact, Europe was a battleground between the decayed capitalistic classes and the enlightened materialist concerns of workers and toilers. Spiritualism must be capitalism's ideological weapon in the fatal fight against the rising force of revolution. It reflects the striving of a decayed ruling class to restrain the forces of social progress, antagonistic to the established order. 50 Roy's prison notebooks launched a sustained attack on the ideal of boundless intimacy available to European empire and its supposed ability to cross any boundary of privacy and to make all resources close at hand. Indians are expected always to remain docile stepchildren of Mother Britannia, implicitly obeying the so-called laws made on the authority of her antiquated constitution. Backward countries are thus brought under the political domination of imperialist states on the familiar pretext of the white man's burden, civilizing mission, trusteeship. 51 Roy believed that the rise of fascism in Germany, and of Fordism in America, with their respective push for expansion and ultimate totality, represented annihilationist attempts to control, cleanse, and police intimate relations, and to secure the interests of nationalist, racialist, capitalist elites in perpetuity. 52. But the unmasterable nature of human intimacies, and the ability of intimate relations to respond to and disrupt imperial and capitalist spiritualism, provided the motive force for a new variety of revolution. Roy maintained. 53 One of the chief elements of Roy's envisioned utopia would be the freeing of intimacy from the constraints of social taboo. Let the Indian masses taste the joy of life, and their natural love of life will no longer be camouflaged in all sorts of religious superstition, it will flow openly into real spiritual values. He continued, when they will have tasted the joys of life, they will not wish to run away from it as a misfortune, but welcome it, life, as a blessing. 54. Roy maintained that all humans share in common their traffic with the material world through the senses. In reality, he, or she, is an animal. His whole being, including the much vaunted spiritual qualities, is driven by impulses that are common to all the higher forms of organisms. He is so proud of his intelligence, but he knows so little of the animal instincts that dominate the thin layer of his conscious mind. 55. Roy wanted the colonized to leave behind the constructs of cultural authenticity, and instead to realize the primacy of intimate relations. Do not be ashamed of your animal nature, and the full glory of manhood and humanness will be yours. Run after the illusion of realizing the spiritual essence of man, and you will degrade yourself, or you will be living a life of lie and hypocrisy. 56. Struggling against imperial control entailed the defiant practice of one's intimacies, including sexual intimacy, in ways that protested the adjudicated bounds of normativity. Sex instinct is one of the two sovereign factors of organic existence, the higher form, and it cannot be suppressed, he wrote from his prison cell. 57. The cultural nation as a regime of intimacy. In the prison notebooks, Roy wrote persistently about sexual crimes and abominations committed by supposedly deviant women, which were reported in the daily press. By doing so, he drew attention to the fallacies of Indian national culture, especially with relation to conjugal relations and ideas about Hindu cultural heritage. The cases Roy documented in his prison writings, taken from newspapers and from cases he heard about in prison, all had to do with the sexual relations of women beyond the bounds of the patriarchal Hindu family. The period of Roy's imprisonment in the 1930s corresponded with the heightening of the woman question in India, and a rising nationalist debate about reproductive rights, women's property rights, child marriage, and the institution of widowhood. The entry of women's concerns into Indian political life came in the wake of the non-cooperation and Caliphate movement, with the establishment of the Women's Indian Association of 1917, the National Council of Women in India of 1925, and the All India Women's Conference of 1927. When Roy commenced his feminist writings from his prison cell, he also wrote in the wake of the controversy surrounding Kathleen Mayo's 1927 book, Mother India, a self-styled sensational exposé of the injustices suffered by women in Indian society. Mayo maintained that an oversexed Hindu culture and the lack of modern education among Indian men put women at the mercy of a backward social order, subjected to men who lacked the self-control characteristic of gentlemanly Anglo-Saxon masculinity. 58. Mrinalini Sinha argues that the book, through its sensationalism, brought the woman question to bear on Indian nationalist politics, as the most important nationalist leaders including Gandhi were forced to defend India against the Mayos. Charges. 59. This was the same period during which women were assuming positions as political leaders and activists at an all-India level, such as Sarojini Naidu, Kamladevi Chattopadhyay, and Durga Devi Vora. 60. Kumari Jayawardena notes that feminist activism grew to such a level during the 1930s that by the end of the decade, the Communist-associated Girl Student Association had a membership of some 50,000 members. 61. Such organizations gave women an avenue to take their politics onto the streets. And, in Bombay, into the factories, where figures such as Parvatibai Bhuri and Manaban Kara were particularly important trade union leaders. Women who addressed the woman question in India contended both with the interests of the colonial rulers as well as with those of the Hindu and Muslim nationalist patriarchy. 62. M. N. Roy's 1930s feminist prison writings, then, were written along the grain of his times. Roy drew parallels between imperial and patriarchal domination within the Hindu family by focusing on the way strictures and punishments were imposed on the intimate realm. The figure of the deviant woman, driven by sexual desire to trespass the bounds of marriage, became the focus of M. N. Roy's prison writings in such work as The Ideal of Indian Womanhood, written in 1935 and published in 1941, and Why Men Are Hanged and Crime and Karma, Cats and Women, written over the course of 1933 to 1936 but ultimately published in 1957. By reflecting on the position of the so-called deviant woman, Roy articulated a vision of revolutionary change in the 1930s colonial setting. There was historical precedent for Roy's mode of inquiry and writing. Tanika Sarkar writes about the Alakshi scandal, when a woman was murdered by her husband in 1873 after her sexual relationship with a temple mahant was discovered. Sarkar notes that public opinion in the 1870s focused its attention on the husband's cruelty and crime, and on the impropriety of the priest, exonerating the murdered woman as a victim of patriarchal violence and abuse. Sarkar explains that this public phylogeny of the 1870s had transformed into a domineering misogyny by the 1890s, at the very time that Hindu cultural nationalists were hardening themselves against the escalating supremacist racism of the imperial state. 63 To an extent, the 1930s seemed to resonate with the 1870s moment. The 1930s, too, saw the acceleration of feminist politics in nationalist circles, only to be followed by a sharp turn towards the reassertion of patriarchal normativity with the rise of post-colonial states. 64. The first case of female deviance Roy reported in his prison writing involved a young woman, widowed at a young age, who had sexual relations with her brother. The brother subsequently killed his sister, apparently driven to madness by an enraged father and the abuses and ostracism suffered in the village in which the siblings lived. For M.N. Roy, the deviant woman in this case was the focus of his sympathy. Widowed daughters or daughters-in-law, still in the bloom of youth, are made also of flesh and blood, and consequently might find it extremely difficult to live up to the ideal of virtuous renunciation forcibly set to them. 65 In his exposure of this impossible intimacy, Roy insisted that incest, after all, is not so unnatural as it is generally held to be. As a matter of fact, incest is a natural inclination. 66 Roy maintained that the underlying needs and circumstances, that is, the underlying pursuit of intimacy, were of importance, rather than the defense of conjugal convention. Roy went on to document other cases of deviant women and their impossible desires. A young widow made to work for her family as a beast of burden had intimate relations with a local village man and eventually became pregnant. She was ordered by the family to keep the pregnancy a secret for as long as possible and then ordered to kill the child by strangulation after birth. If she rejected the order from the family, she was told she would be expelled from the family. The woman, in her desperation, killed her own child and was sentenced to a lengthy prison term. Roy charged, the blame is laid at the door of the widow, and she must pay the penalty. But, in fact, the responsibility for the crime lay with the social context and the bonds of Hindu marriage that policed the woman's intimate relations, he explained. Roy saw the family as the domestic center of patriarchal Hindu majoritarian nationalism. According to mainstream nationalist regimens in India, Roy maintained, the woman can live only by selling herself either in wedlock or in the open market. 67 As Roy protested against the linear intimacies of European imperialists, so too did he attack the intimacies of the Hinduizing nation. Another case from Crime and Karma concerned a 10-year-old girl who was forced to marry a man in his 50s. When she was 20, her husband was well over 60. The young wife began to have relationships with other men in the village. The husband naturally liked having a young wife to cook his food and otherwise look after him, Roy noted. 68 The young woman, on the other hand, defended her actions to her husband, explaining that he should not object to her seeking elsewhere what he could not give her. 69 In response, the elderly man murdered her, again seeking to render impossible the woman's intimacies as they flaunted the suffocating bounds of her marriage. The discussion of women criminalized and killed because of their intimacies outside the institutions of Hindu marriage was not merely a call for social reform as had characterized the protests against sati, culminating in the ban of 1829. Not social reform but an aggressive political rejection of the cultural conventions that policed marital relations was at issue for Roy. M.N. Roy contributed to the larger Indian feminist movement of the 1920s and 1930s by challenging notions of sexual deviancy. The first condition for national freedom is to break away from the paralyzing grip of the hands of the dead past. Loyalty to the dead often amounts to betrayal of the living, Roy wrote. There would be no future for a nation that could not think beyond spiritual and moral backwardness. 70 The revolutionary, Roy asserted in his prison notebooks, had to fight a double battle, one against the foreign colonialist power and the other against domestic nationalist normativity. Roy brought with him discourses, affinities and ideas about the politics of intimacy from his own discussions and affinities strung at a level beyond the British liberal empire. Roy believed that Gandhism was dangerous because on the strength of one man's personality, India was falsely construed as a pure cultural entity. For Roy, the vulgarity of Gandhism lay in its insistence on cultural nationalism on an unchanging residue of group identity. Profession of spiritualism commits Gandhian materialists to the vulgarist, most brutal practice of materialism. Spiritualist dogmas hide anti-democratic counter-revolutionary tendencies of orthodox nationalism. 71. M. N. Roy praised the outspokenness of the Maharani of Baroda, on the other hand, who said in a speech in 1936, 4. How can a woman live, when she is deprived of any vestige of freedom from the beginning? First, we must bow before our fathers, then, our husbands, then husbands' relatives. Does it strike you as a just state of affairs? I do not blame Manu, for after all, it may be that he honestly did his best according to his lights. But those lights burn dim in the 20th century India. 72. Although Indian spiritualist discourse worked to suppress difference within India, the political voice of women could not be silenced. Modern women, however, are rebelling not against men, but against certain social codes and economic disabilities which place them under domination of the male. 73. Roy proposed, as did a growing number of activists in the 1930s, that women should be allowed abortion rights, property rights equal to men, as well as the right to divorce, and the freedom of sexual relations. Supremacy in domestic affairs is a myth. 74. The universality of the human drive for intimacy, and the entitlement of every human being to experience intimacies according to his or her situation and context, constituted an important dimension of Roy's revolutionary vision. In the Prison Notebooks, Roy articulated a maximal vision of revolution, operating at the levels of political economy and intimate relations simultaneously. During the period in which he experienced greatest oppression during his 6-year incarceration, Roy's maximal vision of revolution emerged. The realm of intimacy, affection, and sexuality become a main focal point of Roy's political reflections in prison. We often think of the revolutionary in terms of bombs, guns, public action, mass mobilizations, and political spectacles. We have long been familiar with depictions of revolutionaries as angry young men. But if a ground of revolutionary action is indeed the realm of the intimate, then this encourages us to grasp the relationship between private and public action in a different way, and to go beyond the masculinist gendering of revolution. The revolutionary, radically grounded in the material and actual experience of impossible human intimacies, fights power's prerogative to name, organize, administer, and propagate normative social relations now and into the future. Roy reframed the image of the revolutionary to focus on women as revolutionary actors. In the intellectual biography I wrote of M. N. Roy, I presented him as a revolutionary continually seeking the ought in the face of the is, aspiring to overcome the present through the pursuit of a future utopia. But increasingly, I have been questioning that estimation. The revolutionary in the anti-colonial period of the 1920s and 1930s was also one who sought to witness the present in its actuality, in terms of its factually existing intimate impossibilities. The revolutionary was witness to the supposed non-futures that nevertheless continued to live on according to their own itineraries and tempos, and within scales that crossed the normative bounds of the racialist, culturalist, capitalist nation. The revolutionary, as a witness to impossible intimacies, challenged the mystifications of power as they compulsively sought to define and determine the way things would continue to be. The revolutionary, then, is the one who insists on the impossible, but only because it already exists athwart the lineages of normativity. Experiments in Political Truth. Chris Moffat. Futures Lost. It can be difficult to untangle Bhagat Singh from his futures. The revolutionary's uncommon passion, taken alongside the event of a young death, seems to demand speculation what ifs and if onlys, the now familiar lament for potential unfulfilled trajectories interrupted. A desire to reconstruct futures lost weaves neatly into a critique of the post-colonial present, nostalgia for radical alternatives once confidently imagined. But the archive is also mobilized to perform an exorcism of sorts, to contain Bhagat Singh's promiscuous ghost, to challenge the pervasive appropriation of his name and image in contemporary India and Pakistan across the political spectrum, across contradictory futures. The restless search for doctrinal consistency and ideological guidance in Bhagat Singh's scattered writings enables the correction and direction of his spectre, intimating a condition of misrecognition on the part of those who invoke the revolutionary in incorrect contexts, for incorrect reasons. 1. This article opens a different conversation with Bhagat Singh's ghost, part of a larger project to engage his spectral instability rather than close it down. I want to depart from the tendency to read Bhagat Singh's revolution in a historicist manner, as a break between a before and an after, obliging us to ask what that after should look like and inviting our complicity in a calculus of results. Instead, I want to follow closely the slogan of Bhagat Singh's Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, HSRA Inquilab Zindabad, long live revolution, a life for revolution, a life of revolution. What does it mean to commit to revolution in perpetuity? What form does this militant life take in the present? This is to direct our study of politics to action and the contexts of action, rather than propositions and mere beliefs. 2. By considering how Bhagat Singh stood in relation to his present, we might think about the resonance of this militant stance, this way of being in politics in other, contingent presents, a potentiality outside of futures. This problem space allows us to acknowledge the primacy of the gesture in the political life of the HSRA. It was, I will argue, the bomb, the bullet, the chant, the hunger strike, the kissing of the hangman's noose that did the demonstrative work for these revolutionaries, rather than any idea of the good articulated in a pamphlet. 3. Gestures toward a contingent present speak politics as active thought, an anti-doctrinal orientation captured in Lenin's classic, insurgent question, what is to be done, for rather than simply demanding the elaboration of a deed, to be done, this question necessitates engagement with the present as the platform for action. Lenin's is a pause, in media res, to assess the burning questions of our movement, already in motion, negotiating contingency. This is politics conceived as craft or art, a form of judgment rather than the mastery of certain theories. 5. When Lenin is read in these terms, the enduring motif is the courage of innovation. 6. I will argue that reading Bhagat Singh in his present is demonstrative and expressive of the courage of truth. The HSRA's conception of a militant life was grounded in a critical engagement with their conjuncture, it was responsive to and emboldened by the perceived truth of their present. I mean here truth not in a transcendent or analytical sense, but linked to a situation and expressive of singularity. 7. It was the conditions of the 1920s present that demanded action and fidelity from Bhagat Singh and his comrades, rather than a precise vision of the future. More than this, it was a sense that this present was shifting which gave the revolutionaries hope, fueling an ethic of fearlessness that must be differentiated from a discriminatory politics of vengeance, the latter manifest through interventions in a static, structured present. 8. The compulsion to act correlates with the refusal to live falsely, and indeed the HSRA in their actions sought to signal an existing wrong or an emergent possibility, whatever the risk to themselves. This article interrogates three contours of India's post-World War I present to consider how this moment was negotiated by the young revolutionaries in their articulation of a militant life, that is, how the present was read to demand action without compromise, fidelity unto death, and a fearlessness linked to a sense of imminence. I will explore these traits by invoking, first, the imaginary named Young India, second, the figure of Gandhi, and third, by returning to that ghostly interlocutor in Bhagat Singh's present, the Bolshevik Lenin. The object is to locate Bhagat Singh in the dynamism of a moment, rather than as burdened with the baggage of some future. It is not about providing a stable answer to what is to be done, but about the courage of asking. This, I submit, is a precondition for thinking about the meaning of Bhagat Singh and the work of his spectre in South Asian politics more generally. 2 New lamps for old. This section considers the 1920s critique of compromise in politics through the vanishing present of Young India. When we speak of youth anointed as a force in politics, this is to suggest certain practices of engagement and perceptions of common capacity are defined by an internal temporality of belonging that of age. 9 But age is an unstable marker, years pass and so too, the capacities of youth. If, like Lajpat Rai, we argue that the privilege of youth is receptivity to new ideas, our emphasis will be on pedagogy, or perhaps indoctrination, in the present, a conviction reflected in the Punjabi leaders' fervour for national education. 10 If, following radical elements in early 20th century Swadeshi mobilizations, the privilege of youth is interpreted as the capacity to die for a historical cause, action must be articulated in the present tense, young men in a sharply gendered formation will be prepared intellectually and physically to face their historically fated moment of confrontation. In both futurist and sacrificial renderings, the sense of a vanishing present exhorts urgency. It is significant, then, that Bhagat Singh appears in the historiography amidst a wave of impatient youth, frustrated with the 1922 suspension of non-cooperation and determined to sustain the momentum of mass action. Gandhi stalled after violent clashes in Srishra. 11 Our hot young blood cannot wait, the revolutionary reputedly tells Sohan Singh Josh, editor of Kirti, in an early meeting. 12. The impatience of these young men in a quieted, post-Srishra present contrasts starkly with the temporal disposition of Gandhi, who, in Udayameta's reading, links moral and political maturity to processes involving duration. Mehta locates the schism between a politics of patience and one of haste in divergent understandings of the meaning of home rule. While Gandhi perceived home rule as a sentiment requiring development of the self for appropriate application, his interlocutors often understood it as an abstract principle, a natural right to be grasped. 13 Certainly, Bhagat Singh defended freedom as the imperishable birthright of all, and one can see how this conviction allowed the HSRA to portray patience pejoratively as passivity, and to invert impatience as the virtue of intense resolve. 14 But this dissent from a politics of patience is infused with the language of generation, the urgency of a vanishing present. It is hot young blood, after all, and youth are constructed against those who, with age, have become buried under accumulated interests and obligations, who may possess the will but not the capacity to let go, to respond completely to the demands of a present. The vitality of youth is affirmed in a present marked as demanding. In the wake of Jallianwala Bagh, Gandhi signaled a departure from the language of constitutional civility, naming Europe a satanic civilization. 15 A parallel tradition of contempt for liberal parliamentary institutions is allowed a stage, and the youth, with their famous ability to subvert decorum, are centered in this realm of political possibility. Gandhi acknowledges this nascent potential for suffering and service by exhorting students to join his movement of non-cooperation. But in the disillusionment following Srishra, we see a more militant stance, the claim of a privileged position for young India, the redescription of impatience as unique asset. In 1929, the Bombay socialist Yusuf Meher Ali celebrated this revolt against the tyranny of fossile stage, defending the slogan Dare and Do against a philosophy of wait and see. 16 From B.K. Sarkar to S.C. Bose, the 1920s are filled with incitements to rupture, the youth can no longer follow like dumb, driven cattle. 17 In a 1928 manifesto, the HSRA-affiliated Naujawan Bharat Sabha, NJBS, appeals to the young only. Because the young bear the most inhuman tortures smilingly and face death without hesitation. Because the whole history of human progress is written with the blood of young men and young women. And because the reforms are ever made by the vigor, courage, self-sacrifice and emotional conviction of the young men who do not know enough to be afraid and who feel much more than they think. 18 This, in spite of Gandhi's attempts to promote sacrifice as the one moral form available to every person, of every age. 19 The vocabulary of generation recasts Aurobindo's 1893 imperative to exchange new lamps for old. In the adulation of youth and the disparagement of age, we read an advocacy of militancy and a frustration with compromise, the politics of interest deemed inadequate to address so demanding a present. 20 The articulation of youth as vanguard clashes, inevitably, with competing generational imaginaries in this present. Consider the Congress's own voice of youth, Jawaharlal Nehru, at an August 1929 Lahore youth rally, chiding his audience for their readiness to critique seniors, impressing that they could not all be leaders and that some of them had to form the rank and file. 21 The formation of the HSRA in September 1928 represents a concerted effort to avoid becoming rank and file, to fully engage the privilege of youth in its vanishing present. I want to make 2 points in this regard: first, on the interruptive perpetuity of Inqilab Zindabad, and second, on the relationship between partisanship and truth. Indian revolutionary groups in Bengal and North India had called off their activity in 1921 at the behest of Gandhi, to allow for his experiment in non-cooperation. 22 It is not entirely adequate, however, to speak of a resumption of revolutionary activity after Srishra. This was a period of realignment following the expansion of colonial intelligence during the Great War, itself responding to the deterritorialized challenge posed by the Ghadar movement across the 1910s. 23 Though the crisis of Swadeshi's historicist subject in the years after 1908 has been noted, 24 several tropes linger in post-World War I formations: the romance of confrontation, the embrace of martyrdom, congregation in secret societies, the cult of masculinity. An emphasis on preparation also persists. Consider Bhagat Singh's injunction to study, to enable yourself with arguments in favor of your cult. 25 But increased surveillance made institutions like the Swadeshi-era Maniktala Garden House, where Calcutta youth made bombs and received political training, less practicable. Similarly, Shyamji Krishna Varma's India House in London was closed in 1909 after one of its youngest members, Madan Lal Dhingra, assassinated Sir William Curzon Wiley in South Kensington. 26. Instead, across North India in the 1920s appeared a constellation of temporary safe houses, mobile bomb factories and shifting weapon holds, perpetually under threat of detection. 27 This instability of association is mirrored in the absence of an elder guru figure, at least in the case of the HSRA. If we scrutinize Bhagat Singh's actions, we find no equivalent to A.V.D. Savarkar, handing Dhingra the gun, or even an Aurobindo, to declare, whilst meditating, that the mayor of Chandarnagara ought to be assassinated. 28 The HSRA was consolidated in September 1928 by youth on their own terms, convinced of their historic responsibility. Up till then we were to follow, Bhagat Singh recalls. Now came the time to shoulder the whole responsibility. 29 This was in part incidental. The HSRA emerged out of the ashes of the Hindustan Republican Association, HRA, its senior leadership decimated in the 1926 to 1927 Kakori conspiracy case. Those left to pick up the pieces were young Indians. 30 But the manner in which these young men chose to reorganize the group reflects an insurgent confidence. This is immediately signified in the addition of socialist to the organization's name. As well as offering an affiliation to radical newness, consider S. A. Dange's 1921 assertion that Bolshevik success announces a new stage in history. 31 Materialist political vocabularies allowed the HSRA to define themselves against previous revolutionary constellations, including the HRA. For Bhagat Singh, there would be no more mysticism, no more blind faith. Realism became our cult. 32 This very Leninist gesture foregrounds an analysis of the present. Socialist speaks the possibility of rupture from determinate custom and tradition. It should also be read to privilege a sentiment of we-ness, comradeship and egalitarian movement. Members recall the HSRA as a break from the Dadaism elder brotherliness typical to revolutionary organizations in this period. We were fed up with that tradition, writes Yashpal. A feeling for democracy had grown among us. We wanted to centralize the provincial organizations, not subject to the dictates of one individual, but rather based on collective leadership and responsibility. 33. The HSRA signals a departure from the focus on discrimination over the moment of confrontation, the task of the elder, to a militant life based on perpetual challenge, fearlessness, and sacrifice, a comportment enabled by the vitality of youth. This sentiment is encapsulated in the imperative Inqilab Zindabad, long live revolution, demanding an unremitting critical stance towards the present. Old order should change, always and ever, yielding place to new, so that one good order may not corrupt the world. Bhagat Singh writes in a 1929 defense of the slogan. 34 Inquilab Zindabad constantly interrupts the pretensions of age, signaling responsiveness to an ever-vanishing present. The HSRA's 1929 manifesto illustrates this in grand terms, declaring that revolution is law, revolution is order, and revolution is the truth. Indeed, the youths of our nation have realized this truth. 35. Idleness equals cowardice when the present appears so demanding. To compromise would be to live falsely, to deny one's responsibility to truth. Truth, for the HSRA, is conditioned by partisanship, the militant act of taking sides. It must oppose falsehood absolutely. 36 This is not the Schmittian partisan of irregular warfare, but a conception that parallels the heroic act of parousia, in which truth is announced fearlessly from a vulnerable position, whatever the threat to oneself. 37 Truth must always be one-sided, its clarity results from this demarcation. It cannot navigate compromise or a middle path among conflicting interests. From a different perspective, Jawaharlal Nehru would defend the ability to compromise as evidencing the Congress's authority. There can be no compromise if we are not powerful. 38 But this teleological vision is interrupted by Inquilab Zindabad, the call for a perpetual critical stance. 39 As Bhagat Singh writes to Sukhdev in a 1930 letter, man must try hard to stick to his beliefs. No one can say what the future has in store for thee. Gandhi was also a thinker of the present, and, as Faisal Devji reminds us, was certainly more radical in rejecting the impulse of modern politics to control the future. 41 But the HSRA would dismiss the Mahatma as an impossible visionary, even as they saluted the immense awakening he brought to India. Freedom cannot be won by nonviolence, the world is armed to the very teeth. And the world is too much with us. 42 This phrase, echoing a Wordsworth poem, demonstrates how the HSRA approach their present, as a time of confrontation, a moment to strike as well as suffer, located within a global struggle against wolfish, capitalist militarisms. Political action is not, here, the natural outcome of accumulated grievances, as in Swadeshi, nor the Gandhian break from the consensual. 43 It is conditioned, rather, by the demands of a volatile, vanishing present. It is contingent on the perceived truth of that present. The people generally get accustomed to the established order of things and begin to tremble at the very idea of change, Bhagat Singh writes in 1929. It is this lethargical spirit that needs to be replaced by the revolutionary spirit. 44. In this shift from discrimination to interruptive perpetuity, the subject who bravely faces death persists, emboldened by the capacities of youth in their short hour of grace. This revolutionary figure is joined, however, by the Satyagrahi, Gandhi's truth seeker, and the implications of this in a 1920s present are the subject of the next discussion. 3 Truth pangs and agonies. We should give the first place to truth and march forward with unshakable faith in it. Gandhi, July 190 2045. A recurring trope in narratives of Bhagat Singh's life holds that, when the young revolutionary was arrested in 1929, a photograph of Gadar hero Kardar Singh Sarabha was found in his pocket. 46 This is a weighted suggestion, executed in 1915 on conspiracy charges. The 19-year-old stands in Bhagat Singh's present as the model of a youthful subject bravely facing death. Sarabha left Ludhiana for San Francisco in 1912, where, as an engineering student at Berkeley, he helped establish the Gadar Party with other Indian immigrants. Spurred by the outbreak of World War I and the Gadar's own Ilani Jang declaration of war, Sarabha returned to India at the end of 1914 to help instigate rebellion. Betrayed by a comrade in February 1915, he was captured and sentenced to death by special tribunal in the first Lahore conspiracy case. 47. An adulatory 1928 essay attributed to Bhagat Singh relates that Sarabha thanked the judges for his sentence and, in his happiness, gained £10 in the lead-up to his execution. 48 The young Gadarite reputedly sang a verse on the gallows. It is very easy to talk, but to serve one's motherland in the real sense, is extremely difficult, oh my little soul. They who took upon themselves the task of serving their motherland had to undergo lots of life's pangs and agonies. 49. Sarabha's story belongs to the theatre of World War I, but his connection to Bhagat Singh is manifest in more than rumoured photographs. Bhagat Singh would be charged with the same offence as Sarabha, sentenced again by a special tribunal in what was named, in another echo, the second Lahore conspiracy case. The promise of sacrifice resurfaces in the HSRA's conception of a militant life. In a 1929 manifesto, signed with the suggestive pseudonym Kartar Singh, the HSRA acknowledges that the revolutionary's path is not strewn with roses. Their ideas, however, are sufficiently active and powerful to drive us on even to gallows. 50. Linking Sarabha to Gandhi is perhaps less intuitive. But there is a temporal relation. At least, the young Gadarite was returning to India from California to Calcutta just as Gandhi was in London anticipating his own return, this time after a 13-year absence. We can imagine both at sea in the closing months of 1914, contemplating imminent struggle. 51 As Gadar began unraveling in early 1915, Gandhi was travelling the subcontinent to familiarise himself with the land's people. Sarabha was hanged in November 1915 whilst Gandhi was in Ahmedabad. Gandhi's beginning in India was thus coterminous with Gadar's stuttered implosion, or, at least, with the nominal triumph of colonial intelligence in containing Gadar's violent politics. We might contextualize Gandhi's defense of nonviolence as a weapon to baffle the colonial bureaucracy in this light. 52 But we can also recognize a shared interest in the subject who faces death and embraces the agony of struggle without fear. This is foundational to Gandhi's politics. The path of truth is for the brave alone, he tells students at Sabarmati Ashram in 1920. A much greater effort is required to go up the steep slope of truth than to climb the Himalayas. 53. There are several ways to read H. W. Hale's assertion, in a 1937 British intelligence report, that at the height of his popularity Bhagat Singh bade fair to oust Mr. Gandhi as the foremost political figure of the day. 54 We might interpret this as the almost but not quite triumph of violent politics over nonviolence in the freedom struggle, and indeed the historiography has labored to position the two actors as bitter opponents in such a contest. But it is also significant that Bhagat Singh comes to be revered as a figure who has dared all earthly power to curb his spirit in a decade opened and closed by Gandhi's experiments in Satyagraha. 55 There is resonance and recognition between the political vocabularies employed by these actors. Gandhi would define the Satyagrahi in 1920 as someone who does not know what defeat is, for he fights for truth without being exhausted. Death in the fight is a deliverance, and prison, a gateway to liberty. 56 Recognizing the claim of revolutionary youth to a similar idea of fidelity, the HSRA addressed their critics in 1929 using the shared terms of a shared present. The votaries of nonviolence will readily grant this much, at least, that we know how to suffer for and to act up to our convictions. 57 I do not want to suggest, as Niti Nair has done, that Bhagat Singh progressively absorbs a Gandhian vocabulary. 58 Rather, it is important to bring the two together in a conversation about the nature of a militant life based on fidelity to truth. Both Gandhi and the revolutionaries employ a language which suggests that, if the world is to change absolutely, life must be rejected as an absolute value, preformed subjects cannot be maintained, death must be countenanced. 59 Stressing this radical inheritance, HRA founder and former Gadarite Suchendranath Sanyal would urge Gandhi in 1925 to acknowledge the revolutionary's value in demonstrating the grandeur and the beauty that lie in dying for a noble cause. 60 The HSRA's first two major actions, the assassination of J.P. Saunders in 1928 and the throwing of a bomb into the Legislative Assembly in 1929, would be targeted attacks on sites of power, the repressive apparatus of the police in the first place, and the location where legal instruments of rule are formulated, in the latter. It is this spectacular, targeted action that seems to justify Bhagat Singh's positioning as a foil to the quotidian insurgencies and ethic of self-work promoted by Gandhi. The HSRA seek to interrupt something which is present, to reveal the vulnerability of an unjust system or, through the demarcating clarity of a partisan stance, accentuate a condition of injustice. They are thus fully cognizant of history. Realism became our cult. Gandhi, alternatively, makes an event. He seeks to transform the very equation of power rather than invert or negate it. 61 It is this radical project named nonviolence which the HSRA decry as utopian, out of sync with a world armed to the teeth. The dissident voice of the HSRA does not, however, demand nonviolence be extinguished. It appeals instead for a fullness of means. In the philosophy of the bomb, a response to Gandhi's condemnation of the cult of the bomb, B.C. Vora draws a distinction between violence as physical force applied to commit injustice, and physical force itself, which can serve a just cause as readily as soul force. Why press for the acceptance of truth by soul force alone? Why not add physical force to it? Vora asks. Violence is decentered to emphasize a problem of magnitude, the intensity of action required to pursue a just cause in a demanding present. 62. We are encouraged, moreover, to interrogate Gandhi's own relationship with violence, that is, the manner in which he courted violence, prizing the suffering it produced as a way of opening new forms of moral agency. 63 As Devji reminds us, the inauguration of a mass movement was not simply about mass action, but involved the possibility of mass suffering. For Gandhi, transformation required an escape from the confines of political instrumentality, premised on the protection of life. The HSRA would echo the sentiment in the manifesto annotating their bomb in the Legislative Assembly: sacrifice at the altar of the great revolution that will bring freedom to all, is inevitable. 64. Shruti Kapila has argued that it was not even nonviolence per se but truth which formed an oppositional arm to the violence of the political for Gandhi. Truth as an affirmative quality, a category of experience, linked to making visible structures of power and as such more radical than the simple negation of violence. Hence satya, truth, is paired with agraha, firmness, to foreground a productive practice of insistent visibility, fundamentally different from any practice of resistance and epitomizing Gandhi's own rejection of passivity as a label for an inherently confrontational stance. 65. Truth, for Gandhi, is not about veracity or conduct but represents a capacity, the ability to break from the consensual and the embodied experience of evil. It is thus manifest in an event, the interruption of that which is accepted and the revelation of all that is hidden in the practical world. 66 In this sense it stands distinct from the philosophy of Inquilab Zindabad, which demands responsiveness to the contingent unfolding of history. For both, however, action guided by truth serves a demarcating function. It clarifies falsehood and exposes evil, whether that of a satanic civilization or capitalist exploitation. The nomination of an absolute antagonism necessitates the call for absolute fidelity, the fixation with a subject who can give the first place to truth and march forward. The partisan identification demanded by the revolutionary mirrors the place of bhakti, devotion, in Gandhi's politics. 67. Gandhi's role in centering a political vocabulary of fidelity and sacrifice in 1920s India cannot be denied. To read Bhagat Singh in his present is to acknowledge this fact. The 1929 Lahore session of Congress is particularly indicative, opening with Chairman Saifuddin Kichlu insisting that self-reliance, sacrifice and suffering are the only methods for the attainment of our freedom. 68 The Lahore session would see the demand for Purna Swaraj finally articulated, rejecting dominion status as a goal of the Congress and calling for the establishment of a republic, a complete break with British rule. 69 The call endorses absolute antagonism. Not only have the British deprived Indians of their freedom, but the government has ruined India economically, politically, culturally, and spiritually. 70. In conjunction with the call for Purna Swaraj, Nehru raised the flag of an independent India on December 29, 1929. Bhagat Singh had been in prison for 7 months. Absconding members of the HSRA would criticize Nehru's act as stagey, claiming that Purna Swaraj means nothing unless the most efficacious and tried means are adopted to achieve it. 71 It is doubtful that Gandhi's Salt Satyagraha, which closely followed the Lahore Congress, was what the revolutionaries had in mind, focused as it was on the quotidian practice of salt production in defiance of British laws. And yet relying on a binary opposition between violence and nonviolence does not capture elements of this present that are shared, the sense of an absolute antagonism, the valorization of courage and self-sacrifice, the revelatory potential of action, the call for fidelity unto death. This is the present in which Bhagat Singh is received and comes to be revered as a political actor, a present invariably inflected by Gandhi. B.C. Vora's question, why press for the acceptance of truth by soul force alone, represents an attempt by the HSRA to negotiate this terrain rather than negate Gandhi. It is about taking the radical possibility Gandhi had demonstrated forward. As Bhagat Singh reflects in a 1928 article for Kirti, when people get awakened once, they cannot be put to sleep again. 72 And if, in his present, from under the seeming stillness of the sea of Indian humanity, a veritable storm is about to break out, then what is to be done? 73. 3. The Great Awakening. It seems that a fatality impels them, like the royalty of the 18th century, towards the precipice which will engulf them. Augusta Valiant, 189,474. Our concern is with action and the contexts of action. I have argued that the HSRA engaged their present as both demanding and vanishing, articulating conceptions of militancy and fidelity in response to this condition. We can privilege the present once more, by observing how the HSRA sought in their actions to declare a present, to demarcate the truth of that present. I will argue that the Lahore assassination and the Delhi bomb should not be read as instrumental acts in pursuit of some transformation, towards the creation of a distant future. Rather, they are striking in their affirmation of the present and its latent possibility. The language of imminence and inevitability saturates the statements annotating these gestures, framing them as warnings and signals of an already existing state of affairs. The collective capacity of the Indian people is an axiom of the action, rather than its objective. 75 The demonstrative weight of the bomb and bullet rests on this projection of supreme confidence. The HSRA refuse a pedagogical, durative anti-colonialism by affirming that revolution is inevitable and now, in this present, injustice will not be tolerated. 76. Rather than nihilism or vengefulness, there is a genuine sense in HSRA writings that the revolutionaries find themselves at the moment of beginning, a new stage in history. The act affirms opportunity. In this section I would like to consider the signals marking this pregnant present, unfolding beneath the world shadow of the Russian Revolution. Lenin demands our attention as a ghostly interlocutor for the HSRA. This is not a genealogical connection of influence and inheritance but an animating relationship of selective recognition and possible misrecognition. 77 By ghostly, I mean to draw attention to the variant and unstable ways Lenin is conjured in the revolutionary imaginary, how he is charged with a sense of possibility, unbound from the nuance of corporeal and historical existence. For Bhagat Singh and his comrades, the precedent set by Lenin and his professional revolutionaries is enabling. The Bolshevik stands as the signal of a new age and an unfolding world historical moment. This is not, then, the textbook Lenin of post-war Soviet studies, tied causally to statism and Stalinism via the party and interventionist vanguard. It is closer to the fin de siècle Lenin of what is to be done, reconstructed by the historian Lars Tlich in his contextual reading of the famous pamphlet. Lich connects Lenin's urgency to a sense of opportunity in his present, breaking the conventional image of a leader dismayed by the inertia of the masses, responding to crisis with an elite, authoritarian strategy. Lich's Lenin is confident of the approaching revolutionary storm, adapting rather than rejecting a social democratic sensibility regarding workers' self-activity. Tracing the trope of Probuzdany awakening in Lenin's writing, Lich argues that the vanguard is conceived as an evangelist, tasked with announcing an existing truth, that of the working class's world historical mission. In Lich's religious analogy, the workers will recognize true leaders, sermons will be met by mass conversions. 78. Lich's account is a provocation, and certainly not without critics. 79 But the conceptual reorientation he proposes is analogous to the move I want to make, the idea that action is informed by an already existing condition, and that truth, once announced, will incite latent possibility. Lenin's 1902 pamphlet emerged within a debate regarding the prospect of mass movement in Tsarist Russia. Bhagat Singh lived in a decade and in a country where he knew mobilization was possible. Gandhi had demonstrated this much. This precedent, buttressed by assumptions about the inexorability of class war, the example of worker strikes in 1928 Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, and evidence of the state's anxiety to curtail labor mobilization converge to impress a historical moment which cannot be denied. The Mahatma would label the revolutionaries deluded patriots 80, but the HSRA consistently align themselves with the most tried and efficacious means, their cult of realism buoyed by Lenin's success. When, on April 8, 1929, Bhagat Singh and his comrade B.K. Dutt threw bombs into the Delhi Legislative Assembly, they also released a flurry of pamphlets. The words of Auguste Vaillant, a French anarchist hanged in 1894 for bombing the Chamber of Deputies in Paris, open the pamphlet, "It takes a loud voice to make the deaf hear." The HSRA's invocation of Vaillant accentuates the bomb's declaratory nature: we must work to demonstrate the existing truth of our present. If it is action that completes the demonstrative work for the HSRA, the accompanying notices are interesting for their attempt to capture fleeting forms. The remainder of this section considers the language of imminence these statements employ, affirming a present rather than dictating the prerequisites for the creation of some future, a promise, rather than a program. To begin, at 4:30 p.m. on December 17, 1928, members of the HSRA ambushed Assistant Superintendent of Police J.P. Saunders as he was leaving the police station on Lahore's College Road. He was shot once by Shivram Rajguru, and then again by Bhagat Singh. 81 As the two fled through the gates of the Dav College located directly opposite the station, Chandrasekhar Azad fired at the pursuing officer, Constable Chanan Singh. Both Constable Singh and Saunders died from their wounds. Amidst the chaos, there was some room for farce. Saunders was not the primary target. The HSRA's Jayagopal mistook the assistant for his boss, Mr. Scott, the man who had ordered police to charge a peaceful protest against the Simon Commission in Lahore 2 months earlier, resulting in the injury and subsequent death of venerated nationalist leader Lala Lajpat Rai. Once it was clear this was a subordinate and not Scott, the revolutionaries scrambled to amend posters prepared in advance to announce the act. 82 Jayagopal's mistake did little to detract from the general intent. However, the HSRA wanted to name Lajpat Rai's death as symptomatic of colonial governance at large, reflective of an absolute antagonism. Indeed, one of the poster's headings announced, "Beware, ye bureaucracy." Saunders was declared representative of an institution so cruel, lowly, and so base that it must be abolished. Indeed, it is the most tyrannical government in the world. The amended posters were plastered in prominent places across Lahore the following morning. They announced that the HSRA had avenged Lajpat Rai, communicating the romance of redemption so conventional to earlier Swadeshi mobilizations. Yet the HSRA claims to speak for a movement bigger than itself. Let the world know that India still lives. The Saunders murder is a signal that now, in this present, injustice can only lead to revolt. Action affirms the capacity to live differently, the refusal to stand idly by. The HSRA distance themselves from individual enmity, sorry for the death of a man, appealing instead to the antagonism that necessitated it, but in this man has died the representative of an institution. 83. This sentiment becomes an explicit warning in statements drafted to defend the bombs thrown into the Delhi Legislative Assembly on April 8, 1929. The months between the Saunders murder and this event collapse a period of feverish activity, with HSRA members traversing the country in search of materials and funds to facilitate the construction of explosives. On the day a decision was expected regarding the government's controversial trade disputes bill described by British communist Philip Spratt as an essay in repression. 84 Bhagat Singh and Dutt hurled 2 low-intensity bombs into the empty backbenches of the assembly. Shouting Inqilab Zindabad from the visitors' gallery, the two launched pamphlets into the smoke, and surrendered to police. intending to use the publicity of a court case to define the cause of revolution. 85 This propaganda element had been carefully engineered. Concurrent with the bombing, HSRA members distributed copies of the pamphlet as well as photos of Bhagat Singh and Dud to newspaper offices across Delhi. A full copy of the statement was printed in the Hindustan Times as early as 10 April 1929.86. The statement calls on those who deny an existing truth to confront reality and acknowledge imminent upheaval. It takes a loud voice to make the deaf hear. The HSRA recapitulate Valiant's gesture to declare a new present to the alien bureaucratic exploiters who must come before the public eye in their naked form. They scorn equally India's nationalist leaders, who waste their time expecting more crumbs of reforms rather than preparing the masses for the coming revolution. In this moment, the Trade Disputes Bill along with the Public Safety Bill, the Press Act and the indiscriminate arrest of labor leaders in connection with the Meerut conspiracy case indicates the nearness of the precipice set to engulf the government. That Indian leaders would countenance such legislation is presented as evidence of their corruption. 87. On June 6, 1929, Bhagat Singh and Dud delivered a second statement in the Delhi Sessions Court, affirming the collective capacity of the Indian people to construct a different world. The bomb's sole purpose was to give the heedless a timely warning. From under the seeming stillness of the sea of Indian humanity, a veritable storm is about to break out. We have only hoisted the danger signal to warn those who are speeding along without heeding the grave dangers ahead. Bhagat Singh and Dud explained that the bomb was designed to do minimal damage and killed no one. Rather than perpetrators of dastardly outrages, the HSRA humbly claimed to be no more than serious students of the history and aspirations of their country. We dropped the bomb on the floor of the assembly chamber to register our protest on behalf of those who had no other means left to give expression to their heart-rending agony. India's immense inequalities are bound to lead to chaos. This state of affairs cannot last long. The present order of society in merrymaking is on the brink of a volcano. The assembly bomb was a warning to those who have shut their eyes to the existence of this movement. 88. It is outside the remit of this essay to detail the public reception of these acts. Suffice it to say, the general tenor was one of condemnation, demonstrating the hallmarks of generational critique in castigating the misguided patriotism of youth. 89 But the censure was not as monolithic as historians like Nair have argued. 90 On the Saunders murder, some editorials decried the act but admitted the police were partially to blame, both for their repressive tendencies and because they never instituted an inquiry into Lajpat Rai's death. 91 The assembly bomb, similarly, was a dastardly act, but some papers held that outrages are the inevitable result of the present system of government. 92 Considering the nature of censorship at this time, we cannot expect to find explicit support, anyway. But outside regulated print areas we find different conversations. No less than 4 days after the Saunders murder, colonial intelligence agents reported that, at a town hall meeting in Nagpur, local leaders used the example of the shooting to warn police in the city not to assault protesters when the Simon Commission arrived there. 93 3 months after the Delhi bombing, the situation had changed drastically. Portraits of Bhagat Singh and Dud and copies of the assembly notice were distributed openly at the June 30, 1929 meeting of the Punjab Provincial Congress in Amritsar. The Babbar Akali leader Mota Singh, just released from jail, told the crowd that lovers of their country never remain within the limits of the law. 94. This, then, is how the HSRA and Bhagat Singh are introduced to India on the national stage, as rebels who have given the first place to truth and dared all earthly power to curb their spirit. The demonstrative weight of the Lahore assassination and Delhi bombing resides in the HSRA's projection of supreme confidence in the face of tremendous risk, the force of their promise rather than the surety of a program. In the shadow of Lenin, the HSRA confidently declare the imminent potential of Indian humanity. They fight for the present and all its possibility, as a volcano on the brink, spinning towards a future not yet determined but no doubt equally demanding. 4 Outside futures. This article assembles around an understanding of politics as active thought, as a form of judgment rather than the mastery of certain theories. In outlining the early history of the HSRA, I have focused on action and the contexts of action, discarding the specificity of futures and the dictates of doctrine to ground a responsive, relational politics. This analytical choice is informed by a desire to engage Bhagat Singh's promiscuous ghost, sensing that the search for actual futures can only sabotage attempts to understand this vivid afterlife and cross-ideological appeal. To open a conversation on Inqilab Zindabad's resonance in other, contingent conjunctures, I have outlined how the revolutionary stood in relation to his own present. This argument privileges the gesture in the political life of the HSRA. But it also relies on a notion of truth, and more specifically the suggestion that Bhagat Singh is constituted as the subject of a discourse of truth, responsive to singularity, rejecting mysticism and blind faith. Fidelity to truth disallows a politics of interest, necessitating a life of struggle over compromise and demanding its adherents countenance death. But truth can enable, and the ethic of fearlessness cultivated by the revolutionaries in their 1920s present in the world shadow of Lenin and in a global moment of youth action propels their unrelenting, parasitic confrontation with power. The contours of this militant life partisan commitment, unflinching action, heroic self-sacrifice continue to shape Bhagat Singh's ghost. Acknowledging the weight of this legacy allows us to approach the enduring appeal of the revolutionary and the implications of his invocation today. Rather than trying to correct instances of misappropriation, we might consider why a contingent circumstance is perceived to demand militancy. We might ask what it means for a spectre to hold individuals accountable in their actions, the pressure of the political vocabulary he signifies, and the tensions animated by his voice in the context of democratic state politics. Towards a discussion on these and other questions related to the HSRA's incitement of the present, this essay represents a first step. Death in 3 Scenes of Recitation. Simona Saune. October 12, 2011, 3 members of the little-known Bhagat Singh Kranti Sena, Bhagat Singh Revolutionary Army, attack lawyer Prashant Bhushan in his chambers in the Supreme Court. One of the assailants claims that the attack is in retaliation for Prashant Bhushan's endorsement of a referendum in Jammu and Kashmir. The description of the group on Facebook says, "A team of guys who are crazy for nation, those who can do anything for nation. A task force against traitors, anti-nationals and corrupts. A team of people, those who are ready to take any action to teach anti-nationals and traitors. A team of guys those who can die for the nation and oops srrry. Not die we are dying FRM last 1000 years, first Mughals killed us then Britishers killed us and now the traitors sick inside the nation are killing us. Now we will not die, if we will die, then who will give right treatment to the traitors and anti-nationals? Time has come to give reply to the peoples those who are trying to divide my nation from Kashmir to Arunachal. I think indication is enough. Then why are you waiting? Join us and become threat for anti-nationals and traitors. Kun se kelenj holy gr vaten mushkil mi hai, sarfrashi ki tumana abhamer dil mi hai with blood we shall play holy when the homeland is in peril / the desire for sacrifice is now in our heart one. What is most striking about this brief manifesto of the Bhagat Singh Kranti Sena is its acknowledgement of its own departure from the moment of Bhagat Singh. The UPS SRRRY urges us to note the jettisoned patriotic move, we are willing to die for the nation, against which these guys protest by presenting, in a familiar argument, the majority as the threatened minority. The passage presents as self-evident a we extending from pre-Mughal times to the present, as well as the proprietary claim of this we to an undivided nation. Its focus on survival, not just physical survival but also the survival of identity, marks a significant turn. On the one hand, the Sena presents itself here as inheriting the legacy of Bhagat Singh, but on the other, it also announces its rejection of that legacy. Bhagat Singh himself, though clearly a nationalist in some ways, was also critical of a certain nationalism. While it is easy enough to say that he died for India's freedom, it is not so easy to say what exactly that meant for him. What makes him such a powerful icon today, however, is less his writings or beliefs, and more the very fact of his death, that is to say, the commitment to which that death attests. That is why I am intrigued by what otherwise seems a minor symptom, the moment of retreat and reversal in the Sena's manifesto. If we surmise that what makes Bhagat Singh so compelling for people of varied hues in India today is precisely his passion, as manifested in his embrace of death, then we must also note that this is exactly the move that the Sena itself disavows, despite its closing citation of a poem by Bhagat Singh's associate Ramaprasad Bismil, 1897–1927. I will discuss that poem in some detail below. Bhagat Singh, 1907–1931, came from a politically active family in Lyalpur district in Punjab. His paternal uncle was Ajit Singh, a leader of the Kisan, peasant, movement. Bhagat Singh's father and two paternal uncles were also affiliated with the Gadar movement, started in California by Lala Hardayal and Kardar Singh Saraba. Inspired, like many of his contemporaries, by Giuseppe Mazzine's Young Italy movement, 1831, Bhagat Singh played a central role in organizing the Naujawan Bharat Sabha, Young India Society, in Lahore in 1926. The poet Ramaprasad Bismil too was one of the founding members of the Hindustan Republican Association, HRA, established in 1924 with the aim of organizing armed resistance against British rule. Arrested after the robbery of government money from a train at Kakori in Uttar Pradesh, Bismil was hanged in 1927. Bhagat Singh, a member of the HRA, was largely responsible for changing its name to the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, HSRA, in 1928. After the murder of a British police officer, Saunders, in retaliation for the death of the venerated nationalist leader Lala Lajpat Rai, he initially escaped from Lahore, but then courted arrest in April 1929. Stirred by accounts of the French anarchist Auguste Vaillant, Bhagat Singh and his comrade Batukeshwar Dood, in a dramatic and riveting move, threw smoke bombs in the Central Assembly in Delhi to protest against the Public Safety Bill and the Trade Dispute Bill. Along with the bombs, copies of a leaflet titled "To Make the Deaf Hear" were scattered. The Trade Dispute Bill was essentially an anti-strike bill, and the Public Safety Bill was specifically aimed against communist leaders, especially British communists involved in labour organising in India. By protesting against the bills, and raising the slogan "Inqilab Zindabad," "Long Live Revolution," Bhagat Singh and his comrades announced that their revolution could not be read only within the nationalist paradigm. Though both the murder of Saunders and the bomb blasts had turned Bhagat Singh into a national figure, his real fame may have come later, when, as a prisoner, he, along with his comrades, went on a 116-day hunger strike to protest against the differential treatment of British and Indian prisoners, and to insist that the category of political prisoner be recognized and applied to the revolutionaries. The strike created tremendous solidarity for the prisoners in the public consciousness of the time. Though they were not entirely successful in their aims, news of the hunger strike, of forced feeding, and of the death of Jatin Das created intense national and international pressure. For the murder of Saunders, Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev were sentenced to death by a special tribunal created under an emergency ordinance, and hanged in Lahore on March 23, 1931 at an unscheduled time in order to prevent public rioting. Bhagat Singh's relation to death cannot be exhausted by the phrase "dying for the nation," although that is often how he is remembered today. In his essay in this collection, Chris Moffat notes Bhagat Singh's widespread and unpredictable invocation from the Hindu right to the Maoist left. The main split, it seems to me, falls between those who focus on Bhagat Singh's fidelity to the nation, and those who foreground his challenge to the state. 3 While his avid interest in anarchist thought, the focus of Daniel Elam's essay, proves the significance of the latter, the fact that he often spoke in the name of the nation, the homeland, the motherland, gives some credence to the former. Nationalist discourse of course relied upon a division between nation and state. Its own critique of the colonial state allowed it, at a certain moment, to accommodate camaraderie even with anarchist thought. Bhagat Singh belongs to that moment. However, that does not mean that he is, for that reason, of only historical interest today. Indeed, in the violent and charged contemporary landscape, it may be all the more important to think seriously about the language spoken by Bhagat Singh and his comrades. This essay will discuss the close link between the centrality of death in this imagination and other elements such as excessive and sublime love, delirium, junoon, and the explosive destructiveness and generosity of youth. 4 These elements often draw upon a poetic or literary repertoire, and even a religious vocabulary, notwithstanding Bhagat Singh's professed atheism later in life. Despite his commitment to science and rationality, the most dominant current in his work mobilizes a politico-aesthetic language that he shared with other comrades. The dissolution of the self in love, in this language, allegorises the death-in struggle of a committed political actor. Commenting on Thomas Hobbes's work, and specifically the way modern politics has imagined itself in relation to death, the Italian theorist Carlo Galli writes, Hobbes understands politics as a partition between associated life and the external nothing, a sort of bulwark placed between us and death. This is the archetype of modern politics, oriented toward saving the life of the subject even at the cost of his natural freedom. 5 In this understanding of politics, which Galli calls the archetype of modern politics, death can only be affirmed if it is put in the service of life, in the service of the community, the nation, and so on. In the discourse of the revolutionaries, however, even when death is presented as an exchange, as in the word sarfaroshi, which I discuss below, and which literally means the selling of one's head, presumably in exchange for the fruits that will accrue, the elevation of death surpasses the logic of exchange, and indicates, instead, an attempt to rethink the political from a different model of subjectivity and agency. If references to madness and delirium already suggest that this death is not part of a rational calculus, the focus on love is even more persuasive. What is given is not just life, but also, and above all, love. The fact that this love is borrowed from traditions of romantic/divine love may not necessarily reveal a utilitarian use of these tropes by political discourse, as in propaganda. It may instead reveal an attempt to forge a different idiom of resistance. A commitment to political life, to the future of the world, means, on the one hand, that the individual actor has to die as a private self interested only in his or her own survival and happiness, but it also means, on the other hand, that political life now becomes infused with passion, indeed with a kind of transcendence. The revolutionaries have often been judged as romantic, immature, or misguided. But let us take a slightly different approach to the theme of romance, departing in this instance even from Bhagat Singh's own stated views on the subject. Bhagat Singh takes pains to present himself as someone who outgrew romance. Till that time, the mass arrests that took place in 1925 after the Kakori incident, I was only a romantic revolutionary, just a follower of our leaders. Then came the time to shoulder the whole responsibility. 6 Was romance just something to be outgrown, something that belonged to a period of early youth? On the contrary, perhaps nothing would have been possible without a certain romance. The etymology of romance encompasses at once a reference to translation, specifically from Latin to the vernacular, as well as a reference to narrativization. Perhaps, instead of pushing romance to the margins, we should bring it to the fore in our reading of the revolutionaries. In this essay, I look at 3 textual moments of romance, of love, translation, and recitation. I find the term recitation appropriate because it invokes a performative mode of remembrance so often associated with poems and stories in India. In reciting, as in acting, the reciting I comes to occupy the place of the narrative I. This opens the possibility of becoming someone else, inhabiting a different language, assuming a stance or an agency that one may not otherwise be able to claim. Each of the 3 moments I examine is about a decision to die, and in each case, the relation of this decision to an aesthetic identification is foreground. Such identification, dramatized by acts of recitation, and not reducible to the idea of influence, is a crucial and often neglected aspect of political life. In attending to these moments, my attempt is, first, to think about the intervention of Bhagat Singh and the revolutionaries in a way that restores to literary and poetic language the primacy that it had in the formation of revolutionary subjectivity. Second, I discuss how contemporary invocations of Bhagat Singh often repress crucial aspects of his thinking. And finally, the most pressing question that I pursue concerns Bhagat Singh's attention to death and to dying for love. A serious critique of his work would have to articulate the theoretical contours of thinking sacrifice and love in a register that was, at once, nationalist and internationalist, socialist and anarchist. Here, I have only been able to pose the question. Shaheed. The Sena's Facebook manifesto concludes with the following verse: "With blood we shall play holy when the homeland is in peril / the desire for sacrifice is now in our heart." The preceding lines of the passage, "Now we will not die," etc., suggest that the verse is cited here as though it refers to killing others. Thus, if one only reads the verse in the context of this passage, one may assume that the blood with which these young men wish to play holy is the blood of anti-nationals and traitors. 7 The final reference to staking one's life then appears in conflict with the earlier part of the manifesto. However, if one reads the verse in relation to Bismill's poem, it becomes clear that the blood cannot but be one's own. The invocation of holy suggests that the blood will be spilt and lost, playfully, joyously, by the very martyrs who proclaim their desire to risk their lives. See Appendices A and B. 8 I am not arguing, of course, that there are no signs of aggression in this poem, or in Bismill's other writings. Many such examples may easily be found. I only wish to emphasize that amongst all the other tropes, a series of expected and often predictable tropes, dying for the motherland has a central space. Despite their differences, most versions of the poem primarily sing of the desire to die, to give one's head, to risk one's life. This poem, which exists today in several versions, and has been set to music in most films about Bhagat Singh, is an excellent example of the romantic register of revolutionary nationalism. Reframing, hence adapting and translating a series of tropes from Urdu love poetry, the poem gives central significance to the desire to die, that is to say, to give oneself entirely to the object of love. It revolves around the figure of the Shaheed, the one who bears witness to the truth of the nation and stands by that truth, even unto death. Let us recall that the word Shaheed in Arabic, much like martyrs in Greek, initially refers to the witness. The epithet Shaheed is often associated with Bhagat Singh and other nationalist heroes of that time. Today, however, it is used most often in India by Kashmiris who frequently name as Shaheed those killed by the Indian armed forces. Most notably, it has become the epithet of Afzal Guru, secretly hanged on February 9, 2013 in connection with the 2001 attack on the Indian Parliament. 9 The hanging provoked not only despair and outrage in Kashmir, but also pointed comparisons between Bhagat Singh and Afzal Guru. Both were hanged in connection with attacks on the parliament by governments that considered them terrorists. In each case there were doubts about legal procedure, the families were not informed about the time of the execution, and so on. 10. Thus, while the Sena, in the name of Bhagat Singh, expresses vehement hostility toward the freedom movement in Kashmir, some Kashmiris have found precisely in Bhagat Singh a precursor. This contested legacy provocatively reveals that the discourse of Shahadat, martyrdom, so powerful in an earlier nationalist moment, has now become almost entirely associated with Kashmiri insurgency and, in general, with terrorism linked to Islam. Not only is Shahadat no longer central to the new, Indian, nationalism, the nationalism of the majority and of the powerful, it must, in fact, be disavowed. This disavowal is a sign, not only of the gathering cloud of Islamophobia, but also of a political orientation which no longer idealizes a political subject driven to erase itself in the madness of love. In an age of drone attacks, that is to say, an age where the challenge of war is to keep oneself entirely secure while exterminating the other, there is something both inexplicable and menacing about Shahadat. In Bismill's poem, however, the Shaheed stands out as a figure to be emulated. Indeed, the task of the poem may be nothing but the rhetorical production of the Shaheed, the one who is not simply killed by an enemy, but who has in his heart, in the hidden and true interior, the desire to be sacrificed. It is the Shaheed who, himself drawn to love/sacrifice, becomes in turn the first object of love/sacrifice of the poet. Ai shahidi mulko millet, hum tir yuparnis ro martyr for land and faith, / I sacrifice myself to you / I am in your thrall. Through this first giving in love is awakened the second giving, by which the poet, in learning to love the shaheed, learns to imitate him, and indeed, to become a shaheed himself. In some versions the final verse of the poem speaks of this. It is the poet who now carries in his heart only one desire, no more passion ahead, no throng of aspirations / now in Bismillah's heart, in this slaughtered heart, but one desire, to be erased, ekmit Jane ki Hazrat of Dili Bismil main high. Is this still about politics? Perhaps, but certainly another note has entered here. Schematically, we may then say that the poem presents the desire for death in three different registers, as the desire of the lover, of the patriot, and of the one weary of life, as in this verse. The curious meshing of these registers at the very least attests to the pervasiveness of this desire, as opposed to the desire for aggression, for killing the enemy. In a similar vein, the figure of the killer or the executioner is also an ambivalent one here. In Bismillah's poem the hero gains his true life, his life as a hero only in death. In such a drama, the qatl, or the murderer, becomes almost the accomplice of the shaheed, less an antagonist, and more an ally. Who is the qatl in the poem? The English word murderer or killer cannot register the way this word often appears as a name of the beloved in Urdu poetry. The great poet Faiz, for example, in a song made famous by the exquisite voice of Nayara Noor, writes, Tum mir paraho / mir qatl, mir dildar, mir paraho, stay close to me, my killer, my beloved, stay close to me, or in Agha Shahid Ali's translation, you who demolish me, you whom I love / be near me. 11 In Bismillah's poem, the qatl seems, at first glance, to be the colonizer. Yet the repeated emphasis on love suggests that perhaps two qatls are, as it were, superimposed here in a manner that perhaps transforms both. For one must also think of the qatl here as love of the native land. It is the strength of this love that is to be tested, not only the strength of the enemy. Only such a love can draw throngs of lovers to the place of execution, not the adversarial or ferocious face of the enemy. I am suggesting that the romantic discourse of Shahadat in the early 20th century encounters the figure of the enemy from a peculiar angle, framing that figure so as to sometimes blur and soften its features in unexpected ways. This could be understood in terms of the power disparity between the colonizer and the colonized. The more powerful enemy is always easier to love, and therefore humanize, than the less powerful. But this could only be articulated because of the specific discourse appropriated and rewritten by the revolutionaries. Revolutionary thought arrived through the filter of a love whose own genealogy, both complex and powerful, linked it to death in an essential manner. 12. Indeed, it is perhaps impossible to separate the focus on death in this discourse from the celebration of madness, passion, love, and delirium diwangi, junun, ishq, prem, all of which circulate and sparkle, like wayward stars, through these writings. In his fascinating study of folk representations of Bhagat Singh, Ishvar Dayal Gaur has mapped the intersections between the counter-hegemonic, the non-sectarian, the outlaw and the lover in Punjabi folk traditions. In the history of the culture and literature of Punjab, he writes, Ishq, love, Ashik, lover, and Shaheed, martyr, are inseparable heroic identities. 13 Let us attend to the power of this matrix, not only in representations of Bhagat Singh, but in his own thinking and the thinking of his comrades. In a poem attributed to Ashfaqullah Khan we read the following verse, Ai Puktakarul Fad Hashiyar Dig Na Janas /Yan Raz Ashiki Hi is Daro Razan Main 14 Be vigilant, and do not fall, O victorious lover / the secret of love is in the gallows and rope. From March to October 1928 Bhagat Singh wrote a serial column in the journal Kirti titled Azadai Ki Bent Shahidatan Martyrs for Freedom. In the piece about Madan Lal Dhingra, March 1928, Singh writes, when pain arose from seeing the chains of slavery grow more powerful day by day, many youths were unable to calm their nation-love maddened hearts. Deshprem main pagal hu dil, with mere speech and proposal work and some broken-hearted people, Diljal Log, began the revolutionary movement. 15 of Ramaprasad Bismil and Ashfaqullah Khan. He writes, both the lovers, Premi, having given their lives for a great task, became immortal. And elsewhere cites the following sentence of Rasbihari Bose, ordinary worldly people cannot experience the limitless and deep love, Prem, between revolutionaries. 16. Both the emotional charge of love, whether it appears as love for the motherland, love between revolutionaries, love for those who are oppressed, love for the world, as well as the madness of the one who truly experiences this love, are integrally related to the celebration of death. It is as though Marx's great pronouncement, the proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains, is transformed by being filtered through a network of tropes of love and devotion, and by association with the offering, the prayer, the gift. In its new form, the pronouncement may be rewritten thus: the abject have nothing to give but their love manifest as their life/blood. Bhagat Singh cites from Madan Lal Dhingra's final testimony, poor in wealth and intellect, a son like myself has nothing else to offer but his own blood. 17. This offering of blood and life, however, is also at times figured as an offering of the ego and of selfhood, in a move where the political becomes worthy of an absolute surrender. Thus Bismil cites the following verse at the end of a quasi-obituary he writes for Ashfaqullah Khan, Askar Harimi Ishq main hasti hi jurm hi / kab hi na paon yahan sar li hu askar, within the sacred enclosure of love, ego being is a crime / do not ever step here with your head intact. 18. Time and again these writings turn to the rhetoric of romantic love, which, at least since the early modern period, has not only been deeply infused in South Asia with passion for an otherworldly beloved but also powerfully shaped by a figuration of death as the doorway of access to this beloved. 19. Its characteristic geometry juxtaposes the inconceivable worth of the beloved against the utter penury of the lover, and names death as the event that will allow the lover to erase the identity that poses an obstacle to love. Diametrically opposed to this is the Sena's desire to erase the other, so as to make room for a self that has already been identified and that makes its claims in the name of the nation. In a very early essay, Giorgio Agamben, thinking further along the lines pursued by Georges Sorel and Walter Benjamin, attempted to specify the particularity of revolutionary violence. Revolutionary violence is not a violence of means, aimed at the just end of negating the existing system. Rather, it is a violence that negates the self as it negates the other. It awakens a consciousness of the death of the self, even as it visits death on the other. Only the revolutionary class can know that enacting violence against the other inevitably kills the self. Only the revolutionary class can have the right, or perhaps, the terrible imperative, to violence. Like sacred violence before it, revolutionary violence can be described as passion, in its etymological sense, self-negation and self-sacrifice. 20. It may be difficult to endorse such a right or imperative to violence. I cite Agamben because his theoretical distinction of revolutionary violence focuses on its non-teleological nature and its essential element of self-dissolution. In Bismil's presentation of the Shaheed, the political actor, who perhaps recognizes that revolution demands not only the death of the oppressor, but also of the oppressed whose identity is bound to the oppressor, merges with the lover who longs for the erasure of identity, ego, and agency. 2. Recitation. The film Rangdabasanthi, 2006, may be the most interesting of the recent films that have appeared about Bhagat Singh, because rather than presenting a portrait of his life and times, it presents the impact of his life on a group of young college students in Delhi. Like the Anahajra movement which it anticipates, its focus is on corruption. The nation's widespread ruin and the malaise that affects its youth are traced to the selfishness of elites who place the private amassing of wealth above all other concerns. This pervasive eclipse of morality has created a context where middle-class and elite youth are entirely alienated and distant from the nation's history. Thus the film highlights the gap between the aspirations of those who participated in the freedom movement and those who, not quite a century later, may be seen as the beneficiaries of that movement. It is through the initiative of a young British woman whose grandfather was a colonial policeman in India, and who is keen to make a film about Bhagat Singh and his comrades, that the protagonists of the film, a group of young college students, all but one of them male, gradually become interested in this aspect of Indian history. 21. The film's protagonists, like Bhagat Singh and his comrades, learn political commitment along with sarfaroshi, recklessness, and acceptance of death. The death of all the young men at the end at the hands of the Indian armed forces is thus called for by the very title of the film, Rangda Basanti, color it saffron, itself a citation from a popular patriotic song. Basanti, the color of spring, is also the color of sacrifice and renunciation. Behind the association of spring with renunciation possibly lurks the idea that only in youth, or in springtime, is sacrifice possible. As Bhagat Singh often remarked, only the young have something to give, their energy and hope, their future. 22. But it is not just the young men's death that links them to Bhagat Singh, it is rather that they die under the influence of poetry. The film repeatedly emphasizes how Bhagat Singh, Ramaprasad Bismil, and Ashfaqullah remained within the sphere of poetry, how poetry remained close to them, in prison, even at the moment of death. The British officer McKinley records in his diary the following statement: "I think it was the poetry that held their souls together, as the torture tore their bodies apart." In an analogous way, only by learning to speak a different aesthetic language are the protagonists of the film able to become political agents. Thus poetry appears as both the shaping of an aesthetic language that functions as the essential supplement to the political, and as the inheritance, internalization, and repetition of this language. Or to put it in another way, it is both the writing and the recitation, each meshed with the other such that the two cannot be separated. Such an act of recitation occurs in the scene where the college students decide to kill the defense minister. His engagement in lucrative deals to purchase substandard parts for MiG fighter jets from Russia makes him responsible for the deaths of many young Air Force officers. When publicly accused, not only does the minister defend his actions, but adding insult to injury, he claims that the officers died because of their own inexpertise. A nonviolent protest by the friends and family of Ajay Singh Rathore, recently killed while flying one of these jets, is met with indiscriminate brutality by the police, a response that the film explicitly compares with colonial brutality and suppression of public dissent. The protagonists arrive at their decision to kill the minister by channeling the dialogues they had delivered in their film about Bhagat Singh. The defense minister thus becomes the double of the British officer Scott, who had ordered the violent dispersal of a protest against the Simon Commission, 1928, and who was held responsible for the death of the venerated leader Lala Lajpat Rai. Thus the film presents a scathing indictment not only of corruption at high levels of government, but also of the violence of the Indian state. Yet this indictment can only be presented by galvanizing a militaristic and patriarchal nationalism by juxtaposing, for example, a dedicated and self-sacrificing Air Force officer against the corrupt Minister of Defense. Likewise, the moral ills of the national family are implicitly traced to absent or bad fathers, not to the patriarchal frame itself. Of the two fathers who actually appear in the film, one is a self-serving Hindu capitalist who is killed at the end by his own son, and the other an unrelenting and fundamentalist Muslim. A third father figure is the Hindu nationalist politician who is an accomplice of the defense minister. The only one of the male protagonists who is not cynical from the very beginning is the Air Force officer, himself the son of an officer who also lost his life presumably in defense of the nation. In the final analysis, the film's miming of revolutionary agency does not go very far. For the protagonists of the film, the sanctity of the modern nation-state, its essential dependence on capitalist production, on the military and the police, is never in question. Quite simply put, they are focused on reform, not on revolution, even though they appear to draw inspiration from the language of revolution. The very idea of corruption which animates the film's criticism implies that the problem lies with particular corrupt, deformed, or deviant instantiations of an originally pure and legitimate rule or structure. For the film then, as for the Sena and indeed most liberal Indians, the true followers of Bhagat Singh are those who lay down their lives for the state, as soldiers in the army are expected to do. Even though the film dramatizes the resemblance between the contemporary Indian state and the colonial state, it cannot take its own dramatization seriously enough to question the structure of the Indian state, only the misapplication of its rules and values. 3. Gallows. Of course, Bhagat Singh also learned to speak the language of revolution through miming and recitation. Though political and economic analyses doubtless played an immense role in the education of Bhagat Singh, of equal if not greater significance is the literary and aesthetic space that allowed him to cast himself as part of an international brotherhood formed around the gallows. This is brought home most powerfully by references to the Russian novella The Seven Who Were Hanged, 1908, in the reminiscences of two of Bhagat Singh's co-prisoners in Lahore Central Jail, Shiv Varma and Jatindranath Sanyal. Referring to Bhagat Singh's interest in Dickens, Upton Sinclair, Hall Caine, Victor Hugo, Oscar Wilde, Gorky, Stepniak and in particular Leonid Andreyev, Shiv Varma recounts. He frequently got emotionally involved with some particular characters in the novels, to the extent that he wept and laughed with them. A familiar instance was a character in Leonard Andrews' sick novel The Seven Who Were Hanged. This character kept on saying, "I shall not be hanged." While he was being actually led to the gallows, he was still saying, "I shall not be hanged." 23 Upon reading this, Bhagat Singh would first laugh heartily, and then be silent and tears would start dropping from his eyes. 24. This is not the place for an extended discussion of Andreyev's remarkable novella, itself a complex meditation on the centrality of death to political life at the turn of the century. Claudia Verhoeven writes that the Russian revolutionary movement produced a whole genre devoted to living with this death and, of course, dying well. 25 The character who insists that he must not be hanged, Yinsen, is not a political prisoner, he is a character at once repulsive yet pitiable, whose status as an outsider in the land who speaks hardly any Russian is reinforced by the apparent limitations of his moral language. As Verhoeven remarks, Yinsen never manages to make the causal link between his own crime, the murder of his master, and the crime that the state will now commit against him. "I must not be hanged," he protests again and again against the fact that he will die because he killed. 26 In the novella, his rejection of death is compared with the stance of the political prisoners, most of whom display remarkable fortitude. In his rejection of death, and also in his status as an outsider, as someone bereft of or incapable of community, he acts as a foil for the revolutionaries. But perhaps we should not read Yinsen simply as a foil. What could Bhagat Singh's laughter and tears signify? We can only speculate. If laughter is provoked by maintaining an ironic distance from the naive and doomed will to life of Yinsen, surely tears are produced by obliterating that distance, in other words, by a moment of identification. This identification is not with a character who goes laughing to the gallows, as Bhagat Singh so often aspired to do, but with one who, caught in a vortex of solitary forces, wishes only to hold on to life, whose only desire is not to be erased. Yinsen, in his utter incomprehension of the state's decision, his bafflement at the legitimacy of just and justified procedural killing, may well be a true anarchic, though not anarchist, subject. Bhagat Singh's sympathy with him perhaps confirms that the revolutionary does not love death because he hates life. On the contrary, it is precisely love of life that also demands love of death, so that both life and death may be wrested away from totalitarian control. 27. Bhagat Singh's encounter with this novel should be read along with all the moments in his writings where he either glorifies the death of heroes, or argues against suicide, in a famous letter to Sukhdev, or gestures, through citation or allusion, towards a sweet intimacy with death. 28 The point is not to construct a psychobiography here. Instead, it is to map a politics structured around liberating death from the power of the state, and indeed, from a political regime predicated on excluding intimacy with death. Insofar as the state's ultimate power is over life and death, a true challenge to that power would mean overcoming the fear of death as well as of suffering. The many references to the importance of enduring suffering, the prolonged practice of the hunger strike, and the defiant gesture of laughing at the moment of execution are all part of this challenge. Let me repeat, This does not imply that there is no celebration of aggressive violence in Bhagat Singh's or his comrades' work. After all, they did advocate armed resistance to British rule. Indeed, we may easily find in this work arguments similar to those made by Frantz Fanon, that at a systemic level the violence of colonialism can only be confronted by the violence of the colonized, and at an individual level, violence functions as a way of restoring agency and capacity to a humiliated people. 29 But these arguments, though important, may not be the most compelling aspect of their work. The question that interests me is whether we might yet have something to learn from the politico-aesthetic emphasis on death in this work, especially given the work's ambivalently nationalist, and enthusiastically anarchist leanings. The desire for sacrifice, literally, selling or giving up one's head, is now in our hearts. The strength of the killer's arm must now be gauged. O traveler on the path of love, do not lose sight of the end. The desert path's delight is in its distance from the goal. When the time comes, we shall tell you, O sky. How can we yet reveal what lies in our heart? Again, today, in the execution square, the killer repeats. Does the desire for martyrdom lie in anyone's heart? I am in your thrall, or I sacrifice myself/give myself to you, O martyr for land and faith. Now in foreign gatherings too, they sing of your courage. No more passion ahead, no throng of aspirations. Now in this slaughtered heart, in Bismillah's heart, but one desire, to be erased. Hoping to be killed, all are drawn here. A throng of lovers in the alley of the killer. With blood we shall play holy when the homeland is in peril. The desire for sacrifice is now in our heart. History of a renegade revolutionary, Revolutionism and Betrayal in Colonial India. Aparna Vadik. If I had to choose between betraying my country and betraying my friend, I hope I should have the guts to betray my country. E. M. Forster 1. Introduction. Although historians of Indian nationalism now recognize that the nation as a homogeneous and contiguous community is an archival and epistemological impossibility, histories of nationalism continue to struggle to shake off its triumphal tenor. This is because the history of Indian nationalism is primarily written as a story of people, elite or subaltern, who challenged colonial domination and questioned their subordination. In comparison to histories of European nationalism, especially in the context of World War II, the histories of anti-colonial nationalism seldom take into account the story of the people who sat on the fence, or at times played an active role in wrecking, damaging, and sabotaging the nationalist enterprise. 2 Most works on anti-colonial nationalism see collaboration as an elite or bourgeois endeavor where higher social groups cooperated, associated and allied with the colonizing power to acquire social mobility, wealth, power, or political leverage. 3 The subalterns in this framework are seen as cooperating with the colonial state primarily for petty pecuniary gains, for self-protection or for settling rivalries. For nationalist writers, the act of collaboration is principally a result of weakness of character, enabling the colonized to succumb to divide and rule govern mentalities, and leading them to betray each other. Indian nationalism continues to be conscribed by the persistence of the theme of the extraordinary individual, the anti-colonial leader, almost invariably male, who guides his people in the anti-colonial struggle and remains a potent symbol in the post-colonial aftermath. 4 This pattern of holding up a single individual is also evident in the histories of revolutionaries, which have been heavily framed around biographical narratives of martyrs, particularly around iconic figures such as Bhagat Singh. 5 Martyrdom discourses around the hanged activists of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, HSRA, are so resilient that their covenant with physical annihilation in order to keep their ideal alive has become a definitive, indeed indispensable characteristic of their particular brand of nationalism. Existing literature on revolutionary nationalists tends to posit a martyr, traitor binary, the latter category reserved for those characters the Indian police, intelligence officers, and other functionaries who collaborated with the Raj who are held culpable for the very deaths that martyrology celebrates. And then there are the traitors drawn from revolutionary ranks, activists flawed by their inability to live up to their ideals, who make only cursory or dismissive appearances in footnotes and postscripts. This article flows against this tide, by focusing on the role of the antihero, documenting the history of a renegade revolutionary, Hans Rajvora, 1909–1985, who testified against his HSRA comrades in the Lahore conspiracy case trial, 1929–1930. In revisiting and analyzing the circumstances of Hans Raj's betrayal, this article engages with pressing conceptual questions regarding history of Indian nationalism. Is it possible to write a non-celebratory history of nationalism, which is sensitive to the instances when nationalist solidarity is fractured and betrayed? And can one reflect on acts of collaboration, e.g. spying, informing, denunciation, without the implicit moral judgment and destructive potential implicit in each term? In raising these questions, my attempt here is to go beyond the frames hitherto relied upon to write histories of approvers 6, wherein the approver is constructed by a collaboration between colonial law and the historian. 7 This essay seeks to give meaning to the lives and selves of historical actors such as Hans Rajvora, by understanding the context of their actions, and to see them as integral to the history of nationalism and martyrdom. Revolutionism, conspiracy trials, and approvers. The early decades of the 20th century saw the birth of several revolutionary organizations in different parts of British India, such as the Anticolonial Samitai, 1902, Abhinava Bharat, 1904, Jugantar, 1906, Hindustan Republican Association, 1924, Naujawan Bharat Sabha, 1926, Bengal Volunteers, 1928, and the HSRA, 1928. The members of these organizations were mostly young university students or college-educated youth who came from different cities and towns and belonged to families of the provincial middle class, including petty traders, well-off farmers, or school or college teachers. Common to all revolutionaries was their strident anti-colonialism, a willingness to resort to political violence, and broad-reaching political networks and diasporic connections. They carried out various acts, targeted political assassinations, raiding and looting for money or ammunition, illegally making bombs and acquiring arms, recruiting and training militias, and importing, writing, printing, translating and circulating seditious literature. The colonial state invested considerable energy in purging itself of revolutionary activity, arresting suspects, and trialing them in conspiracy cases. The Lahore Conspiracy Case, LCC, trial, which began on July 10, 1929 in Central Jail of Lahore, the second to be tried in the city of Lahore, the first being in 1915, was one of a spate of conspiracy case trials from 1909 to the mid-1930s, such as the Alipore bomb conspiracy case, 1909, Nasik conspiracy case, 1909, Delhi conspiracy case I, 1912, and II, 1931, Kakori conspiracy case, 1926, and the Chittagong Armory raid, 1932. In the LCC trial, the HSRA revolutionaries were tried for the killing of J.P. Saunders, the Assistant Superintendent of Police, in Lahore on December 17, 1928, and for bombing Delhi's Legislative Assembly on April 8, 1929, along with other revolutionary activities. While under trial, the members of the HSRA disrupted the proceedings in various ways before going on a hunger strike, which rendered them unable to attend the court. Their hunger strikes galvanized nationalist sentiments, and made it impossible for the trial to move forward. 8 Finally, the Governor-General instituted a special tribunal. The court reassembled on May 5, 1930 at the Punch House in Lahore, and the trial began in earnest, with the aim of convicting the revolutionaries. 9. A key factor in all conspiracy case trials was the prosecution's use of renegade revolutionaries to serve as witnesses in the court, freely denouncing their fellow revolutionaries. Their evidence was intended to bolster the prosecution's case and to bring the trial to a speedy conclusion. 10 In the LCC trial, the prosecution primarily relied on the testimonies of these renegades: J. Gopal, Phonindranath Ghosh, Manmohan Banerjee, Hans Rajvora, and Lalit Kumar Mukherjee to make its case. 11 In legal parlance, revolutionaries who took to the stand to testify were known as approvers, or king's witnesses. Crucially, an approver was both an informer and an accuser, who simultaneously confessed to his crime while accusing others in the court. Approvement was an old but effective instrument of judicial pacification in British India. 12 The Government of India had institutionalised the system of approvers as far back as the 1800s as an expedient measure to prosecute cases against dacoits and thugs. 13 In consenting to become an approver, one was eligible for a conditional pardon. 14 A reward intended to ensure approvers' ongoing cooperation in the prosecution of their co-accused. 15 By the 20th century, the colonial state had systematized the process of recruiting approvers in conspiracy trials. For an approver's testimony to be admissible in the court, it had to fulfill two conditions set by the framework laid out in the law of evidence applicable to British India. 16 First, the testimony had to be a teleological narrative which established a direct connection from the time that the collective hatched the conspiracy to the point of execution. Second, the testimony had to come from an original source, from someone who had taken part in the said conspiracy. The legal presumption was that an approver's testimony was a voluntary confession which required a certain measure of self-implication to hold judicial value. However, not all approver confessions were voluntary. The lure of evading punishment might have served as a huge incentive to sing, but the colonial police also used torture, solitary confinement, intense interrogation, and the strategy of playing one off against the other as tried methods of breaking down suspects, extracting confessions and making approvers out of them. 17 The colonial police knew that active revolutionaries carried the most potential to damage the defense of a conspiracy case, because of the secretive nature of these groups that were knit together by personal loyalties. Moreover, in the absence of corroborative evidence, the state was heavily reliant on approvers to secure a prosecution. Therefore, the colonial police worked hard to recruit collaborators. The case of a hostile witness in the LCC trial, Ram Saran Das, 41, an associate of the HSRA leadership, revealed alarming police practices. Das renounced his statement when he was called to testify in the court and pleaded to the bench that he wished to be sent to the jail and not to the police lockup. I wish to put in a document which shows how approvers are tutored. I hand in the document. I do not wish to remain in the custody of the police. This document was given to me by a police officer, who told me to learn it by heart. 18. Inder Pal, an approver in a supplementary trial in 1931, made allegations to the effect that he had been supplied by the police with copies of statements of the other approvers and pressure was being brought upon him to alter the statement made by him before the magistrate, so as to bring it into conformity with those of the other approvers. 19. Instead of being remanded to judicial custody, approvers in most conspiracy cases were kept in police custody in the name of safeguarding them from their co-accused, but this made them vulnerable to coercion and manipulation by the police. However, it was not always easy to recruit approvers out of revolutionary ranks. The circumstances in which some revolutionaries succumbed to pressure and made, or retracted, their statements reveal the importance of familial pressure. Shiv Varma, a revolutionary accused in the LCC, recounts how J. Gopal, the primary revolutionary witness, fell victim to his mother's weeping and turned approver. 20 Shiv Varma recounts how at first J. Gopal was repentant and burst into tears at seeing him but then lost this instinct and became a shameless fellow. 21 Brahmdut Mishra also turned approver, a discourse in itself that is imbued with a sense of a misdirection, but under pressure from his mother and wife recanted in the court. 22 These examples suggest that becoming an approver was not always a product of police repression, covetousness for pecuniary benefits, or weakness of character. Notions of honor, guilt, and filial loyalty also worked both to constrain and make approvers of revolutionaries. The renegade, Hans Rajvora. Hans Rajvora's legal testimonies were a narrative of episodes and moments in time. His was a narrative of episodes and moments in time that were significant in his becoming acquainted with the revolutionaries, and his gradual transformation into being an active member of the HSRA. followed by details of his involvement in various revolutionary activities. Point 23. It is evident from his testimony that Hans Raj had harbored nationalist sentiments since his childhood and was clearly committed to the revolutionary cause. Point 24. He was a well-known student leader in Lahore, who proposed a resolution for complete independence in a Lahore Students' Union meeting in early December 1928, at a time when the Indian National Congress was contemplating dominion status in the form of the Nehru Report. Point 25. It was also apparent from his ongoing defiance of his father, who repeatedly tried to steer him away from political work, that Hans Raj was not a weak vessel. In later life he became a successful journalist but continued to struggle to come to terms with having been an approver in the LCC. This suggests that he was not a man out to gain pecuniary rewards or political leverage. Hans Raj's decision to testify against his fellow revolutionaries thus defies usual explanations. In order to understand Hans Raj's perception of the events, I explore the circumstances surrounding Hans Raj's legal deposition. 26. The testimony of his father, Gurndita Mal, as a prosecution witness. 27. The oral history transcripts of interviews of surviving HSRA revolutionaries. 28. And Hans Raj's correspondence in the early 1980s with Mathura Das Thapar, the brother of the HSRA organizer Sukhdev, who was hanged with Bhagat Singh and Shivram Rajguru at the conclusion of the trial. Point 29. In Hans Raj's legal testimony, two dramatis personae emerge as the decisive factors influencing his choice to approve his father, Gurndita Mal, and his political mentor, Sukhdev Thapar. Hans Raj and Sukhdev were also related. Sukhdev was the brother of his paternal uncle's wife. Hans Raj was undoubtedly torn between filial loyalty and fidelity to the revolutionary cause. This tension is evident in Hans Raj's life as a young revolutionary. Gurndita Mal was a professor of mathematics in Central Training College, Lahore, and it is apparent from Hans Raj's legal testimony that he kept a strict check on his son's studies and activities. In his statement, Hans Raj talked about his father's disapproval of Sukhdev's political tendencies. Point 30. Gurndita Mal very early on sensed the influence Sukhdev sought over his son, and tried to prevent them from becoming close. He forbade Sukhdev from visiting their home, so Hans Raj began to meet Sukhdev without his father's knowledge. 31. In a chance meeting in August 1926, Hans Raj told Sukhdev that he planned to serve his country by becoming a journalist. Encouraged by this, Sukhdev began to supply Hans Raj with revolutionary literature. In December 1926, Sukhdev inducted Hans Raj into the Hindustan Republican Association, HRA, 32, giving Hans Raj a leaflet with HRA's constitution, expecting him to abide by the organization's rules. The first task Sukhdev assigned Hans Raj was to circulate revolutionary literature amongst his friends and other youth in the university. Hans Raj willingly complied. 33. Hans Raj defied his father's wishes repeatedly to follow Sukhdev's orders. On Sukhdev's instructions, he left home in December 1927 to conduct revolutionary work in Rawalpindi because, according to Hans Raj, Sukhdev felt that he was not a very great help to the revolutionary party at Lahore because of the conflict of views with my parents. 34. Gurndita Mal pursued his son, in February 1928, publishing a letter in the Tribune, a leading nationalist newspaper in Punjab, pleading with Hans Raj to return to Lahore because his mother was ill. 35. Swayed by its emotional appeal, Hans Raj returned without Sukhdev's consent. Gurndita Mal made sure that his son appeared for his university exams, and then whisked him away to Kashmir from July to mid-September 1928. Sukhdev was annoyed at this, and broke off contact with Hans Raj until September 1928, when Hans Raj assisted in organizing a students' conference in Lahore. 36. It was therefore as a mark of trust that in December 1928 Hans Raj was introduced to the other members of the revolutionary organization. 37. Hans Raj was picked up for questioning on the night of Saunders's killing on December 17, 1928, but he was released on bail after being in police custody for about 17 days. After Bhagat Singh was arrested on April 8, 1929 after throwing bombs and leaflets into the Delhi Legislative Assembly, the police began to close in on the HSRA. Hans Raj was not directly involved in the assembly bombing, although Sukhdev had revealed to him its details. Hans Raj closed his testimony with details of his second arrest in May 1929, concluding that he was subsequently tendered pardon, the conditions of which I accepted. 38. While Hans Raj provided ample information on his and his fellow revolutionaries' involvement in the conspiracy, the only lead that he gives in his legal testimony for having become an approver was the remark, "I did not betray, I was betrayed." 39. Hans Raj revealed his actual reasons for approving in correspondence he exchanged in the 1980s with Sukhdev's younger brother, Mathura Das Thapar, who in his retirement wrote a book on Sukhdev, as he struggled to come to terms with his hanging. 40. Thapar and Hans Raj had been in correspondence for some time, with the former urging the latter to provide some of the details of the events surrounding the case. Eventually Hans Raj let himself be persuaded to explain why he had not revealed anything to the police upon his first arrest, but did so after he was taken into custody just a few months later. In a carefully constructed, formally typed letter, Hans Raj disclosed that when he was arrested the second time, he was told that his political mentor, Sukhdev, had given a statement to the police. 41. It was Sukhdev's betrayal, he confessed, that made him decide to become a government approver. Hans Raj categorically stated that he was unwilling to accept the idea, popular in HSRA circles, that Sukhdev gave the statement to the police because of a momentary attack of nervousness. This is so inadequate for a would-be hero of a story that it mocks his better side. 42. Hans Raj continued. It was an inexplicable situation, totally disappointing and terribly shattering of moral or the common purpose we had set out to serve. To this day, I do not know what precisely went through his mind that he burst like a Diwali balloon within hours of being arrested. Sukhdev voluntarily divulged every secret of the party. 43. Hans Raj had heard about Sukhdev's statement from Lala Feroz Chand, a former associate of Lala Lajpat Rai, and the editor of Band Mataram, an Urdu newspaper for which both Hans Raj and Sukhdev had worked. After Sukhdev's arrest in April 1929, the Lahore police took in Feroz Chand for questioning, during which Chand learned that Sukhdev had made a statement. 44. Chand wanted to warn Hans Raj that the police net was drawing in around the revolutionaries, and he told him that Sukhdev had given a statement. Decades later, Chand remembered Hans Raj's reaction to the news. This young man was taken aback and he wanted to know whether I was sure that such a thing had happened. I said that I was absolutely certain that this had happened, that this was still in progress. He was very taken aback because the person concerned was Bhagat Singh's very right-hand man and he had been in almost everything the party might have done and there could hardly been anything that was not known to him. And he found it difficult to believe that such a person could be so easily tackled by the police. The young man was standing sipping his tea, listening attentively to what I was saying. He had not yet had many sips with his spoon. He was picking up something and as his hand shook, the spoon fell down. What he had picked up spilled on the ground and that was the end of it. He put down the cup there and disappeared. 45. Within days he too was arrested. And this is what Hans Raj decided to do. So I tried very deftly, without doing the least possible additional harm to the party, to extricate myself so that I could pick up the remaining pieces as best as I could. You must also remember that I was the youngest member of the party. But I did understand legal consequences of actions. Even while giving evidence, I tried to do the least harm. 46. In most histories of collaboration, physical torture by police is believed to be the mode through which people confess and betray their earlier selves, beliefs, and loyalties. However, for Hans Raj, the torture was the news of Sukhdev's betrayal. It shattered his conceptions of the revolutionary cause and set him on the path of turning approver. Hans Raj's sense of betrayal was immeasurable given that he had compromised filial loyalty at each step to carry out Sukhdev's command. 47. Despite parental pressure to withdraw from revolutionary activity, Hans Raj remained true to the HSRA until he found out that Sukhdev had given a statement. 48. His own sense of disbelief is latent in his comment, Sukhdev, at whose command I had given up my family and whom I had accepted as my guru, had wrecked the party which he had done so much to create. 49. For Hans Raj, his involvement in the revolutionary movement was a statement of his friendship with Sukhdev and a rejection of his father's influence, so the news of Sukhdev's betrayal left him shattered. If the leadership could not hold steadfast to its principles, he saw little sense in continuing to be loyal to the party. Hans Raj admits, "I could not risk going down with people I no longer respected." 50 Hans Raj completely shifts responsibility for his actions onto Sukhdev's shoulders, making the argument that most approvers do that he did not do any harm, because he revealed only details that were already known. 51 Hans Raj presents himself as the victim and justifies choosing the path of perfidy as one of self-defense and self-preservation rather than one driven by retribution. He chose a course which would bring least harm to himself and his family. He reasoned that his decision was a reversion to filial loyalty, which at that moment seemed like a higher loyalty, because Gurundat Mal, despite his son's youthful defiance, stood by him. Gurundat Mal was involved in the LCC trial from the outset, doing all in his power to extricate Hans Raj. 52 At the end of the trial in October 1930, anxious for his son's safety and keen to set him on a fresh career path, Gurundat Mal wrote to the government of Punjab requesting that Hans Raj be accepted at a university in the UK. Gurundat Mal was sure that Hans Raj's stay in some university, with an intensive course and research work in history and close contact with the best British minds, will prove extremely beneficial to him in every way, and that the pain of his past will be forgotten in the hope of his future. 53 The Punjab government wrote to the Home Department, which in turn consulted the Viceroy, to see if there were any objections to granting Hans Raj a passport. The Viceroy supported Gurundat Mal's request, although he was unsure whether Hans Raj's reformation will be permanent. The Viceroy nevertheless felt that if the British colonial administration did not help Hans Raj, the difficulty of obtaining evidence in other cases would be greatly increased by failure to protect the lives of approvers. 54 By this time, attempts had already been made on the lives of J. Gopal and Phonindranath Ghosh, as part of a retributive strategy pursued by revolutionary sympathizers. 55 Gurundat Mal's petition was approved. The Government of India assisted in securing Hans Raj's admission to the University of London. 56 Gurundat Mal had managed a safe passage out of India for his son, and, in one stroke, secured his future life and career. Yet he could not safeguard him against his misery. Revolutionism and betrayal. An approver's testimony presents an interesting paradox. As a voluntary confession, it masqueraded as penal truth and was legally defensible, but from a nationalist perspective, it was morally indefensible. 57 Hans Raj's case, however, was different. Most revolutionaries believed at the time of the trial and decades later agreed that his testimony was a mere repetition of well-known facts and therefore did little damage. 58 Even Mathura Das Thapar, when initiating correspondence with Hans Raj, assured him that he was not seeking to blame him, and that no one in the Thapar family ever bore any ill will against him. This softened Hans Raj's initial reticence in discussing what in fact happened. 59 Thapar reasoned that Hans Raj's legal testimony was objective and untutored, unlike those of the other approvers. Hans Raj was assured that most certainly your evidence did not send the three to the gallows. 60 According to Thapar, it was J. Gopal's testimony which had done the most to implicate Sukhdev in Saunders's killing to the extent that warranted the death penalty. 61 J. Gopal had given the most detailed evidence. He was intimidated by the revolutionaries in the courtroom, and subsequently went underground. In 1932, HSRA Cotters hunted down and murdered Phonindranath Ghosh, the approver who was believed to have done most damage to the HSRA in court. 62 None of this blame was heaped on Hans Raj, and while in their oral history testimonies, his former associates absolved him of guilt, he remained unaware of this. To the end of his life, Hans Raj remained conflicted. He had a rational justification for his actions, and yet he was haunted by guilt. This comes through in his correspondence with Thapar. Hans Raj confided that, "Mine has been a most difficult life, full of risks, but so far, touch wood, I have emerged virtually unscathed, at least physically. But the memory of the 20s accompanies me doggedly, teasingly, hauntingly. I hope by the time I die I would have been fully forgotten." This is my only ambition. 63. Hans Raj described himself as a political leper, consumed by grief over the turn his life has taken. He composed a small poem, expressing his plight. Once I had a friend. A leper friend was he. Could you shake by the hand? Chorus, oh, no. Could you look him in the eye? Chorus, oh, no. Could you sleep with him? Chorus, oh, no, no. That was the tragedy. 64. Hans Raj continued his lament, my life is stunted and stained and there is nothing I can do to wash away the horrible marks so deeply etched in history. 65. Hans Raj may not have seen his action in terms of a betrayal, but there was no getting away from the affect of that action. Contrary to the general belief in revolutionary circles that Hans Raj was simply reiterating well-known facts in the court, Hans Raj's police statement confirms that he was privy to the planning of revolutionary actions. 66. In the court he omitted some details regarding Bhagat Singh that he had confessed to the police and claimed not to have a deep knowledge of the conspiracy. He presented himself as simply carrying out Sukhdev's orders by substituting Bhagat Singh's name with that of the former in several places. While this deeply implicated Sukhdev, it made him appear like a misguided youth. 67. At the end of the trial, 3 of his fellow revolutionaries were hanged. Hans Raj had what one could call a successful career as a journalist, although, in retrospect, he felt that as a result of being an approver he was prevented from being promoted to the position of editor of any newspaper, and had to content himself with serving as a correspondent. 68. On completing his studies in England, he returned to Lahore in 1936 and joined the Anglo-Indian anti-nationalist newspaper, the Civil and Military Gazette, as its correspondent. In 1958, Hans Raj moved to the United States as a special correspondent of the Times of India. 69. In the US, Hans Raj abbreviated his middle name, writing as Hans Arvora, and he covered a wide range of India-related events. 70. He spent his twilight years in Gaithersburg, Maryland. At the time of his death in 1985, Hans Raj was freelancing. He was survived by a wife, 3 children, and 6 grandchildren. The elusive but omnipresent statement. But did Sukhdev really give a statement? The auxiliary evidence is conclusive that Sukhdev gave a statement on his arrest, but the actual statement is yet to be traced. Not just Hans Raj but most HSRA revolutionaries also believed that in the moments following his arrest, Sukhdev blurted out a statement, although they did not agree on whether he did this as a result of pressure, momentary nervousness, or as a result of his own interpretation of revolutionary strategy, in which an admission of a widespread conspiracy was intended to further unsettle the British. 71. The statement revealed various hideouts which Sukhdev knew had been vacated, perhaps, some revolutionaries suggested, he did so to gain the trust of the police, in order to be jailed with the other approvers where he could punish them. 72. In the long term, however, Sukhdev's statement hurt the movement, because the police used it to demoralize the revolutionaries that they had targeted as approvers. 73. Feeding a statement to the police was a risky strategy. According to Sampurun Singh Tandon, a member of the HSRA, there was a general understanding in the revolutionary circle that when you are caught, it is no use trying to keep things in your mind so far as those affect you in person and so far as you think that the police know about them. The idea was first to admit what you did. 74. And to limit yourself to what you have done or what you think the police know, but don't try to involve others in it. This ideology, I remember very clearly, was adopted from the methods of the Russian nihilists or anarchists because they wanted propaganda, publicity. It was clearly understood that each one was free to disclose. Not only that, he was supposed to boast about it. 75. This was the logic behind Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt courting arrest in the Delhi Assembly after throwing their bombs, so that they could give a statement in court which would be reported in the media. From this perspective, a statement can be seen as a normative revolutionary strategy. However, giving a statement to the police could do more damage than intended, as in Sukhdev's case. It could also well become an act of betrayal because giving a statement to the police could be reinterpreted in a range of ways. It could be a form of denunciation, a fearful confession, or a simple owning up to a revolutionary act, and it was open to being used by the police as they pleased. Shivvarma made an important observation about such statements: the issue was never of intent or the amount one said in front of the police. The issue was of opening one's mouth. Once you gave a statement, long or short or for good or bad, the police was sure to misuse it for breaking the movement. 76. Conclusion. In revolutionary circles, becoming an approver was the most recognizable and unambiguous form of betrayal. However, there were several other kinds of acts, less decipherable and more intangible, which amounted to betrayal in the eyes of the revolutionary cohort. A significant aspect of the revolutionary movement was that it was held together not simply by a shared ideology of revolutionism but primarily by bonds of trust, obedience, and intimacy. Being a revolutionary was an ontological statement. It was a chosen way of being, that defined a set of people pursuing a particular path. The revolutionaries were uncompromising in their view of the world, and anyone unwilling to commit their entire being to the revolutionary cause was viewed with suspicion. Attachment to family, women, and wealth was perceived as a weakness and a potential angle for betrayal. Most revolutionaries took a pledge not to get married or had to obtain permission from their leaders in order to get married. 77. In fact, for several revolutionaries, the organization became their surrogate family. 78. Given the nature of the revolutionary movement, betrayal, as much as the notion of solidarity, serves as an important lens through which to understand the state of being a revolutionary. Additionally, Hans Raj's story enables us to broaden the scope of the history of nationalism to incorporate acts of collaboration, by challenging both nationalist and colonial legal normative judgments. Although this article questions the moral censure inherently associated with an act of collaboration, it nevertheless concedes that the moral question of writing histories of collaboration as betrayal is difficult to evade. Even though his cohort did not hold Hans Raj guilty, he had imbibed the revolutionary ethos of loyalty to such an extent that he was unable to shake off his own sense of guilt, evident in his desire to be forgotten by history. However, we need to set aside his plea in the interest of seeking a deeper understanding of what it is to be a revolutionary. To the end, Hans Raj was a nationalist who struggled with his transition to approvement. Unlike Sukhdev, who was ultimately forgiven by his comrades and in the end was cleansed through martyrdom, 79. Hans Raj never had such closure. How should one then classify Hans Raj as a renegade revolutionary or merely an approver? Hans Raj's moral struggle and the way it came to be seen by other revolutionaries enlivens us to the limitations of historical categories and frameworks that historians use to analyze the past. These limitations are not those of the historical actors who successfully, and sometimes not so successfully, straddle different worlds, lives, identities, visions and ideas. It is the task of historians to catch up with the lives of their historical actors.